Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction, the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter and Hermione used their genius to revolutionize Hogwarts? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry and Hermione's brilliance outshines even the professors, they set out to reinvent Hogwarts itself, breaking traditions, rewriting spells, and changing the future of magic forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Even after the circus that was the introduction of Sirius Sun over, days for Harry and Hermione were of little leisure. The entire British wizarding world was either having a leisurely holiday owing to Hogwarts being closed, or at the other end was extremely busy owing to the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Due to the need for putting up a strong front to the visitors, political bickering was put on hold for the time being. Harry and Hermione were thankful that they were not dragged too deep into the quagmire of opposing the sitting Minister of Magic. Even though they desperately wanted to remove Fudge, they were also afraid that the onus of nominating a new minister would fall onto Harry. It was not a problem for Harry to choose a minister, for he already chose one, but the idea of putting more pressure on him by those in power, instead of doing their jobs like they were supposed to, was irritating to Harry and so to Hermione too. The teens were not even out of their schooling, and yet almost the entire wizarding world expected Harry to churn out one miracle after the other. Harry, however, wanted nothing to do with naming or even participating overtly in the dismissal of the current minister or naming the new one. He was willing to take the responsibility of managing Hogwarts, as he felt that not only was it his birthright, but he genuinely believed that change will come only when the adults of the future were corrected, when they were at a stage where they could learn. Where else could Harry make an impact other than at Hogwarts? Thankfully, everyone else knew who Harry's choice for minister was, and so were content to wait for the World Cup to end. It was only then that Minister Fudge could be sacked and Madame Black elevated to the highest position in the magical government. More importantly, there would be no need for Harry or Hermione to be involved at that time. The new school year would start, and naturally the two teens could not miss it. Harry could hardly contain himself from jumping for joy after hearing that bit of news. Sirius, Remus, Dora, Lady Augusta and the others were quite busy too. Even though they were not dragged into the political bickering that was going on desperately to keep Fudge in his position, they were pulled into that frantic preparations for the forthcoming Quidditch World Cup, and there was a lot to do. It was mostly to do with hospitality to the visiting dignitaries, and as esteemed members of the Wizengamot, Sirius and Augusta were saddled with looking after the Brazilian and the Irish ministry delegates. Remus and Dora were to represent Harmony and Magix, that was taking care of the construction, maintenance, and secrecy of the stadium. The enormity of the task and the need to keep up the statute of secrecy was keeping the entire team on their toes. This was compounded by the fact that the grounds that were chosen for campsites was already owned by non-magical people. Wizards and witches from around the world would congregate at the site of the World Cup, depending upon their time of arrival, spend a day or two camping, watch the spectacle and then retire to their tents before leaving for their homes. Remus and Dora tried to convince the British Ministry of Magic to allow the spectator to arrive directly for the cup rather than for a camping trip, but it was to no avail. The fact that almost all of them would be arriving by portkey, and such trips could be timed to arrive a few hours before the start of the cup, was conveniently forgotten. Oblivations, confounding charms, any available ward schemes were employed to keep the non-magical population away. What disgusted the family was that the legitimate owners of the campsites were most affected by the callous attitude of the Ministry of Magic. It was the one instance where the entire family felt that they would have voted to remove Fudge then and there, but it was not meant to be. Amelia would not even be in a position to take charge of the oars drafted to provide security. While everyone was thus employed, for the two teens, it was not the preparations for the World Cup or politics that was keeping them busy, it was the anticipation of some pleasure and a whole lot of learning doing it. As usual for the time of the year, the two teens were preparing for a trip out of the country to learn new cultures and ways of magic, and this time they were to go to Peru. The land they were to visit was known to be a modern offshoot of the ancient Inca civilization. though not much was known in terms of the ancient Incas being powerful magic users. Harry and Hermione hoped to learn the truth, if not the secrets, of such a fabled culture. Their visit to the Native American lands and the study of druidical magic hinted at the power of such ancient magic. The people who were descendant from the Incas may be of a similar kind. If nothing else, the two teens were eager to know about the civilization and the history and culture that barely survived through modern age. As with many of the people of that time, the Peruvians also prided themselves in being fierce warriors. Unlike the Native Americans, who were locked in fierce battles with other tribes for dominance, the Peruvians had to contend mostly with invading foreigners intent on plundering their country for riches or purely for asserting their dominance. The ancient wizards that lived in Peru were vicious warriors, working together with the non-magical leaders at that time and served to protect the country from invaders. The Spanish and Portuguese seafarers of that time bore the brunt of the Peruvians' aggression, and rightly so, as the conquistadors came in search of the mythical city of gold. There was no time for internal feuds or for skirmishes with the non-magical community, as both of them were literally fighting for their own existence. This interdependence between the magicals and the non-magicals forged the deepest bonds of trust and friendship that continued till date. This became extremely important during the later days when the Peruvian magical community was banned from using wands by the ICW during the late 1700s and early 1800s. This move to impose the ban was led by the stalwarts of the European magical community in Spain, France, and Portugal, ably supported by the British, and was trumpeted to be in retaliation to the warmongering by the Peruvians. The warrior race, who were once powerful users of magic, found themselves suddenly floundering without magic to even get their daily chores done. Thankfully, their close relationship with the non-magical society helped the magicals immensely and eased them in adjusting to a life without magic. Slowly but surely, the Peruvian witches and wizards learned to use other forms of magic to get the important things done. Not all of them could use a staff or wandless magic. Only the very powerful, or the ones truly in tune with their magic, could wield either, and both of them were only possible with application and constant practice, along with the gift of being born with an aptitude for wandless magic. Therefore, the only alternative for normal witches and wizards was to look for non-conventional ways of doing magic, runes. Next to the druids, the modern-day Peruvian witch or a wizard may be the most powerful user of such form of wandless magic, and they were quite proud of the fact too, often thumbing their noses at the rest of the world and refusing to share their secrets and the innovations they have made in that particular field of magic. One major drawback with using runes exclusively for their magic was a very limited number of ways they can be used. Naturally, they cannot be used in combat, or such magic cannot be cast within a few moments, nor could be used against a single witch or wizard when in groups. Rune magic needed elaborate preparation and can rarely be performed by a single individual, was more ritual-based, and had a wide area of effect, something that could cause a lot of collateral damage when used against an attacking enemy, but was very effective at a distance. The result was that the bastion of Peruvian magical world was the best protected in the world, even surpassing the protections of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not only that, even the premises of the non-magical community were protected from unwanted intrusions by magicals who did not have permission. In a way, the embargo on wand use united both the magical and non-magical communities to such an extent that was seen nowhere else. In addition to just protecting their structures against unwelcome intruders, the magicals of that region devised uses that were not even dreamt by the rest of the world. They developed a concept of community magic. Their rituals were targeted to benefit the community as a whole, like improving crop production, reducing the natural disasters, magic that not only heals but also rejuvenates, and so on. Even with such advances in their way of life, the resentment against Europe and Britain existed until this day. Frankly, neither Harry nor Hermione could dispute their refusal to even allow them into their center of learning. Just like Hogwarts, the school in Peru was famous throughout South America. Unfortunately, it was almost unheard of outsiders getting admission in there. The two teens were even refused entry into the biggest library in that region, or to interact with anyone of importance, either in the government or in the school. They were left to browse the shopping district and to buy some curios. Even books were to be sold only with a letter of introduction, which they did not have. Harry loathed the idea of using his fame as the boy who lived, but with all the avenues closed for them, he decided on what he considered to be a drastic measure. Normally, his long bangs managed to cover the world-famous scar, but this time he made no attempt to cover it. However, the plan backfired as Harry quickly earned the tag of being an arrogant teen who did not know any better. While the entire magical world considered Harry as the one who had an inherent power to destroy the Dark Lord Voldemort, the Peruvians knew enough of ritual and rune-based magic to discount the idea. To them it was Harry's parents who were the heroes, as they might have used some powerful rituals that created a strong enough barrier to deflect the killing curse from baby Harry and destroyed Lord Voldemort. They felt that Harry was dishonoring his parents' sacrifice by acknowledging the fact that he was the boy who lived. Little did they know that Harry Potter was far from arrogant. He in fact detested the moniker given to him, and contrary to the belief of the Peruvians, he did have the power he knows not to destroy Lord Voldemort, though even he did not know it yet. Surprisingly, the elder Grangers were accorded a warm welcome wherever they went without the presence of the two teens. Unfortunately for Harry and Hermione, the Grangers were known to be parents of a witch, and so they could not help the two teens in any meaningful ways. After 5 days of trying to worm their way into the heart of the magical community in Peru without any success, the teens decided that they will cut their visit short. Initially they planned a stay of 2 weeks in the country before returning to their homeland, but now, they will have a week free which they decided to spend in Argentina, visiting the places of interest in that country. The morning they were to travel to Arequipa. Before flying out to Buenos Aires, Harry and Hermione learnt that a revered elder of the community was ready to leave the mortal body and allow his soul to pass on. Like in many of the cultures worldwide, the ancient Incas believed in reincarnation of the soul. It was their belief that there are only a limited number of souls created and they are reused in new bodies. The reincarnations do have certain traits of the original soul, and can be traced back if someone was to have all the information. They also believed that with the dramatic increase in the life expectancy, and in general, the population of the world, the limited number of souls available brought forth severe complications. To cater to each and every body, the original soul had to be fractured and then placed in each new body. This fracturing of the soul corrupted it, and that was the reason for an overall increase in immorality and lack of rigid principles the modern-day individual. The beliefs and the ritual needed was passed down to the modern times and allowed the Peruvian magicals to free their soul from their dying body and allow it to pass beyond the Great Divide instead of being held in limbo for the final judgment. According to their belief, this will not allow the soul to be corrupted by fracturing it as and when needed. Just the knowledge of the ritual was not enough to perform it. The stringent requirements, as judged by the ritual itself, meant that only a few achieved the level of peace and acceptance of their life which was needed for their own soul to be judged pure enough to pass on without a fight. All of this Harry and Hermione learnt by talking to a villager on their way to the site of the ritual. The two teens decided to attend along with the elder Grangers. They knew that it probably was underhanded, but it could also be their only opportunity to observe some of the customs and magic of the Peruvians. What they were really interested in was the shocking resemblance of what the ritual achieved, removal of the soul from the body, and that of the concept of a Horcrux. Granted, a Horcrux hosted a part of the wizard or a witch's soul, but could Voldemort have used a perverted form of the ritual they were going to witness? People, magicals and non-magicals alike, came from all of South America to pay their respects to the wizard who served as a teacher to most of them during their formative years. The procession was led by the wizard undergoing the ritual, and the main body of the procession consisted of several priests and high priests and their disciples. There was music, and chants reverberated through the air. The atmosphere was festive rather than the somberness that Harry and Hermione expected. The ceremony was so rare that when it was being performed, it was open to everyone to witness, whether magical or not. No one could be barred from entry, unless their intentions were not pure, as it was a celebration of life and of passing on rather than mourning. The Peruvians, as was their custom, celebrated the life and the achievements of the wizard who decided to leave the bindings of mortal life. Several barges, each as large as a Quidditch field, were slowly filling up with people waiting to cross the water body to the most magical site in all of Peru, Soto Island in the Lago Titicaca, Lake Titicaca. This was a finger-shaped island near the northeastern edge of the border with Bolivia. The island was accessible to non-magicals too, and was apparently the only place that was not protected by runic magic. Instead, the entire island was under a charm similar to the Fidelius charm, and everyone needed a token to set foot on it. People who did not have the token could still see the island but could not set foot on it. For today, the tokens were distributed to the people while they were magically ferried across the water from Puno, the nearest city that could handle a large influx of magical travel. Harry and Hermione watched mesmerized as the high priest undertaking the ritual took a dip in the lake and was led to the raised platform. He was accompanied by the beat of huehoodle, a vertical drum, the tune of flutes and panpipes, played by priests. Music was an integral part of the Inca society, but for the magical community it played a unique part in their magic. The magicals recognized very early that music when imbued with magic boosted the potency of magic. This was especially true for rune-based and ritual-based magic. The ritual uses the magic of the wizard who wanted to pass on, to empower the runes etched onto the platform. The power of the magical core of a person does not play any role in the success or failure of the ritual, but it was the power of the soul. The purer, or the more deserving the person, the greater is the chance of a success. Therefore, there was never a doubt about the failure of the ritual if anyone was to try and do it, and was also the reason why the ritual was so rarely used. Legend also has that the idea of using the ritual to pass on from this life when the time was right, is planted by the sun god himself, calling his most cherished children to him. According to myth, the platform that was used for the ritual and all the runes on it were fabricated by the sun god himself as a gift to his priests. This was the way that the most revered and the most powerful of the Inca high priests embraced their deaths rather than wasting away by old age. The high priest climbed onto the platform by himself and bowed to the four corners of the earth. He finally turned his eyes directly to the afternoon sun. With that action, the ritual activated and the high priest no longer had control over his actions, as he was laid on his back with his eyes still staring at the blazing sun. It was probably a testament to the faith he had in his god, or truly the magic of the ritual, that the sun did not have any effect on the wizard. Surprisingly, people watching the ritual also were not troubled. To Harry and Hermione, it felt as if the sun was actually blessing everyone congregated on the island. Though the sun was bright, the breeze was cool and even the sunlight felt soothing rather than pricking at their skin. The four foreigners were shocked to learn that the old wizard was not dead but was hanging in limbo. The ritual did not ask for the sacrifice of the man's life, rather his willingness to allow his soul to leave the body and thus ending his life. The music that was part of the ritual was more mournful at the beginning. It was probably meant to tug at the heartstrings of the listener and maybe of the one undergoing the ritual too. There was not much rhythm to the music except that the drumbeats thudded right on your chest, while the flute and panpipes compelled you to sway to the tune. The music built up gradually, eliciting goosebumps on Harry and Hermione. Even the elder Grangers were able to feel the magic in the air as it grew in power. When the music reached an impossible crescendo, a fine spray of bright twinkling pinpoints of light erupted from the body, and then there was silence. The musicians falling silent, and it seemed like even the spectators forgot to breathe. They all could see the mist coalescing into an ethereal form of the wizard who underwent the ritual. The form was glowing softly in an unearthly light. After what seemed to be a few minutes, but was only a couple of seconds in reality, the departing soul of the elder waved to everyone in attendance and then passed on with a smile on his face. To everyone watching, it felt as if the final goodbye was delivered to each and every one of them personally. As soon as the ritual ended, the funeral pyre sprang to life, consuming the body of the wizard and committing it back to where it came from. The start of the pyre was the signal, and everyone around them began heading to the dock in order to depart to their homes and continue the celebration in honor of the departed elder. The Grangers and Harry held back to avoid the crush. "Wow!" Emma exclaimed. "Just wow." "I totally agree with you, Emma," Harry gasped, trying to control his breathing. He felt as if he was more affected by the ritual than even Hermione. Surprisingly, after a very long time he felt pain in his forehead, the region where the soul piece of Voldemort used to be. Hermione was thoughtful. "I cannot see how Tom Riddle could have used this particular ritual to make a Horcrux. The ritual was meant for a specific purpose, and that was to remove the soul completely. If we were able to actually talk with the elders and maybe study the runes involved, we could have come to some conclusion. But yes, by what I have seen, I do not think that there was a chance for Tom to use this particular ritual to make his Horcruxes." Harry voiced his agreement. Dan had to contribute to the discussion. I can see how this would have helped you get rid of the soul pieces without destroying the containers though. What a pity. Their discussion was not anywhere private. They were among people who looked like villagers and so were confident that very few of them would understand English. A mistake, or was it a blessing in disguise, they would not know, but the words Horcrux and Lord Voldemort in the same sentence caught the attention of the man standing right behind them. The one who they thought was an innocuous villager was actually a guard assigned to watch over the group. The priests on the island could not stop Harry and Hermione from attending the ceremony, but they could and were determined to watch them and stop them from doing anything out of the ordinary. The eavesdropping guard was torn. On one hand, he resented the intrusion of their sanctum by the foreign wizard and witch, but on the other hand, what he heard was something that his elders had to know. Every witch and wizard knew about the dreaded wizard known as Lord Voldemort, and overhearing the two teens talking about the soul carriers that rendered him immortal was horrifying. This more than anything else confirmed the rumors that Lord Voldemort was alive, and the guard now realized that the two teens before him were truly working to bring him down. He was sad that the blind prejudice of their magical community cost the two teens an easy way of getting rid of the Horcruxes. The elders would probably have agreed if they knew the real reason why the two teens before him came to visit them. If what he understood was correct, they had more than one such soul carrier in their possession, and he had to agree that the ritual magic they just witnessed was the easiest way to get rid of the Horcruxes. What the world did not know was that there indeed was a way to banish a soul. It was the most common way of execution followed by the ancient Incas. The guard knew that all the Peruvian magicals were taught from an early age to mistrust all foreigners, and it was very easy to hate them. But if he did not alert the elders of their community, they might have unwittingly played a part in the survival of the Dark Lord. He did not know what to do, and he could see that Harry Potter and his entourage was walking away, probably never to return to their lands. However, the decision was taken away from the guard when the oldest of the remaining high priests spied the boy who lived among the masses. Harry had the distinct feeling that he had to look towards his left, and at exactly the moment he heeded the instinct, he saw a very old man, probably a high priest, beckoning him near. Harry did not know how, but he knew that he could trust this man and started walking towards him. His hand was clasped in his girlfriend's, and so she followed him too. The guard recognized the Reverend High Priest and moved to stop Hermione from approaching him, but the High Priest waved the guard away and gestured for both Harry and Hermione to approach him. He saw many things. He saw the burden that Harry Potter carried. He saw the remnants of a corrupted soul hanging onto the boy. He saw the determination in him to do his best to put an end to the Dark Lord Voldemort, but most importantly he saw the unique bond he shared with the girl walking with him. Emma and Daniel Granger naturally followed the two teens. Nearing the priest, the guard bowed to the aged man, and with a hand on their shoulders nearly pushing them down, the guard gruffly ordered Harry and Hermione to sit in front of the man on their knees. Harry was normally a very patient young man and was generally not bothered by others' attitude towards him. Being the boy who lived taught him that, but being Lord Potter taught him not to take kindly to any ill treatment directed towards them. The 4 days that the couple spent trying to talk to the elders, just to learn about their culture, left Harry a very frustrated young man. They were roughshod, though not physically, just because they were foreigners, and now a guard dared to treat them like they were dirt. Harry had enough. He bore all the insults magnanimously, as they were not really directed at him but at the people of England. Now Hermione and he were being insulted as people, and that was not acceptable to Lord Harry James Potter. His magic stirred by his anger, Harry whirled to face the guard, his emerald green eyes blazing. The adventures of the boy who lived were very well known throughout the world and were even translated into several languages. Everyone knew that they were just stories, and though they respected the boy as the one to get rid of the Dark Lord, they also knew that he was just a little boy, probably not worthy of the adulations he was given. Very few people knew the real Harry Potter, and they knew how truly powerful the nearly 14-year-old was. With 3 years of intensive magical combat training from 2 of the best duelers in Hogwarts, the magical potential turned into a formidable weapon. Harry Potter was no pushover, he was a warrior. When Harry turned onto him with those blazing eyes, the guard truly knew fear for the first time in his life. The sudden spike in magical power around the teen shocked the guard. He could safely say that he never felt such power before, and he hurriedly backed a couple of feet away, fearing for his life. Hermione also felt the sudden anger in her boyfriend, and before she could placate Harry, she saw that the man who angered betrothed had backed away and lifted his hands palms towards them. The universal sign of unconditional surrender calmed Harry as quickly as it angered him. He was a little worried about the sudden bursts of anger he began to feel as he entered puberty. However justified his anger might have been, Harry never acted rashly, and that was what worried him. Even with his occlumency barriers strong, these days he was quick to anger, and almost always he had difficulty calming down before doing something rash. The presence of Hermione beside him was always soothing to him, but Harry did not like the state he was in. He was worried that it would only get worse as he aged. He will be forced to take up the mantle of the head of a house officially and begin to attend the Wizengamot and all the headaches it brought. He could not afford to lose his temper anymore. He could not hurt Hermione due to his actions. Giving the guard a curt nod of acceptance, Harry squeezed Hermione's hand in gratitude and turned to face the priest. The man had a benevolent smile on his face which calmed him even more. Begrudgingly, Harry got down onto his knees before the old man and to his surprise, found that it was not uncomfortable as he feared. There was a cushioning charm and a few others which made it not so uncomfortable and took out the pain. Hermione followed his lead but with trepidation. Their movements would be seriously restricted in such a position if someone was to attack them, and with their hands clasped, they were in a bind. Their backs were to a significant number of people who were hostile against foreigners and probably more so against them. Harry and Hermione were persistent in their attempts to meet the elders of the community, and that for sure did not endear them to the magicals of that area. Nevertheless, they would not let go of the chance they were offered to meet someone who looked to be higher up in the pecking order. She noticed that her parents did not kneel but were alert to any trouble and ready to act. That boosted her courage, and with Harry beside her, she was sure they could take on minor threats. The elder priest extended his right hand towards the kneeling teens. His left hand was clutching a gnarled, long thin staff of wood which was supporting his weight. The two teens would have been surprised if they knew that the staff was actually a magical staff and was disguised in that way to misdirect the others and let them think that the old man was frail. The man extended his right hand with the middle and ring finger folded. The remaining two fingers were extended as far as they would go, and he had his pointer finger touching Hermione's forehead while his little finger was on Harry's. "Peace, young ones," a voice was heard in their minds. "You need not fear me." Harry and Hermione were stunned. They could clearly see that the old man did not speak to them in the conventional way. His lips did not move, and neither did his Adam's apple. He chuckled. Again, they did not see it but could hear it clearly in their minds. "I was not blessed with the gift of speech, right from my childhood. That does not mean that I cannot speak to you." He chuckled again. "I am sorry, sir." Harry spoke out loud in Spanish. He did not consider it polite to be talking to the man in his thoughts, as he was sure that the old man could hear quite fine. He also felt that he needed to apologize for the unflattering pity he felt for the old man, for clearly, he did not need it. "In that you are right, my boy," he replied jovially. Taking a moment to collect himself, he asked them, "Now who are you? And why are you here? I can see that you are clearly powerful magic users. What are your intentions in coming to my birth land?" The teens could feel the shift in the old man's mood. He was no longer the jovial and welcoming individual. He was now a warrior and a defender of his land. Harry and Hermione were humbled. Though they were not experts, they could feel the enormous power at the man's command. He could literally obliterate them if he wanted to. "I am Harry Potter, sir." If they learned something from their knowledge of the ancient cultures, it was that everyone was their own masters. Since Hermione was not his wife yet, she was as much an individual as Harry was. Besides, she was a powerful witch in her own right and commanded the respect that was due to her. So it was left to her to introduce herself, an act that clearly pleased the old man. "I can sense a very strong bond between you, but you have not bonded yet." The two teens were quite comfortable with their relationship but could not help but blush at those words. Yes, they wanted to wait until they were married, but they also knew that in some cultures it could be seen strange. In quite a few cultures around the magical world, two people so in love and in tune as they were would already have taken the final step and formalized their bond. The old man read their thoughts and their reasons and allowed that he could respect their commitment to honor her parents by following the custom that was still followed in the non-magical world. When there was no information forthcoming, he firmly reminded them again, I am still waiting. Harry and Hermione somehow knew that a full and honest disclosure was needed. We are students, sir, Harry began. More like collectors of obscure and long forgotten knowledge, Hermione supplied helpfully. Harry agreed with a nod of his head. We want to travel the world, sir. Learn how other communities use magic. How they interact with non-magical population in their country. The old man interrupted them. That is indeed a very noble goal, young ones, but to what end do you want to use such knowledge? This was very easy for the two teens, they already had an answer. They gave it a lot of thought and finally settled on what their heart spoke to them. Hermione answered, we want to achieve harmony in the world, sir. Harmony. The old man interrupted her. Why only balance? Why not the perfect world? Hermione continued as if she was not even interrupted. Harmony between the different magical races that live on this planet. Harmony between the magical and non-magical world. That is what we want to bring forth. Strife is impossible to eradicate and utopia is only a dream, but wherever there is harmony, even the biggest of the problems will look simple. The old man did not speak, but to Harry and Hermione, it felt as if he was sifting through their memories. They tried their best to block him out, but their strongest occlumency walls felt as if they were made of thin air. Surprisingly, the old man's probe was not painful at all. It felt like a gentle breeze wafting away the chaff from the grain. The two teens wanted to be indignant. They wanted to rant at the old man for invading their privacy, but they were powerless too. Not that they could not protest, but the presence of the old man was like a higher being who was judging them, rather than looking at ways to humiliate them. As they say, if you could not beat them, join them. And so the two teens decided to help the old man in his attempt to understand them, and also in an attempt to keep him away from their intimate thoughts. Harry began to direct the memories that he wanted the old man to see. We learned from long extinct druids how to protect our loved ones. Hermione took up the narrative. We traveled to France and were called friends by a Vila community. They shared with us, not only their culture but also trusted us enough to divulge the secrets of their unique magic which we are using for the benefit of others. She projected thoughts about the Vila stone and how they modified them to project a strong shield charm that even a child can use. The Native Americans taught us ways to combat evil that was not even known to us, and that was why we came here. Harry paused. He was still upset at the deep-rooted hatred the Peruvian magical community had for most foreigners, especially the English. We learned from some of our teachers that you have a very rich magical culture. We only wanted to learn from you, your culture for sure, and if we were lucky, your unique way of doing magic. And why do you want to learn all of this? The old man projected into the consciousness of the two teens. Arguably the first thing we have to do is to get rid of the one who calls himself the Dark Lord Voldemort, Hermione answered. The creature that exists is not even human anymore. We think that his soul was split into 7 pieces and all for the purpose of lording over those he considered to be lesser than him. Harry spat with disgust clear in his voice. I can see how our ritual magic could banish the soul pieces that you are carrying around. The old wizard continued sifting through the two teens' thoughts and memories. Harry and Hermione were no longer surprised that the wizard was able to lay their entire life bare as it were and also gather their future goals. They did not try to fight the process, instead they brought forward all their plans once Lord Voldemort was defeated once and for all. I am glad to see that you are not going to leave things as they are once the main threat is gone. Harry and Hermione could feel the respect the wizened wizard was beginning to have for them as he started to really look into their plans for the betterment of the wizarding world. You have chosen a very good way to bring about the change, education. The old wizard knew that for any vision of long-lasting peace to be fulfilled, a great change has to come in the mindset of the people of that society. Several militant attempts to bend people to one's views in the name of supremacy or even peace ended in disaster. He saw several such failed attempts in his long life. He was truly impressed that the children in front of him instinctually grasped the fact that long-lasting peace is possible only through popular opinion. Harry and Hermione intended to take it one step further and bring about the change in the ones who would eventually lead the government and other law-making bodies, today's children. As Harry was going to take over the best school for magic in that part of the world, the old wizard was quietly confident that the two teens would be able to achieve their dream. He had one last test though. What will you do if none will accept your views? We will walk away. Harry and Hermione did not hesitate even a little in their answer. Hermione conceded the stage to Harry, who continued, "We will do our best to show that our views are not just some propaganda, and that we truly want peace and harmony. We will educate the students and give them a chance to come to the same conclusion as we have. If they still do not accept our teachings, then we will withdraw from public life and spend the time learning more and teaching our children and those who want to learn from us. We will make sure that the knowledge that we gained is preserved for posterity. There may be a need for another Merlin sometime in the future," Hermione finished. The old man gave them a beaming smile. "I am sure that you will be your generation's Merlin, Godric Gryffindor, and Rowena Ravenclaw all rolled into one. You already have Salazar Slytherin in your godfather and Helga Hufflepuff in your team of good friends." Harry and Hermione felt immense happiness at that proclamation. They felt truly blessed. "Thank you, sir," they murmured, overcome with emotion. "Good." The old wizard flared his power once to get the attention of the priests who were watching the proceedings. Still addressing the teens kneeling before him, he projected his voice outward for everyone to hear. "I will teach you our ways. If you have the fortitude and the will to surpass all obstacles before you, you will be equal to a high priest." Harry and Hermione were gobsmacked. The elder Grangers were beaming, proud of their daughter and soon-to-be son-in-law. They were following the one-sided conversation occurring in fluent Spanish, and though they were aware of the plans the two teens had, hearing the conviction in their voice and the respect they garnered from the old wizard, who they now realized was probably at least a high priest if not the highest priest, made them very happy. The old wizard this time put his hands on their heads, blessing the two teens. "I am High Priest Wako. You may call me teacher or high priest or even reverend as some of the young ones do." In a mock frown he continued, "Not sir and definitely not master." High Priest Wako then turned to the Grangers and with his hands on their heads, gave his blessings and talked to them. "Do not fear, your children will be safe with me." After spending a few more minutes with their children, Dan and Emma Granger left the sanctum to come back the next day. They were invited to partake of the feast that was being organized to celebrate the life of the departed head priest. They would hopefully be able to meet the teens at that time. High Priest Wako waited until the last of the revelers left the island, and the only ones left on the island apart from Harry and Hermione, were those who lived there on a daily basis. These were the other priests and their disciples who did not pay any attention to the foreigner witch and wizard. It was almost as if the acceptance of one member of their society paved the way for better relations, and the two teens were no longer considered to be outcasts. Seeing that they were devoid of any observers, High Priest Wako led the two teens towards the southeasternmost tip of the island. This part of the island ran almost parallel to the surface of the water of the lake and was devoid of any vegetation. While the island was obviously rocky, this part looked almost as if it was a sandy beach. What was surprising was that the lake water looked still and did not even lap onto the beach whenever there was a wind. The reason for this was quickly revealed when Harry and Hermione felt a very strong ward that nearly made their hairs stand on end. The teacher stopped well before the ward line and turned to the two teens, projecting his voice to them. "I will have to warn you that the wards around this place are supposed to have been in place from even before the history of this place was recorded. It is thought that the sun god himself put them up. No one other than high priests could enter, not even their disciples. There is no need to say that no foreigner even knows about this place." The two teens were naturally awed at not only the fact that they could be the first if not the only foreigners who will enter the most guarded and most revered place in Peru, but also at the sheer magic that was being radiated around the area. They mostly stayed silent, fearing to break the almost sacred silence that fell over the place. Unknown to them, all the other priests were silently willing them to be rejected so that they could go back to hating all foreigners. "One thing before you even attempt to cross the ward line," Wako cautioned the teens, "anyone who is unworthy will be refused entry. The wards have been known to kill those who have impure intentions." Harry and Hermione knew that their intention was to learn about the Peruvian culture and magic and turn around and teach others who are willing and probably, in this case, worthy of learning. They were confident that they will be allowed entry. However, such ominous warnings do have their effect. The nervous teens looked at each other, and despite being ill at ease, they were able to reassure themselves that we're worthy. With a decisive nod of their heads, they turned to the high priest and requested that they be allowed entry. With the words, "If you wish," Wako turned to face the waters of the lake and began walking towards the edge of the island. In just a few steps, he was at the edge of the sandy beach and then simply walked onto the water. As soon as he stepped off the island, he disappeared. Not unduly concerned, Harry and Hermione took a deep breath to steady themselves and followed their teacher. They could feel the overwhelming magic of the ward as soon as they touched it, but it did not offer them any resistance nor could they feel any hint of danger. Holding hands, the two teens crossed the barrier and found themselves on another smaller island, barely above the water level and a few meters off Soto Island. The high priest was standing in the middle of what looked like a small sand dune rather than a rocky outcropping in the water. They could see that there was no apparent way to reach the island even if it was visible and accessible to the world. Only the magic of the area allowed the worthy to pass the surprisingly deep stretch of water without their feet getting wet. Looking back at the main island, the two teens could see the entire congregation of about 20 worshippers of the sun god bow towards their general direction. The gathered natives obviously could not see the two teens, but Harry and Hermione were surprised to see disappointment written on their expressions. Not to worry, they are disappointed in themselves. High Priest Wako's voice startled the two teens out of their thoughts. Harry and Hermione turned towards him with confusion and so he elaborated, they are disappointed that their blind prejudice forced them to be mean to those blessed by magic, maybe even by Inti, sun god, himself. With all the drama now at an end, the two teens turned to their teacher expecting something miraculous to happen. That was the only way they could see to get off the island they were on. It was very small, probably about 12 feet or so across, and there was no obvious structures for them to stay in. Not even for a moment did they think that they were going to stay at that place for less than a day. Learning about the culture of the ancient Incas itself may take them about a month or so in their magic. Were they going to stay under the starry sky? Or was this place some sort of an apparition point? Wako chuckled at the teens' thoughts and with a lazy wave of his staff cleared a good-sized mound of sand right in the middle of the island. He prompted Harry and Hermione to lift the trapdoor that was visible. Magic does not work on the door and has to be lifted by hand. I am in no condition to do that, he explained. The two teens hurried forward eagerly but before grabbing the handles to lift the door, studied the runes etched on its surface. The wards require our blood to key us in, isn't it? Hermione asked the high priest after their perusal. The old wizard was impressed. Not only did the two exhibit a knowledge of the old Mayan runes enough to determine their use on the door, but they were cautious and did not rush headlong into an unknown place. He was even a little embarrassed that his near deception was found out so easily. His respect for the two teens increased, if that was even possible. Yes, he admitted, I could not have led you inside without that rite of passage. Harry and Hermione noticed that the handles did have a tiny needle point, and they used it to draw some blood. After the two teens added a drop of their blood to the runic array, the high priest came forward and grasping a handle lifted the door with ease. The door was probably lightened and maybe even reacted to the presence of the magicals who were already keyed in and made their passage easier. Frail old man indeed, Harry thought amused at the display. Going down the stairs, the two teens saw that they were descending down into a cavern. It was humongous, nearly 50 feet in height and ran almost the entire length and width of the island. Oh my! Hermione exclaimed, the shape of the cavern looks exactly like Soto Island, under the water. High Priest Wako, who was leading them down, turned to look back and grinned at the two teens. You are absolutely correct, my dear. The island is hollow just below the surface and the floor of the cavern is the true floor of Soto Island. Continuing their trip downwards, he explained what was known about the history of the island. Geologists think that the entire Lake Titicaca was formed by the expansion of a fault. However, the Incas believed that the lake was formed when the sun god put his foot on earth. The Isla del Sol was named in honor of the principal deity, and was predominantly occupied by non-magicals while Soto Island became the primary habitat of the magical population. By this time the three magicals reached the bottom of the stairs and the two teens were winded. Their exercise regimen kept them fairly active, but the punishing pace set by their teacher and the height of each step meant that Harry and Hermione had a real workout. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, High Priest Wako did not break a sweat. The stairs went straight without any turns and deposited them on the far side from where they started. It meant that they were standing right under the main temple on Soto Island. At this place, the cavern rose like a spire, and if Harry had to guess, he would say that the cavern reached inside the temple, probably as high as the temple itself. You are correct, alumno, Wako answered. The inside of the temple is indeed hollow, and we are looking right into it. Harry simply nodded his head, accepting it. Hermione, meanwhile, was thunderstruck. How did you hear that? Forget that. How did I hear that? She nearly screeched. Wako let out a hearty chuckle. It was heartening to know that the age-old trick that every teacher plays on his students worked with the two teens too. The magic of this place will not allow any secrets. Even your very strong mind walls will not fare against this ancient magic. They all could hear a distinctly feminine voice. That means no naughty thoughts. Hermione blushed brightly when she realized that her thoughts were indeed heard by the other two. She took a deep breath to center herself. Okay, we will have to have a much higher discipline and empty our heads of all unnecessary thoughts. That's what is required to be truly masters of magic, Wako agreed. Why though? Harry asked. Why was there a need to put up such wards? The high priest sighed. The very first thing that any priest of the Sun Temple feared, and exists even to this day, was that the one you accepted into your fold as a traitor. You are actually standing inside the lost city of gold. Harry and Hermione were shocked. They could never imagine that the mythical city existed. But, Hermione spluttered. Harry was totally shocked into silence. Only the worthy can see it. Their teacher shrugged his shoulders. The still awed teens followed the high priest to a corner where two rooms could be seen. Wako opened the door to one of them. Harry and Hermione could see that there were a few camp beds, straw mats, and assorted material used for making a bed. The other room was obviously a bathroom. I usually rest under the main temple. You can either do the same or you can use this room to sleep. The two teens exchanged a glance and Hermione spoke for them. We will use the camp beds in the room for now and then maybe follow your example later on. The high priest was impressed at how quickly the two teens adapted. He felt that they were making a conscious effort to minimize their thoughts. It was impossible for two novices, but they were trying their best, and that, in the old wizard's opinion, was admirable. Now that has been sorted out, let's have our dinner and rest. You will begin your training at the crack of dawn. We will help. The two teens chorused, taking in the sight of preserved but uncooked meat and vegetables, and flour. High Priest Wako let out a relieved sigh. Good, I cannot cook a decent meal. Minor break. Harry and Hermione learnt the night before that the first rays of sun always touch the spire that was present on Sun Temple on Soto Island. Wako also told them that the cavern they were in would also receive the first rays of the sun and wanted them to be up before that. The Peruvians believed that the first rays were in fact the sun god's blessings, and every one of the inhabitants of the land would wake up to be blessed. By the time the two teens finished their morning ablutions and got ready, the cavern was starting to light up. Sunlight was not streaming into the cavern through a pinhole or anything like that, but it was everywhere. It seemed as if the sun was shining in the enclosed space. Any and every surface had a golden hue, and even the humans inside had a golden halo around them. Harry and Hermione stood mesmerized at the spectacle. They felt as if the beauty of the morning outside the cavern was enacted for their benefit within the walls, and the two teens allowed themselves to drown in it. While they stood immobile, Wako was not. He was performing what looked like a set of yoga asanas they knew about. What surprised them the most was that there was only silence from him. They could hear no thoughts. It was almost as if his mind was blank. They were not sure if their teacher was so disciplined that he could control his thoughts to such an extent, or if he had some higher form of occlumency that prevented his thoughts from being picked up inside the temple. The two teens decided to question him later in the day. Then again, being a high priest of the Sun Temple may have its own perks, and protecting his thoughts may be one of them. The two students felt a little guilty as they stood watching the old wizard twist and turn his body in angles that would not be possible without continued practice. It was not guilt about their teacher doing the exercises, but their standing rooted to the stop that was troubling them. To alleviate that guilt, they decided to jog around the edge of the cavern. Harry and Hermione were shocked at their apparent lack of fitness when they were using the stairs to get down into the cavern. They kept up their fitness regimen even during the holidays, and though they were definitely not athletes, they considered themselves to be active and fit. However, their performance the last evening showed that it was subpar for this place. It was either the oppressive magic of the place, the changes in altitude, or they were really getting complacent. Harry did not know, but they were determined to overcome that. Both the teacher and the students finished their morning exercises at about the same time, and after washing off the dirt and sweat, sat down to break their fast. Chewing on homemade bread steeped in a concoction of honey, lemo, and a hint of spices, they began their lessons. We Peruvians believe in Sun God. To us, He is the giver of all life on this planet. Resting our bodies overnight is to give it a chance to recover the lost strength, but it is the first rays of the sun that gives us the strength and the will to work through the day. Wako began to expound on the beliefs that were basically unchanged through time. They talked about the modern interpretation of religion and contrasted to what it was supposed to be. In the modern times, religion became a crutch instead of it being a way of life. If you need something in your life, pray for it. If you want to blame someone for your misfortunes, blame the God you always believed in until that time. The fortune that comes your way is due to your good luck and not to any divine intervention. In short, the entire belief of a God became a source of putting the blame on someone, and since he could not answer your accusations, it became very easy. So what if you have to answer to your sins in the afterworld? Wako talked about how this was common to even the Peruvians, who had a very strong connection to their sun god. However, the close association between the magical and non-magical societies helped the non-magicals to believe in the omnipresence of their god, or at least to an extent where they were noticeably tolerant to that belief and not blaming him for every trouble that comes their way. The Inca, and the modern-day witches and wizards of Peru believed that their magic was a gift of their favorite god, and not only that but was actually powered by the sun. It was not that far-fetched to believe. The sun is the ultimate force that powers everything on earth. It gives energy to every living being and therefore powers magic too. To the Peruvian magical society, the sun god was not just a presence, he was the essence. Their belief in their god powered their rituals, and it was this belief that carried the most important rituals to this day. According to the high priest, magic boiled down to one word: belief. The long discourse unsettled Harry and Hermione. They turned introspect. They went to church but were not religious in even the loosest of sense. As scientists, the two teens relied more on evidence than on just belief, and even in the magical world, they were unraveling the mysteries of even the most inexplicable phenomenon. It was hard for them to really believe in the existence of God and destiny. Living in the magical world and being aware of prophecies, they could understand fate, but they could not and would not believe that their entire life was already written by some mythical being. For them it was easier to explain the consequences of their actions rather than relying on destiny. The natural order in a way substituted for a god, and it was probably the explanation that their ancestors gave for the presence of a god. Then why could they not believe in God? This was the question that starred in the two teens' thoughts. If they could not believe in the existence of a supreme being, then what could they believe in? They believed in themselves, in their ability to work hard and achieve what they wanted through honest means, and most importantly, they believed in each other. They knew that they were stronger when they were together. That's what they believed in. Having decided on that, they looked at their teacher in determination. Their thoughts were of course being broadcast, and Wako had no trouble in following them. He was not angry that the two teens refused to believe in God, any God. Instead, he was happy that they had unerring faith in themselves and in their abilities. They needed the bond that existed between them to stay strong in the coming days. There is confidence in one's abilities, and then there is the thought that they have the ability to even do the impossible, the high priest cautioned. Arrogance is only a step away from overconfidence. Harry and Hermione were indignant at being called arrogant, and they denied the accusation vehemently. Their teacher was not swayed though. Your intentions were all good, but without your knowledge or acceptance, your vanity is being stroked into existence. He looked at Hermione and continued, "You, my dear, have been called as the brightest witch of the generation. It may be true or it may not be, you do not know, but constant reference and reminders of your friends made it a fait accompli." Hermione was stunned. Yes, she did consider herself the brightest witch of her age and was proud of the fact. Harry and their friends did indeed rejoice in that fact. Was she lapping up the attention? Yes, she was. For a girl who was shunned during primary school for her intelligence, being hailed for that same intelligence did indeed stroke her ego. She dreaded the thought of strutting around the castle akin to Draco Malfoy. Waco looked grim at these thoughts, and even Harry was beginning to realize that there was a very fine line between being proud of one's achievements and being vain. What differentiated them was something that he was unable to determine. He had no time to reflect on that as the high priest turned to him. You detest the way that the people of the wizarding community call you the boy who lived. You pride yourself in being unaffected by the adulations showered by those who recognize you. But really, do you think that you are better than the others because you resist the temptation of fame? This time it was Harry's turn to think back and reached the startling conclusion that he was not immune to the pull of being famous. In trying to resist being famous, he was hoping to be famous for his attempts at not being famous. He signed in resignation and looked at Hermione, who was on the verge of tears. He put away his own discontenting thoughts for the moment and focused on helping his girlfriend. He simply thought about being in love with his best friend. He knew that his thoughts will be picked up by Hermione. We will be stronger, Hermione. Together we will learn to overcome this. Harry was glad to see the smile on his betrothed lighting up her whole face. Her eyes showed the determination that he loved. Yes, together they will be much better tomorrow than they were today. Waco was actually relieved. He feared that bringing up their shortcomings may push them towards their faults rather than correcting them, or worse, drive a wedge between the two. Instead, it made them more determined never to stray from the right path. He realized that their bond was strong enough to stand the test of time, and he should have realized that something as trivial as his admonishment would not make any difference. He thanked Inti that his faith in the two teens was misplaced. He latched onto Harry's question as to what was the difference between being proud of their achievements and being arrogant. A saint among humans knows that it was not his own power or brilliance that was responsible for the amazing things that you see, but that you were merely the medium through which God did his work. Humility is the brilliance on a diamond that allows it to shine. Pride never comes into the picture if you truly are a servant of God. For those who consider religion as a way of life, everything that they do is on the orders of the higher power. Their failures show them that everything is not as what they see and allows them to learn and grow. Their triumphs brings them that much closer to the realization of the dream of attaining salvation. They never expect a return, and if they get on, accept with humility. Harry and Hermione listened with rapt attention as their teacher finished with some advice to them. Accept what you are, but do not let that influence your actions. The two teens now had the name of the emotion that they could tie to Dumbledore's actions. Dressing in outrageous robes, keeping things close to his heart, and hanging on to more than one powerful position but doing nothing constructive. All these point out that the man craved attention and not power. The sad part was that in his endeavor to gain notice, he was putting a lot of innocence in danger. Harry was thankful that he wanted nothing to do with politics. He was happy at the thought of being a headmaster. He did not crave attention, and if could just take care of his emotions tied with the desire not be in the limelight, then hopefully he would not turn vain. He did not want power, just a life filled with happiness and doing some good in the world. Whether it was in the wizarding world or in the non-magical world, it did not matter to him. Harry knew right from the start that he could only do that if he did not stretch himself too thin. They could see the danger of that in Headmaster Dumbledore's actions, and Harry never wanted to be like him. Hermione was of the same mind, and that was why she did not want to be the Minister of Magic, even though their family was hoping that she would take the reins in time from Amelia. Both of them, in positions of respect, may use their influence to do some good, but then they began to realize that it was not the right way to do. Influence, whether good or bad, is never to be used to direct others' lives. It was the beginning of corruption for the one who used his influence as well as for those who were influenced. Waco agreed to their assessment and offered them his thoughts about how they can be different from their headmaster. You only have to try not to be in the limelight and you will do all right, the old wizard joked. Turning contemplative, he continued, all joking aside, you are in a unique position. The strong bond that you share will cover for each other's deficiencies and mistakes in addition to complementing the other. You will not allow the other to become arrogant or overconfident. You will ensure that. The two teens were surprised that the high priest was talking about the strong interdependence that they had. Not only that he called their relationship to be a very strong bond, they knew that it was nothing like the soul bond that is commonly fantasized about, but Wako was able to understand that it was no teenage romance between them. Harry and Hermione did not know it, but their interactions were never like two best friends or even like those who were dating. To someone watching them, it was much deeper, like a single mind sharing two bodies. Their musings were broken by Wako. Your magical power and your intelligence combined with the unique bond you share will make you the most powerful in the magical world. Use it wisely. Harry and Hermione were overwhelmed. They did not anticipate such high praise from a member of the community that only a few hours ago loathed the idea of a foreign magical on their soil. It was not only the first step for them to be accepted by one of the most revered of wizards in Peru, but also the first step in tempering their behavior. Instead of feeling proud, they felt humbled by the proclamation. They could see that the words were straight from the old wizard's heart, and that made it that much more incredible. The two teens resolved to never fail in their teacher's eyes. The solemn moment was broken when their teacher clapped his hands together. Now, he exclaimed, bringing their attention to him. He began discussing about their prowess in recognizing the runes etched on the trapdoor that led them down. The two teens confessed that they did study all the different types of runes, and since they already planned to visit Peru, made it a priority to brush up on the runic language used by Mayans. Wako realized that there was nothing much he could teach the youngsters in runes. Since they already know the language, they only need the knowledge of the components for them to enact even the most powerful of the rituals. Knowledge that he was anyway prepared to impart by gifting them the manuscripts that were passed down to him by his own teacher. Wako realized that there was only one thing that he could and would teach them, and that was not soul magic. As you know by now, any magic done by using the power of a soul is the most powerful of all magics. At the same time, it is the most dangerous too. You pay the ultimate price for that, your soul, he finished with an ominous note. The words spoken in that way, probably with a hint of compulsion to them, sent chills down the spines of Harry and Hermione. They already knew about the dangers of using your own soul in a barter for power, but still the facts being laid bare was not easy to digest. With a knowing glance, the high priest continued, you already know two of the rituals that involve the soul. One causes your soul to be unstable and split, and the other causes your soul to cease to exist. Wako turned his determined gaze to the two teens. I am not going to even think about teaching you that. Harry and Hermione had no problem with that. We do not want you to too. Good. He accepted their decision. The way a witch or wizard does magic is to use a wand to channel their innate magic, and through a process of trial and error forces the magic to do their bidding. The two teens were having trouble believing that incantations and wand movements always made doing spells very easy. They, however, did not need to voice their objection as their teacher heard their thoughts being broadcast. With a smile, Wako elaborated, what is the connection between the words you utter and the final effect of the magic? How can an incantation trigger your magic to perform a certain spell? It cannot. That was something that Harry and Hermione were unable to understand too. The theory of magic states that the will of the caster drives the magic to perform the spell while the incantation gives it a boost. There was really nothing to say that incantations were the driving force for magic to work. At the same time, they also knew that silent casting and wandless casting do away with wand movements. Incantations merely allow your mind to concentrate on the end result of the spell. As you know, visualization is a key part in many branches of magic, but your will to get the desired result is the most important. Wako reminded the two teens about the will of the witch or wizard being the one that actually fuels the spell. Incantations merely make the connection between the will of the caster and the desired result easy so that even a novice can get their magic to work. For any non-verbal or wandless spell to work, focus and inherent magical power are the two main components. A witch or wizard with average magical power cannot expect to do wandless magic. They can cast silently but not for long. They get tired easily. Magical exhaustion is a serious danger to all witches and wizards, and for those who are on the battlefield, it is more of a reality than a possibility. There is no cure or any way to prevent magical exhaustion except for not using magic until the magical core gets replenished naturally. This is a severe limitation to any witch or a wizard, Wako continued. I will teach you how to utilize the magic in and around you to the maximum. Magic around us. Harry stuttered in awe. Nature is bountiful. The high priest reminded his two students, the very few who are so in tune with their magic can channel the magic in nature to do what they want. For them there is no need for spells or even words. Just project your will to get things done. Hermione was intrigued, but a wand uses the magic of the witch or wizard. You are correct. Even after knowing about their intelligence, Wako was still impressed by the intuitive grasp the two had for the subject. Those who get used to wandless magic to such an extent that it becomes second nature will have difficulty using a wand. So the legends about warrior mages who can use their weapons to devastating effect when channeling magic, and others using staves are all true, Harry stated, though there was still some doubt in it. Wako answered Harry in a very different way. You see many beings around you that can channel the magic in nature. House elves generally snap their fingers, goblins use some gestures, but that is only for show. They need to be in contact or at least closer to the object of their magic. Only humans do not have the necessary will to make it happen. Then how do we make it happen? The two teens asked. The high priest cracked a smile. It's all in focus. Harry and Hermione understood what was needed. They immediately sat in their favorite positions for meditation. With their daily exercises to strengthen their occlumency shields, concentration came easy to them. With a single-minded focus, they concentrated on their goal. For Hermione it was a large garden taken care with meticulous planning, each tree, shrub, and flowering plants in their place and vulnerable areas of the garden protected by high fences. For Harry it was a huge bank vault, not unlike the main Potter vault, stacks of galleons being neatly ordered unimportant memories. Paintings, books, and jewelry representing memories with importance. Only Harry was the one who knew what was what and the protections on them. The two teens did a good job of losing themselves in sorting their memories and focusing on shoring up their defenses. It came so naturally to them that they did not even spare a thought about whether what they were doing was the correct thing to do or not. Their focus was absolutely on what they were doing. However, their tranquility was not to last long. They forgot that they were in place where their thoughts were not private, and so slowly but surely, the cavern was a cacophony of random snippets of memories, thoughts, and even the occasional ponderings from Harry and Hermione that was needed for completing their occlumency exercise. The noise they were generating was enough to throw off their concentration, and they opened their eyes to see their teacher smirking at them. How are we to concentrate with our thoughts being projected out? Hermione cried in exasperation. Precisely, Wako retorted. How are you to focus with so many thoughts going on in your brains? The two teens were really confused at this point. They were asked to focus, and that is precisely what they were doing. The only thing they could say that was probably a mistake was that they naturally went to their mental exercises. They were sure that was not the intended goal of what they were asked to do. Their teacher confirmed their thoughts. Your thoughts more often than not distract you. You were so focused on one thing that you did not notice right away the growing noise in the chamber. But, what do we focus on? Harry was bewildered. There should not be any particular target for your focus. Seeing that what he was saying was even more confusing to the teens, Wako changed tack. If it helps you, focus on clearing your mind of all thoughts. That was not the right way to do, as even that would lead the teens to focus on a particular target, not to have any target for their thoughts. It was a good start though. The one drawback with shielding your thoughts was that they were as secure as the walls that were built to secure them. The obvious way to protect your thoughts was not to have any thoughts when someone was trying to probe your mind. Hermione literally slapped her forehead in realization. Our thoughts divert our awareness. The more complex your thought process, the less aware are you of your surroundings. Precisely. Wako could not hold back his praise. He was amazed that the two teens grasped the concept so easily. Those who were brought up with the awareness of wandless magic and what it takes to be proficient in magic without a wand, have trouble in understanding that focus does not necessarily mean concentration. The less your mind is occupied with thoughts, the easier is it for you to be aware of your surroundings. Wako continued his explanation. Heightened awareness of your surroundings is the first step for you to connect with the magic around you. Ultimately, you will learn to give yourself up to the magic around you. It is usually said that an idle brain is the devil's playground, but in this case, it was needed so that they could be aware of what was going on around them. Then the two teens would need to learn about heightening their senses to allow their magical core to resonate with the magic in nature. All said and done, it may not be possible for them to do this. Their magical cores may not be in tune with nature magic, but if Harry and Hermione could indeed connect with magic around them, then the world is their oyster. The high priest then went on to teach them meditation that was just for the sake of meditation. More often than not, people meditate with a certain goal in mind, whether it be for calming oneself down, relaxation, or even for improving one's concentration. That method was counterproductive for clearing one's mind. Wako began teaching them the way to meditate without a goal in sight. By now the two teens were convinced that the high priest was a master at sensing and connecting to the magic in nature. The way that he was able to identify the connection that existed between them, and the way that he singled them out from a mass of people, pointed to the fact that Wako was able to see their magical auras. After struggling for more than an hour without even hitting the road to starting it, the teacher and students broke for lunch. The two teens understood the concept, but excelling at occlumency and meditating with the goal to improving their concentration, was proving to be a major roadblock for them. They realized that they have to unlearn all that they knew in this concept. This is proving to be a very difficult proposition, Harry groused. The challenge was proving to be harder than they thought, and it only increased the determination of the two teens. Inside the cavern under the sun god's temple on Soto Island, the two teens and their teacher, the high priest Wako, fell into a routine of sorts. Waking up to greet the early morning sun was followed by regular exercise, and breakfast was followed by Harry and Hermione working hard at mastering their control on their own thoughts, or rather keeping them away. When they were exhausted or frustrated from those attempts, which was quite often at the start, Wako shared the history of the place and the impact of the interactions between the non-magical and magical communities. He regaled the two teens with many anecdotes about his experiences, which were considerable in his nearly 2 centuries of life. Harry and Hermione actually felt closer to the Peruvian magical community with the teachings of the high priest. They were by no means proficient in the art of wandless magic, which they started to learn in their second year at Hogwarts, but at least now it was getting better after understanding the main requirement for that, focus. To the high priest it was a surprise that physical exercise helped the two teens immensely in disciplining their minds. Magicals were never known to exert their bodies in physical activity, even to the extent of using magic to save their lives. He now understood why the two teens claimed magic to be a crutch. Physical exercise as a way to increase not only magical power but also mental acuity was certainly unheard of by witches and wizards. The high priest could not deny what was in front of him, though. He could see the difference within a few days. Harry and Hermione were getting better at wandless magic as the days went by. Wako saw their struggles when it came to connecting with magic around them, and did his best to help the two teens out. Unfortunately, the process of meditation was innate to each, and all the high priest could do was to give them pointers and urge them to keep patience. It was amazing how a mere difference in upbringing and beliefs in one's way of life could cause such major differences in a simple thing as focusing one's mind. The high priest could see that the only problem his two students had was of their own making. They could not keep their mind clear of any thoughts for an extended period of time. The record till date was about half an hour, and that was attained after nearly a month of struggle. Harry and Hermione did admit that they could never keep their thoughts away. If it was not studying something new, they were trying to think of ways to solve the problems that the everyday witch and wizard were facing. And of course their future together was always in their thoughts. Wako felt that it truly was sad that two teens had the expectation of an entire society on their shoulders, so much that they could not even take time away from working towards betterment of the society they live in. British Magic Society was indeed in a sorry state. From talking to the two teens, Wako knew that things were a lot better. Harry and Hermione now have a team of good people around them who work towards their common goals, and the two teens should be able to let them handle things as it was meant to be. Yes, things could go wrong, or they may not totally agree with the vision of the two teens, but as long as those left in charge had the right intention, there was no need to micromanage by the two teens. Harry and Hermione should learn to let go, and unless they are at the helm of affairs, it was not their duty to see that things are perfect. Wako was pulled from his thoughts and could see that the two teens were at the end of their patience. He was happy that this time they were able to keep their mind clear of all thoughts for about 3/4 of an hour. It was not the time for him to talk to his students about his thoughts. Harry and Hermione were at the end of the tether of their patience, and riling them up more would not do the job. They need to have a fresh mind to see things from his perspective. There was another thing that he wanted to talk to the two teens, especially Harry. Even though the high priest could see that the remnants of the foreign magic in Harry's scar was not an obvious threat, it was not helping him any. Getting their attention, Wako led the two teens on a walk around the cavern. The practice was a result of the two teens' restlessness arisen as a result of their continued failure in clearing their mind and focusing on the magic around them for longer periods of time. For them, the walk was always refreshing and calmed their anxiety, and Wako also found the walk around the cavern a pleasant change. It gave him the time to examine the structure closely, which he never did before. He was surprised to find that from certain angles even an innocuous blemish in the rock face was in fact a rune. The whole cavern was littered with such runes and was probably responsible for sustaining the magic of the place. Getting to the topic at hand, Wako addressed Harry. I hope you know that you still carry the taint of Tom Riddle's magic in you. Naturally, the two teens were shocked, but I forced the soul piece out of my body, Harry sputtered. Yes, Wako agreed. He now had an insight into what happened with the soul piece. They probably did not use a ritual for removing it. That would not have left any evidence of Tom Riddle's magic in Harry. He got the details of whatever went on with the Native American from Harry and Hermione. Using their spirit form to get rid of unwanted spirit, in this case the soul piece of Tom Riddle, was a stroke of genius. Unfortunately, Harry was still a youngster at that time, and so his magic was not developed to such an extent that he could actually change to his spirit form. The high priest explained the problem to the two teens. The soul piece resided in you for a very long time, Harry. At a time when your magical core was still not stabilized and was growing, it fed off your magic. Not only did Riddle's soul use your magic, it also in a way influenced your personality. That statement was met with a resounding cry of, "What?" from both the teens. Now, Wako hastily tried to placate them. This inquisitiveness and thirst for knowledge might very well have been your own personality. After all, you did say that both your parents were bright, brave, and powerful individuals. Hermione chewed on her lip in nervousness. We do know that Tom Riddle was a very curious child. He did have a ruthlessness though, Harry agreed. Wako breathed a sigh of relief. The two teens did not notice, but there was a sudden spike in the magical energy around them, and he was sure that it was not just their own magic reacting to their emotions, but Harry and Hermione were even able to influence the ambient magic. There was no control obviously, and that was what worried the high priest. He did not want a disaster if the two teens unleashed their magic on him in their anger. Thank Inti for small favors, Wako muttered. When the two teens turned to look at him, the high priest collected himself and resumed explaining his suspicion. It is very much possible that your own personality trait of being curious was reinforced by the soul piece, but it was not strong enough to totally influence you, force Riddle's mannerisms, his way of thinking on you. Your will was strong enough to shut it out. There was no way to actually say that Lord Voldemort's magic influenced Harry's own personality, and similarly, there was no way to say that it did not. Only the way that a witch or wizard would react to injustice would give an inclination if the person was evil or not, and it was more or less clear that Harry was indeed the dominant personality. Wako breathed in deeply before continuing. Due to the long association with your magic, even if the soul piece was forced out, Riddle's essence still lingered in you. If the extraction of the soul was done properly, everything that was from him would have been removed. You forced him out, and that could have left some effect on you. The high priest conjectured about how the influence might have been growing from the time Harry entered his puberty. It was fortuitous that the soul piece was removed before it could influence the mature core, and what remained was a lingering essence. If the soul piece was left after Harry's magical core started to stabilize, then it may have had a higher influence, and Harry could have been a very moody and rebellious individual prone to fits of anger. Then again, all of this might not have come to be. Wako continued. You grew to be a very strong-willed young man with very good control not only on your emotions but also on your magic. You grew up in a much better environment than Riddle, and you found your true love very early, someone who was your equal in all things except for raw magical power. Harry and Hermione were relieved hearing that. It was horrifying to imagine that Harry could have been a near copy of the most feared Dark Lord. Without any conscious thought, Hermione moved herself into Harry's lap and held him tight. The two teens drew comfort from the presence of the other and thanked their stars for the intervention of Tendo and the Native American medicine men. While Harry was reassuring his betrothed, Wako was contemplating the feat that Hermione achieved without any effort or thought on her part. She was able to apparate, albeit a very short distance, without the use of a wand and more importantly without the deliberation part of the process. Yes, the high priest was very satisfied. At long last the two teens were able to perform magic without conscious thought on their part. Now all that they need to was realize it, and he was willing to help them in that. So how do we remove his essence from inside me? Harry questioned their teacher. He was still holding Hermione in his lap and both of them were happy with that arrangement. Wako suppressed a snigger at that. He was going to have some fun with the two. There are many ways. The easiest is to merge your magic with another, bonding with your life partner. The high priest was waiting for the blushing teens to make an appearance, but he was surprised to find that they were very comfortable with the idea. He did not know that Sirius already sensitized the two teens to the idea, and a mere insinuation of marriage or what accompanies that would never faze them. Without any embarrassment or any hesitation, Harry answered, "That is not an option until the day we actually get married." Hermione supported her betrothed but was more pragmatic. "We will bond if there is no other option for us, Harry." The young man in question turned to his girlfriend with a hint of surprise written on his features, but that one glance was enough for him to understand the need. It was not just him, but Hermione also had a lot to lose if there were any lingering problems with the Lord Voldemort's magic inside Harry. He accepted her decision with a nod and tightened his arms around the witch sitting in his lap. The high priest wanted to pout. He wanted to have some fun with the teens, but they did not even flinch. He settled to be mature instead and so continued his explanation. "The only other way that does not involve putting your own soul at risk is to physically transform into your spiritual form. Animagus transformation. How does that help?" The two teens wondered but was naturally picked up due to the magic of the place they were in. "Your spirit may never be corrupted," Wako answered. Spirit or soul is usually used interchangeably, but as you know already, a soul may be corrupted. Your spirit form is the true manifestation of what you are in your base form or your innermost core, and that cannot be corrupted. So when you change to your animal form, the foreign magic in you is removed? Harry asked. Yes, the high priest was succinct in his reply. The two teens by now slowly untangled themselves. They began to walk around to bleed their frustration away. But we are trying that. We are following the method diligently, and our occlumency is also up to the mark, Harry nearly growled with his fist clenched. The high priest was also perplexed. He knew that two teens are quite thorough and meticulous. If they wanted to pursue something, then they do it with extreme concentration. He was also curious to know their forms, and so with their permission, Wako entered their memories of the day in the mountains of Colorado. Wako was astounded by what he saw. Being blessed by Inti to even see such forms led him to bow to the sun god in gratitude, before he managed to regain his composure. To Harry and Hermione, the scene was no less shocking. Apparently, the two forms were well known to the ancient Peruvians too. According to Wako, Harry's form was the embodiment of immortality, and unlike the phoenix which can be killed only to be reborn, Harry's animal form resists all kinds of killing. It can only die a natural death. Hermione's animal form, on the other hand, is known for its vitality. Together, both the magical animals are near invincible and, at least according to the ancient Incas, are prophesied only to appear during extreme need. To Harry and Hermione, that declaration was shocking indeed. They never considered the implications of their animagus forms before. On an intellectual level they knew that magical forms were nearly non-existent, and to have the two of them with magical forms that were extinct was a miracle no less. It was almost as if they were fated to be together, helping the other out when needed and to finally defeat the evil in their world. After that little drama regarding their forms, Wako spoke about the reason for Harry's failure to attain his animagus form. Your form is too powerful. For you to maintain the form will need a lot of magical power. Something that you may not have currently. The two teens were instantly reminded about their questions about magic and the validation of law of conservation of mass and energy. The point raised by the high priest may be the answer they were seeking, but now was not the time for that discourse. They were already having trouble in clearing their minds of all thoughts, and they did not need a theoretical problem that did not bear any consequence to their current predicament to make things difficult. The lack of magical power was an easy answer to accept, as Sirius did mention that not many witches or wizards can transform into an animal form even if they were to have one. Moreover, it was very rare to find a magical animal as their animagus form, and added to that the sheer size of Kuahea made it more demanding on the magical power. It was a thoughtful Harry who raised another pertinent point. 2 years ago Voldemort possessed one of our professors. The professor tried to drain my magical core. Instead, I was able to reflect the spell back and the professor's magical core was drained into me. I gained a substantial boost to my magical power. The high priest rubbed his chin in thought. There was no way for him to assess if Harry's current magical core was powerful enough to drive and, more importantly, sustain the transformation. It was one thing to trigger the transformation, but to hold the transformation to any length of time is even important, and that would need enough power too. The two teens understood what Wako was imparting to them and shuddered at the thought of being struck in a partial transformation. Then again, there was another aspect to the animagus transformation, which most people overlook. You have the knowledge necessary to achieve the transformation and also the will to carry out whatever is necessary to achieve the transformation, but still you did not get the one thing that is most essential. Wako dangled the bait. The two teens resisted for a few moments but huffed in exasperation at the old man's theatrics and took the bait. And what is it? Hermione voiced. The need to achieve the transformation, the high priest crowed in triumph. The two teens answered him with an eloquent, huh. Wako gave them a gentle smile. We have a saying here, there is a season for everything under the sun, and it applies to both of you. Especially you, Miss Granger. You have no impediment to achieve the transformation except that the time is not right. Magic is mostly intent after all, Harry rejoined in a soft whisper. For you, Mr. Potter, it may be more important to commune with nature magic. That may be the only way for you to achieve the physical transformation into a Snurkak, the high priest counseled. The two teens were taken aback. Snurkak. Hermione exclaimed. You mean Crumplehorn Snurkak? Wako looked at the wide-eyed teens, perplexed. No, just Snurkak. Why? Harry and Hermione looked at each other silently, communicating about it. By now they were able to block their thoughts easily enough, and Wako was able to pick them up only if they intended, and so he was not privy to their thoughts. Thankfully, the two teens mastered the art of nonverbal communication due to their close association over the years. Finally, they decided that there was no need to embarrass themselves by admitting that they considered Luna's explanations about what may really be exotic or even extinct magical creatures as nothing more than inane ramblings. Besides, it was nearly the time for their obligatory exercise regimen before dinner. Harry decided on a partial explanation. We learnt that it was called Kuahea by the Native American people. Later that night, sleeping in the cavern, cuddling each other, Harry broached the subject of his animal form. So, Snurkak, Hermione huffed. I am not going to give Luna any more ammunition to tease me. It was well known that while Harry usually indulged the small bee owned when she spoke about some strange animals with their equally strange names, Hermione was used to restraining herself from saying anything hurtful to the likable bee owned. While they knew that Luna had some strange powers to see future actions of some importance, Harry and Hermione never imagined that the animals she told them about were anything more than a figment of her imagination. Now though, they were not so sure. Still, they were not going to tell Luna about what they learnt about the Snurkak. They would hear no end of it. Harry simply continued to stroke her back in a soothing motion while Hermione calmed down and continued, we will have to dream up some nicknames for our forms just like your dad, Sirius, and Remus. Harry sighed. That's the best way, I suppose. Using the Native American names is not so easy, and the Peruvian name is a strict no-no. He sighed again. Sirius is not going to let us live. I always thought that it was very immature of them, but now I see that they might have had the right idea about keeping their animagus forms a secret. They also discussed about what they would have to do to finally connect the magic around them. It was still frustratingly difficult for them to feel the magic in the air. Wako was unable to help them more than he already did. It was Harry and Hermione who were having difficulty keeping their minds clear. It was almost as if they were to unlearn what they learnt so far. Maybe we should touch our spirit forms when trying to connect with the magic around us, Harry thought out loud. Hermione perked up. I guess that may be the way to go. Especially for you. Yes, they were willing to try calling up their animagus forms as they learnt during their stay at the medicine grounds of the Native Americans. Harry may actually have to use the magic in nature to achieve his transformation, and the need for that may actually give them a kick start in feeling the magic in the air. Minor break. After that, it took the teens only about a week to connect with the magic around them. The method they used to attain this was totally unprecedented, and that shocked Wako. He was taught that the mind had to be tranquil and completely clear of all thoughts or even emotive, and only then could their consciousness recognize the magic around them. Harry and Hermione used a totally different approach. They quickly realized that they could never clear their minds of all thoughts as they were always in motion. Whether it was through their thoughts or their actions, the two teens were never idle. It defined who they were, and it was their inherent nature. They could never go against their nature, and that was the reason why they were failing at keeping their thoughts away. A witch or wizard's spirit essence was the individual in his or her most basic personality. It's intangible but is also essential, and it was in this form, whether physically or metaphorically, that the witch or wizard was closest to nature. One might even say that he was communing with nature and its energy. Therefore, it made sense that Harry and Hermione were able to connect so easily with the magical energy around them. Their forms were magical too, which gave them heightened senses which transferred to the physical bodies of the two teens when they connected with their inner animal. To the high priest this was a revelation, and it showed him why the two, even though they were not even 15, could be considered as the most powerful magicals on Earth. When the two teens were able to sense the magic around them, Wako could feel the subtle shift in the magic around Harry and Hermione. Usually, it felt like a gentle breeze, but when the two teens connected with the magic in nature, they instinctively pulled it towards them. At that moment, the high priest felt as if he was in a vacuum, suffocating to him due to the lack of magic that he could connect to. Due to their naivety, Harry and Hermione tried to pull the magic towards them, and inevitably the connection would snap and the magic would rush away from them as a torrent. The aged wizard felt as if he was buffeted around in a stormy sea. Both the teens were powerful in their own right, and even though Harry was inherently powerful, they turned out to be equal in terms of sensing the magic around them and pulling it to them. Now, only if they could only limit their hunger to just a single thread of magical energy and not everything around them, and sustain the pull to use it for their benefit. Now, after another week of trying, Harry and Hermione were a lot better at controlling the force they put in to pull the magic towards them. They realized that the magical energy around them was as strong as a string of thread. They needed to guide it towards them gently rather than tugging at it, and they managed to sustain the connection with the magic around them for a few moments, enough for them to achieve the most rudimentary effects without actual spells or wand movements. At this juncture they had another transition to make. They had to consciously direct the magic around them to bring about the desired effect while still keeping their connection with the magic around them. Only then would it be possible for them to do magic for extended periods of time. It meant that accessing their spiritual form must become second nature to them. They would have to be in constant communication with both the magic around them and also with their spirit essence. Harry and Hermione felt that they got the basics down, and now it was only through constant practice that they would achieve their target. Maybe it would become easy for them once they successfully achieved their animagus transformation. Even the high priest did not know the answer for that. Meanwhile, the two teens were hard at work to maintain their spiritual state even when they were doing everyday things like eating and bathing. They were thankful to be locked away in a place distant from the everyday chaos and spent most of their time in harnessing their inner animal. It all started very differently though. 2 days after they decided to use their spirit essence to try and connect to the magic around them, Hermione noticed that Harry fell asleep during their meditation session and at midday too. Huffing at her betrothed, Hermione poked him to try and wake him up. To her surprise, Harry was quite resilient to her efforts. She was trying to renew her attempt, this time a little harder when their teacher stopped her. It is a good sign, let him be. How can sleeping in the middle of accessing our spirit forms be a good sign? Hermione questioned incredulously. You do remember that the physical manifestation of his spiritual form requires a lot of energy. He stopped when he saw the growing realization in the witch's eyes. Wako smiled at her before continuing. He is on the cusp of achieving the transformation but lacks the magical energy to do so, and that had drained away his core, and so his body is resting now. Hermione was suddenly worried. It's dangerous for him though. Wako shook his head and patted her shoulder in reassurance. Not to worry, his magical form is the closest approximation to immortality as possible. Harry's constant efforts to achieve the transformation will force his spirit form to draw the energy from nature. So he will be able to physically transform now. Hermione was excited. Unfortunately, no. The high priest interrupted her celebration, for that he has to consciously draw the magical energy into his magical core so that it can sustain the transformation. The advantage that Harry will get out of it is that once formed, the connection to the magic around him may well be near permanent. That was all the encouragement that Hermione needed, and she redoubled her efforts. It was now 3 months since Harry and Hermione entered the cavern underneath the Sun God's temple on Soto Island. With the companionship and teachings of their friend, mentor, and guide, the High Priest Wako, Harry and Hermione could say that they were reborn. The two teens were no longer ordinary witch and wizard, they had an extraordinary perception of their surroundings. This was aided by the fact that they could sense changes in the magic around them. They were not experts at it yet, but they were better than the average Chilean magic user and infinitely better than their British counterparts. Even in the country that they learned to sense magic around them, not every magical user was able to connect with magic around them. Magic users in Chile were different in that they were masters of using ritual forms of magic, and on the other hand, they were inferior to all other magicals in that they could not use magic to help their everyday chores. Not everyone had the discipline and the ability to sense magic around them and use it to perform wandless magic. Only a few who were trained in the Sun God's temple achieved the ability to use their own magical core to power spells without a wand, and only an extremely small numbers raised to the level of being able to power their spells from the magic in nature. Harry and Hermione really considered themselves blessed to be trained by one of the two currently alive. 3 months of pushing themselves later, the two teens were in a position where they need never use their magical core for anything more than sustaining themselves. With a mere thought, they could do everything that a powerful witch or wizard could do with a wand. From something simple as levitating a feather, Harry and Hermione could blast a building apart if they needed to, and without breaking a sweat. All it took them was to get in touch with their spirit essence, and pull a thread of magic from around them and visualize the effect they wanted. There was a catch to that too. They could not maintain a contact with their inner animal for a substantial length of time. Harry was able to manage it for a whole morning, while Hermione had to retreat after about 2 hours. They hoped that with time and practice, it would become second nature to them, or once they achieved the physical transformation. For casting magic through extended periods of time, the two teens still had to rely on their wands. Being in their spirit form or in contact with their spirit essence was a very strange experience, good strange, but still strange for Harry and Hermione. Hermione felt a little more energetic than normal, and she was hard put to stay in one place. She wanted to run around the entire cavern just to burn off that excess energy, but more importantly, she did not like the lack of the earthly smell that came with fresh air in a forest or a grassland. In addition to the heightened senses, she felt the magic around her thrumming with life and barely restrained power. It was very easy for her to unleash that energy with just a thought. Yes, whatever they did currently using that magical energy was simple things like those they learnt in the first year at Hogwarts, but the potential was there for them to unleash it if needed. Harry was in a way forced to draw the magic around him if he even wanted to remain in that state for longer periods of time. This was also the reason why he felt very lazy. It was almost as if he did not have the energy to even do simple things. He felt like turning around and going to sleep if he was using the magic around him. However, if he forced himself from his lethargy, Harry could feel the immense power at his command, not just from the magic in nature, but also from within him. He was way ahead of Hermione in channeling the free magic into his core, powering it up. He felt invulnerable in such a state. However, he was unable to transform physically even when he was powering his magical core up. So much so that he was resigned to the idea that he might never physically transform into his Kuahea, or Snarkak, form. The sad part for Hermione was that she was also unable to achieve her animagus transformation despite her burning desire to attain her Wishuk form. Maybe it was seeing Harry's pain at not being able to transform. Her mind subconsciously shut down her own transformation, or it was something else. Hermione did not know. She chalked it up to the possibility that it was still not the season under the sun for her to transform. They were now ready to go back to the surface, afraid about what was waiting for them. It was about 3 months and they could not expect Emma and Dan still waiting for them. They would probably have left back to England and now Harry and Hermione would have to think of ways to get back. But that was later. Right now they were in front of an array of Tom Riddle's Horcruxes. The family decided that the Diary of the Dark Lord was also to be consigned to the depths of hell whenever the team had a safe way of disposing the Horcruxes off. Not only were all the Death Eaters who were on the fringe and could be coerced to back into the general society, were already turned, the soul piece inside the diary looked like it was beginning to rebel. The diary stopped responding to whatever was written in it and the family could sense that the soul piece inside the diary was looking at ways to release itself and maybe search for ways to gain a body. All it needed was a small change in the rune sequence, and though the diary was inert, if anyone could find a way to release itself from the binding, it would be the creator of the diary. Harry did not want that to happen, and so it was time to get rid of the soul piece. To the two teens it somehow felt apt that the first steps to destroy evil were being taken in the sun god's abode. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Wako asked for the umpteenth time. Destroying the diary was a simple thing. It was just a matter of etching the required runes to shut off the connection between the magic in the air that was keeping the soul piece alive, and the rune sequence assimilating the magic, and Harry did that. The result was, at least to Harry, a little disappointing. There was no fireworks display or spectacular blasts or anything like that. A single pulse of magic emanated from the diary and then it remained inert. The only sign that led them to believe that the soul piece was actually dead was the lack of evilness around it. That, and also the fact that the diary, which was resistant to magic capable of destroying it, took damage now with the soul piece gone. A simple incendio from Hermione's wand reduced it to ash. The two teens had two other abominations with them, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw and the locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin and now housed pieces of the Dark Lord Voldemort. As the case with the diary, the two items were resistant to magic and moreover, the priceless relics were of historical importance and the two teens did not have the heart to physically destroy them. The answer, again, was to cut off the connection with the ambient magic. With their teacher watching them, the two teens concentrated and with minimal effort, latched onto the thread of magic that was being fed into the Horcrux. The soul piece needed this magic to sustain itself, and denying it the means was an easy thing to do for Harry and Hermione. With two simultaneous tugs, Harry took care of the locket while Hermione did the same with the diadem. The three magicals waited a few minutes and when nothing else happened, let out a sigh of relief. It was easy for them to feel the change in the magic around the Horcruxes. While earlier, there was a steady stream, albeit a very small one, of magic into the items, now there was none. They were truly inert. Disregarding the two teens' protests, Wako lifted the two items with his bare hands. Hermione could recall with vivid clarity the effect the Horcrux had on her. She was thankful that there was no such feeling now. 4 of Voldemort's soul pieces have indeed been destroyed. Hopefully, there were only 2 more Horcruxes to be taken care of. They did not have a clue as to their identity or to their location, but still the two teens were upbeat. It was a significant step towards destroying the evil known as Lord Voldemort. The High Priest was impressed. It was the first time that he was able to teach anyone to connect with the magic in nature and use it to power their intent to do magic. Never in his long life did he believe that he could find someone worthy of learning the skill, and to find that not 1 but 2 teenagers achieve it, Wako felt blessed. So much in fact that he broke another cardinal rule. He wanted to reward them with a treasure so great that even many of the priests in the temple did not know about it. With a gruff, "Follow me," the high priest disappeared from before the surprised teens. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, unable to understand the reason. They felt that it was some sort of a test for them and were determined to do well in it as was their wont. They identified the displaced magic and latching onto it, followed their teacher. The two teens were surprised to find themselves in a very narrow tube of rock. It was similar to a mine shaft, and it was confirmed by an astonishing sight before them. Wherever they turned to, The eye caught the glint of gold, and it was an enormous reserve of gold. This is the reason why we were always at war. Wako gestured toward the rich vein. The two teens were awed at the enormous treasure. The point was really driven home after seeing the ore before them. Where are we? Hermione asked timidly. Wako sighed. He knew that the two teens were trustworthy, but he already crossed a line by bringing them to this place. An uninhabited island in Lago Titicaca, he admitted. Wow! Harry exclaimed. No wonder you are so secretive. The high priest chuckled, reflecting on the fact that he did not pick any malicious intent from the two teens even when faced with such riches. This area is not only a gold mine, but it also has a magic that can grant you something that you need the most. Should we ask for something? Harry thought out loud. He was not sure what he desperately needed. Knowledge was something that was always welcome, but he did not believe that a gold mine would give him that, however magical it might be. Frankly, the only thing he could think of was a ring for his wife-to-be. Place your hands on the wall and clear your minds of all thoughts, Wako instructed. The two teens watched in awe as two blobs of gold arose from the vein in front of them. It was almost as if it was bubbling through their fingers. Harry's was a lot bigger than Hermione's. The gold began to morph, and in front of Hermione was a chakana, also known as the Tree of Life. The beautiful craftsmanship aside, the piece pulsed with energy, almost a life of its own. The upper part of the chakana was made of pure white gold in contrast to the lower half, which was normal gold. The high priest plucked another piece of gold and molded it into a beautiful chain. He allowed the chain to thread the chakana, and foregoing a clasp, the two ends melded into each other, making it one continuous chain. Wako placed the chain around Hermione's neck, blessing her in ancient Inca rites. An amazing gift from magic. Keep it near you always, he advised. The piece of gold before Harry was still morphing, and only after Hermione's did, it began to take definite shape. In front of him was a long and hollow scabbard. Harry exclaimed in surprise. The finished scabbard hung in the air in front of him, and Harry reached out automatically, still confused. Before anyone could offer any comments, the sword of Gryffindor materialized and slid gracefully into the scabbard. But I am not a warrior mage, Harry stuttered out in shock and a little awe. Wako shrugged his shoulder. Nevertheless, it's your legacy. Keep it on you always. He conjured a simple but sturdy leather belt and gave it to the young wizard. Harry decided to wear the sword on his back, and the strap adjusted accordingly. With his job done, Wako disappeared again, and the two teens followed him. They arrived with nary a sound in front of a surprised Dan and Emma Granger, who were looking for any signs of their daughter and her boyfriend. They spent a restless night in a hotel in Puno and spent the morning in sightseeing with nervous energy. Dan and Emma arrived at the temple on Soto Island in time for lunch as part of the Remembrance Feast. An equally surprised but excited Hermione ran into her mother's arms. "Mum, Dad!" she exclaimed. "You are still here." Dan took his turn at hugging his daughter and chuckled at Hermione's surprise. "It's only the next day, Hermione. You were away for less than a day." Emma also laughed at her daughter's antics. She was acting as if they were away for more than that. Hermione was so surprised that she could not say anything, and it was left to Harry to state the reason for their shock. "But we took 3 months to master the skill." 3 months. Now it was the elder Granger's turn to be shocked. "How is that possible?" Emma sputtered. Harry and the Grangers turned to a smiling Wako. "I did promise to return you the next day." He had a smug smile on his weathered face. The two teens bowed to their teacher in gratitude, and the elder Grangers followed their lead. The high priest waved them off with a blessing and watched as the 4 foreigners were warmly welcomed to the feast by the priests. There was a sea change in their attitude towards the two teens and their guardians. Though they were not totally accepted into their fold, the other priests knew that the two teens were blessed by the sun god, and that meant that they were nearly a part of their society. Wako watched Harry and Hermione with a contented smile. It was an eye-opening experience for him too. To think that the fate of the entire world rested on the shoulders of the young man. Wako mused that when the time came for him to meet Inti, he could hold his head high and tell him that he did his part in saving the world. While Harry and Hermione were enjoying their stay at Buenos Aires, something much more sinister was happening closer to home, at Little Hangleton. A grotesquely misshapen infant was conversing with a man, and if that was not strange enough, the topic of conversation would have been if anyone was privy to it. And I need someone to take care of me every day, said the rasping voice that had a very high tenor that was too distinct from the usual voice of an infant. The wraith of Lord Voldemort was finally bound to an infant in order for him to get a modicum of a body, and in his homunculus form, the Dark Lord also got the control on his magic back. When he was pushed out of Quirrell's body more than 2 years ago, Voldemort had to rely on drifting around rather than move in a particular direction with a purpose. The small bit of magic that he was able to steal from Harry Potter during his escape gave him enough power to get out of the wards surrounding Hogwarts. The borrowed magic, without a magical core, could only stay for a very short time, and that meant he was nothing more than a muggle, and Lord Voldemort hated that. The current form he was in had a rudimentary magical core as part of the ritual that was used to bind him to an infant who was forcibly taken away from the now dead mother. It was nowhere near the power he had as Lord Voldemort, but it was enough for him to cast a few spells before he had to recharge his core. That was the reason he had to depend on his servants to take care of him, even though he loathed the idea of appearing weak to them. The man who was in front of the chair in which the homunculus form of the Dark Lord was resting was probably in his late 30s. However, the gauntness of his face, due to years of being hidden and controlled, made him look much older, and if you look closer, the deranged look on his face made him unapproachable to any sane person. Now he had a sickeningly adoring look on him, while answering the Lord Voldemort, "I am here to serve you, my lord." The childlike figure looked at his devoted servant. Something which he could say confidently about the man in front of him was his absolute devotion. "I am glad for that, Bartemius." He was interrupted by Barty Crouch Jr. babbling his thanks and the great recognition that his master has given him. Lord Voldemort continued, while the others lorded it up when they got the chance, "You came looking for me. Not only that, you brought that ministry woman with you. You do not know how helpful she was." Barty soaked up the praise like a drowning man given a new lease of life, and to the escaped convict and Death Eater, it was true. He was, in essence, the most trusted of men in his master's camp. He hoped that this will elevate him even above Bellatrix Lestrange in the pecking order. While the woman was languishing in Azkaban, he was proving useful to their lord, and talking of being useful, his lord was detailing the plan to take over the wizarding world. "As you see, you will be much more useful to me in this way," Lord Voldemort explained to an ecstatic Barty. "I think Lucius should learn some humility and repent for his failures." The grotesque chuckle still sent a chill down the deranged man's spine. "Maybe Lucius can grease our way in the Wizengamot," the Dark Lord mused. Yes, Crabbe or Goyle would do well for me." Lord Voldemort then ordered his servant to pass his commands to Lucius Malfoy before he himself would go on his mission. However, that was still a few days away, as Barty was not allowed to leave his presence until someone was there to replace him. The Dark Lord did not want to be helpless, and he had to be fed regularly to keep himself alive. The tete-a-tete between the two was rudely interrupted by the sound of a body hitting the ground just outside the closed door. The Dark Lord commanded his servant to check what was happening. He had a feeling as to the cause of the sound, but he was not ready to accept the humiliation. He should have been more aware of the connection between the snake and himself, but he was so focused on the planning for revenge that the damned snake was able to hide his activities from him. Lord Voldemort was seething. The snake was turning out to be smarter than himself, and even thought the snake was a part of him. He did not like the idea that he was able to outwit the great Lord Voldemort. True to what he thought, Lord Voldemort could see the enormous snake already swallowing the dead caretaker of the Riddle Manor. "Why can't you leave the killing to me?" the homunculus body of Lord Voldemort hissed at the snake in Parseltongue. The snake chuckled at the petulant whine in the Dark Lord's voice and decided to gloat. "You cannot even move, and yet you want to reign on the world." The Dark Lord was incensed. However, it was not very frightening on the face of a toddler. Moreover, his magic was already weakening due to the talk with his servant, and it was quite a while since he had his potion made of snake venom from the same snake that was taunting him. "I am the main soul, you are just a piece of me," he hissed back. "You have to obey me." Even Barty could hear the venom in his voice now, and was wondering why the Dark Lord was angry with his pet. He did not know that it was not a pet, and if he was able to understand the exchange between the two Parselmouths, he would have been terrified at the prospect of angering the serpent. The snake was enjoying it now. "You may be the main piece, but I am the better piece." He had his fun, but he could feel the seriousness of the situation. the magical core of the homunculus was fading fast, and if it was not allowed to recharge, their very own existence could be threatened. You are lucky that my own survival is tied to yours, the large snake conceded. Having won the verbal joust, the snake calmed down and allowed the only human in the room to milk his venom glands for the venom which was the main ingredient in the potion that was keeping Lord Voldemort surviving. Harry's birthday party was long gone, and it was the time for the two teens to go to the Quidditch World Cup. The magical adults in their lives were all called in to manage the arrangements for accommodating more than 500,000 magicals in one place. Of them, more than 1,000 were of high profile. Not only was the security going to be tight, but there would be a lot of personal security guards, and that was causing a lot of headache to Amelia. She was determined to get every private guards registered, but was meeting with a lot of resistance. In a way, it was evident that some of the guards would be undercover and they would not like themselves to be revealed. The head of DMLE was adamant, though. She was not taking any chance that the foreign wizards would not cause trouble themselves, especially the Bulgarian and the Irish contingent whose players were going to battle it out in the arena. After much haggling, a compromise was reached. Anyone who was not a registered or hit wizard, or unspeakable, was to take an oath that they would not cause any harm to the citizens of Britain during their stay in the country. Though there was no way to identify if they were security guards or undercover agents, Amelia was satisfied that they would not cause any trouble. The registered members of any DMLE already were oath-bound to protect and serve the general population, and even if they were from another country, they could never cause any harm. Now the only thing that Amelia could do was to hope that the celebrations that were sure to follow would not turn from being boisterous into disruptive. Amelia was unanimously voted by everyone in her department for a desk job during the World Cup, despite her protests. Not only was she still East feeding Canopus, the World Cup was a potential flashpoint where tempers were definitely going to be high and the atmosphere turning ugly in a matter of seconds. Though Amelia was very capable in her own right, she was also potentially the next Minister of Magic, and in times of crisis the head of DMLE was the one in charge of governing the ministry. Like in the non-magical world, the two top officials of the ministry were not allowed to be at the same place at the same time. Cornelius Fudge was not going to let the opportunity for some limelight that easily. He was already aware of the writing on the wall, and his continued tenure at the top post was hanging by a thread. That made him desperate for attention and maybe even a small amount of publicity in the hopes of salvaging his position. Not that it was going to happen. With all the adults busy, Harry and Hermione were left to fend for themselves regarding their own trip to see the finals of the Quidditch World Cup. They were to meet Sirius at the stadium and in the box that he reserved for them. Though they were both capable, Dan and Emma were a little afraid to let Harry and Hermione go by themselves. Thankfully, their dilemma was solved when an invitation from Ginny made their way. The entire Weasley family was also to go to the World Cup, and so Ginny invited Harry and Hermione to spend a couple of days at her home, and then everyone was to go to the site where the World Cup was to take place, via Portkey. Minor break. Even before Harry and Hermione arrived at the Burrow, Molly Weasley was ready to make their guests feel at home. She was well known for her hospitality, and this time it was a very special case. Harry Potter was going to stay in her home, and she was going to pull out all stops to impress him. The first step was to welcome him as if he was a part of the family. As soon as Harry and Hermione stepped into the house, the matriarch engulfed the raven-haired wizard in a vice-like grip. "Welcome to the Burrow, my boy," the woman boomed. In the enclosed space that was the living room of the house, it felt as if she was determined to leave them deaf. If that was not enough, Harry felt as if he was being strangled rather than hugged. Whenever Emma hugged him, Harry felt the warmth of a mother's love in it rather than the desire to do his utmost to escape from the death grip he was in now. That did not mean that Emma was a pushover. Oh no, her hugs rivaled that of Mrs. Weasley's in their strength, but somehow, there always was a distinct lack of discomfort in them. Maybe it was simply due to the fact that he did not know Mrs. Weasley while she was acting as if he was her son or something. Emma, on the other hand, not only knew him but was also going to be his mother-in-law. After satisfying herself that Harry was properly welcomed, from Harry's perspective it would be strangled to near death, Mrs. Weasley relinquished her hold and turned to her other guest. With a simple pat on Hermione's shoulder, and a "Welcome, Hermione," the matriarch moved away to let them settle into their assigned rooms. Harry was to share with Ron and Hermione was to share with Ginny. Harry felt offended on Hermione's behalf. The girl in question herself was undecided. She observed the differences in the greetings but chalked it to the possibility that everyone knew Harry Potter and wanted to be closer to him while Hermione Granger was unknown. Hermione wanted to give the benefit of doubt to the matronly woman and that the interactions with her would get more comfortable once she got settled into the daily routine of the burrow and the woman got to know her. However, that turned out to be wishful thinking on Hermione's part as time went by. The 2 days at the burrow were spent in trying to get away from the affections of the woman. To an outside observer, Mrs. Weasley would be a woman who wanted to do the best to their guests and so a certain degree of hovering was acceptable. But when the guests were merely friends of her teenage daughter and not some royalty, then her attentions were bordering on the officious. Her mother's blatant attempts to put Harry and her together gave Ginny the excuse to take her 2 guests to the outside as frequently and as long as possible. The countryside was not anything spectacular, but it was large and open. The presence of an orchard and a pool with delightfully cool water meant that the 3 teens, with the occasional addition of Ron and the twins, were almost always outside the house. It was a pity that Luna was out of the country, otherwise her addition would have delighted Harry and Hermione further. If Molly Weasley's attempts were restricted to get Harry for her daughter, Harry would have laughed it away or maybe taken it as a challenge to invent new ways to escape her. However, the matriarch was a die-hard follower of Dumbledore and so a dose of daily lectures were also included in her ministrations. The main topic hovered around how he was still a child and did not know any better and that he should leave things like administration of the school to the headmaster. It was no good to go against the old man's decisions as he was a great wizard and so knows what's best. Harry should not antagonize him. Harry and Hermione were unsure if the headmaster put her up to this in an attempt to preempt any changes to the status quo regarding the Death Eaters or the curriculum at the school, as the two were hinting. The other option was that Molly Weasley saw the writing on the wall and was indignant on his behalf. Harry and Hermione would readily agree that Dumbledore was a great wizard and that it was his presence that may have kept the peace so long. However, his tendency to forgive even the most dangerous of criminals was certainly not helping. Most of those in power now were so set in their beliefs and the end result was that the British wizarding world was suffering. Harry and Hermione knew that change had to come at Hogwarts and they were prepared to bring that in. More than once did Harry entertain the thoughts of pulling rank and remind the woman that he was an adult in the eyes of law and the head of a family of which Hermione was an integral part. In his heart, she was the matriarch of House Potter. Only a ceremony and the physical consummation of their relationship was all that was needed to make it official. The excessive interference by Mrs. Weasley was grating on Harry's nerves, but he kept his temper in check. Now that he knew the cause for the occasional mood swings that made him irritable and grouchy, Harry was able to keep a firm grip on himself. The stint at Peru also helped him to keep a track of the foreign magic in him. Though he was unable to get rid of it, Harry was able to analyze the events that caused the foreign magic to gain strength and influence him. So far, with Hermione's help, he was successful in reining his wayward temper, which also meant that the overall negative influence of the foreign magic in him was minimal. Overall, Harry and Hermione made an effort to be pleasant guests even though their host was bordering on unpleasant. It was only for Ginny's sake they did that, but suffice to say that the 2 teens decided that this was their last trip to the burrow for the near future. After another humiliating encounter, where her mother tried to grab Harry in a rib-crushing hug and him darting underneath her outstretched hands, Ginny tried to apologize. "I am very sorry, guys. I know that my mum hoped that I could get together with Harry, but she should not have tried to actually force it." Ginny was leading the other 2 towards the pool on the burrow's property on a balmy day, but she was mortified. She did have a crush on Harry, but meeting him and seeing his heart firmly with Hermione meant that her crush died a long time ago. "Did you not tell her about Michael?" Harry wanted to know. The redhead could not stop the mortification showing on her face. She would have blown a gasket if she knew about him. In her eyes, I am still a little girl and hearing that I was dating someone would not have gone well. Now that she thought about it, Ginny realized that it was unfair of her. Even if she kept silent about her boyfriend, she should have made it clear to her mum that she was not interested in Harry romantically. He was a great friend, but even if his heart was not engaged, he was far too bookish for her. He did not know much about Quidditch, for Merlin's sake and for the Weasleys that was close to blasphemy. Maybe she could have tried to get him interested in her and change herself enough so that Harry's interests would be captivating to her too, but that would have been a long-term project. All that was moot now anyway, as Hermione was not only his girlfriend, she was officially his betrothed and unofficially his wife. Ginny could never compete with that. Ginny sighed again and murmured, "No, she would not have taken that well and may even try to stop me from seeing him." "And you are not too young to snag me?" Harry asked incredulously. Hermione giggled at his gobsmacked expression. "You are Harry Potter. All the rules go up in smoke when it comes to you." Grumbling at the injustice of the world and at the two laughing girls, Harry stripped off his shirt and dived into the cool water. Tomorrow they were leaving the burrow and it could not come too soon in his opinion. Minor break. The crowd that gathered in the magically hidden Quidditch stadium was overwhelming to Harry and Hermione, who never ventured to any sporting event or other recreational activities that allowed people to gather in large numbers. Their form of exercise was limited to running laps or swimming in not sports even in the non-magical world. They, however, were far too excited to mind the boisterous chanting and cheering going on. People everywhere were decked in clothes supporting either of the teams or were carrying various paraphernalia representing the two competing teams. Harry shuddered at the thought of fanatic fans inciting riots when the team they were supporting did not win, just like the soccer hooligans that they saw occasionally on TV. Thankfully, the division of the fans was not absolute, as there was no home team due to the final being held on a neutral venue. Also, the presence of a large number of security guards made people behave, and there were quite a few in the audience that just wanted to watch the match or were there for the experience of it, like Harry and Hermione. The two teens were ready to get immersed in a wide variety of cultures and languages from around the wizarding world. This was what they came to experience, and that the experience was beyond what they expected gave them immense joy. They were also met by Fleur Delacour, their Vila friend and the daughter of the French foreign minister. The addition of another intelligent witch to their small group, which included the eldest, Bill, and the youngest, Ginny Weasley, made mixing with the foreigners very interesting. Even though talks about culture or the way that they use magic took a back seat, just watching the foreign witches and wizards, and hearing the strange words that were being used to power magic itself was very enlightening to Harry and Hermione. Bill and Ginny were only interested in talking about their country's famous teams, while Fleur just enjoyed being in the presence of two of her very good friends. Finally, it was time for the match, and Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys went to their box, which was rented by Sirius, who met them there. The box was one of the most luxurious and so was very pricey, but it was in line with the others, hosting the dignitaries from the ministries of other countries. Fleur had to go to the French delegation's box so that she could stay with her family. After the introductory speeches and the formal exchange of team lists by the ministry officials of Ireland and Bulgaria, everything was set for the game to start. The rambunctious crowd enthralled Harry and Hermione, who were just used to the school competition, where the students supported a team, but never in the scale of what they were witnessing in the final of the Quidditch match. Harry was unable to concentrate on one thing, and his eyes were constantly roaming all around the stadium, drinking in the sights, and for someone who never wanted to be there in the first place, it was surprisingly very interesting. Harry was so involved in crowd watching that he missed the entrance of the Bulgarian team mascots, a gaggle of enchantingly beautiful women swaying the crowd and leaving most of the men to act like bumbling idiots. It was only when Ron and the twins tried to jump from their box and lie prostrate before the gorgeous women that Harry snapped back to his surroundings, and only then did he realize that the women were actually Vila. The two teens already met a good number of Vila during their trip to France during their first year, and because of that Harry had a good enough resistance to their allure. Apart from that, there was another reason for resistance, and that was being in love. Hermione knew that Harry was in love with her, but at the same time, there was always a fear that he would find someone much more beautiful than her. Even their betrothal did not fully suppress her irrational fear. This was in a way an assurance that was unexpected but readily welcome. On the other hand, Harry knew that his betrothed was a little conscious of her slightly larger front teeth and untamable hair, and always did his best to reassure her. He really hoped that this incident would put a stop to her ridiculous notion that she was not beautiful. Almost as if she sensed his thoughts, Hermione leaned her head on his shoulder while squeezing his hand in gratitude. "I am really sorry that I doubted you, my love." Harry simply kissed her forehead and tightened his hug. "You are my best friend and in my eyes the most beautiful woman." Hermione blushed beautifully at that compliment and ducked her head but could not help smile radiantly, and at that moment she really felt beautiful. The game was a seesaw of brilliant battles, and it finally ended in a come-from-behind victory for the Bulgarian team thanks to their star seeker. Harry and Hermione were caught up in the excitement and along with the Weasleys cried themselves hoarse, thoroughly enjoying the game. Though it was not really what they would have elected for an evening of entertainment, the duo was willing to say that it was a success, and as long as they were not drawn into analyzing every move, Harry and Hermione were able to enjoy a day out. Exiting the stands after the match, the two teams tried to block out the dissection of the match while valiantly trying not to be crushed in the rush. Ignoring the others, they were immersed in a world of their own and began a discussion regarding the cultures of foreign wizards that they briefly met or spied upon during their walk around the camping ground. They were to stay with the Weasleys the night before they could travel by portkey to the Burrow and then onwards to Oxford after lunch. By that time all the foreign witches and wizards would have left for their homes and Sirius and the others will be off duty, so to speak. The attendees were slowly moving towards the campsite, but it was noticeably less crowded than at the start of the match. A few of those who were lucky to get their portkeys timed to leave at the end of the match, and almost all of the dignitaries already left the site. Apparently only the ministry delegations from Ireland and Bulgaria were still around to take part in the post-match formalities. By the time the group were nearing the area where tents were pitched for all those who were to stay the night, it was very late. The walk, which should have taken about half an hour, turned out to be more than an hour, with people clamoring to meet the boy who lived, and his betrothed. The legend of Harry Potter only grew with their exploits in academics. Only Nicholas Flamel made such an impact with new discoveries before Harry and Hermione came onto the scene. Harry looked away in frustration from talking to an older man who was there trying to tell him how good an ally he could be. Harry was sure that the man was full of himself, not up to the mark of Lockhart, but this man was trying to beat their former professor. Thankfully, he did not have a daughter of marriageable age, otherwise he was sure that Hermione would have blasted him away. Then again, it would probably have saved them from the headache that was threatening to form. The two teens could see that the Weasley family was quite a way in front of them and almost reached the tent they were to spend the night in. Harry and Hermione were growing tired of trying to maintain a polite facade and were ready to snap at the man. Suddenly the air was filled with screams of terror and flashes of light. Harry and Hermione's companion looked at the sky and paled suddenly before apparating out of their post-haste. The two teens were confused, but as soon as they also looked at the sky, their confusion cleared. The dark mark was cast over the site of the Quidditch World Cup. Pandemonium reigned, with people scrambling to get to the safety of the woods that lined the site, with the tents being immolated. That was the only place where people could safely stay out of sight. Adults who were able to apparate and could take children with them were doing so. The two teens were supremely thankful that the wards around the grounds only prevented people from apparating in but not out. The original plan was to inhibit all such movements, but Harry and Hermione were able to talk Amelia out of it, and now it was proving to be a very good idea. A lot of people were able to escape, and those with small children were immediately directed by the remaining security guards to safety. Harry hoped that the causalities were minimum. Out in the distance, the twins dragging Ron and Ginny to safety while Mr. Weasley along with Bill, Charlie, and Percy were sprinting towards the place where they could see a group of about 10 Death Eaters causing the most damage. Harry and Hermione could also apparate out of danger, but they opted to stay behind and see if they could help out. Even before they reached the protection of the trees, the two were unceremoniously shoved aside by the frantic crowd. Harry sensed Hermione falling and quickly grabbed her by the waist and turned his body around to crash onto the forest floor on his back, but managed to cushion her fall. Quickly assessing the situation, he immediately pushed Hermione down to the ground and shielded her from being trampled with his own body. They wondered what made the crowd run away from the spot they were running to, when they saw two masked Death Eaters at the exact spot they were aiming for. Taking advantage of the thinning crowd, Harry jumped up and pulled Hermione to him. "Are you all right, Hermione? Are you injured?" Harry asked her, desperately raking his eyes on his disheveled best friend. Hermione grabbed him in a desperate hug, assuring herself as well as him of their mutual safety. Knowing that Hermione was not injured, Harry began looking for Ron and the others who got separated from the two of them. He wanted to go in search of them, but that would mean that they have to cross the group of Death Eaters that were in between them and the likely hiding spot of the Weasley siblings. Hermione desperately clutched at Harry, which also prevented him from rushing out from behind the tree that they took refuge. Their relative safety was however shattered as Harry and Hermione spied the two masked Death Eaters began walking towards them, probably spying them behind the tree. Overcoming her initial hesitancy and fear, Hermione turned towards Harry and they locked eyes and conversing about their response to the threat without the need for words. The two teens were relatively well trained in combat magics, and if they really wanted to, they could overwhelm their opponents using the magic around them. On the other hand, they really did not know the potential of the two Death Eaters they would be facing in a very short time. They never experienced danger before, but now they had no other option but to confront it. What they expected was that the Death Eaters would start raining curses as soon as the two teens were spotted. Instead, they were closing the distance. What for? Harry and Hermione did not know. Harry suspected that the Death Eaters did not really know their identity and so were probably aiming to torture them rather than killing them outright, and that gave them valuable time. Harry and Hermione were practiced enough to cast without their wands, and their training in alternate magic in Peru gave them the distinct advantage of not using any conventional spells. They still wanted to use their wands, not just for evidence if demanded by the Ministry, but also to keep their skills hidden. With a determined nod, Harry and Hermione darted their hands from behind the tree and took down the two Death Eaters. Harry, with a stupefy, incarcerus, brought down the bulky one on the left, while Hermione, with a petrificus totalis, incarcerus, incapacitated the one on the right. Their training with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Snape bore fruit as their aim was true. It was a very different situation than facing a couple of teachers who were not out to seriously harm you, but the two teens kept their cool and prevailed. Before they could do anything else, multiple pops sounded around them, signaling the arrival of Aurors and Ministry officials. The arriving Aurors had their wands out and could see one of the Death Eaters struggling to get free of his bonds. One of the Aurors simply put him out of his struggles by firing a stunning spell. Still clutching their wands and coming down from their adrenaline high, Harry and Hermione faced the group of officials coming towards them. The one in lead was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and was accompanied by members of Bulgarian Ministry who were introduced to Harry before the start of the game. Harry and Hermione's gaze also turned towards the owned aristocrat Lucius Malfoy, who was beside the minister, and they could not stop the scowl that erupted on their faces, which was returned by a sneer from the pompous man. This exchange did not go unobserved by all the members of the ministerial group, who were surprised by the hate reflected on the faces of the two Hogwarts students. The reactions among the group were varied. The minister gave a nervous chuckle while the Bulgarian contingent looked nonplussed. Most of the Aurors, meanwhile, had a calculated look on their face when they looked at Lucius Malfoy. Giving a strained laugh, the minister addressed Harry. "Ah, my boy. What a wonderful accomplishment. I am glad that you were able to stop the terrorists. Let's see who you caught." Fudge really looked like a fool, laughing away in the midst of all the serious faces around him. The incredulous looks finally got to the minister, who looked embarrassed but blustered out of the predicament. "Or Shacklebolt, do your duty, unmask them," he cried. Two of the Aurors flipped the masks of the two down Death Eaters off to reveal Mr. Gregory Goyle Sr. Shacklebolt announced, while the Auror with his badge identifying him as Auror Proudfoot announced Mr. Vincent Crabbe Sr. Hearing the two names called out, all the color drained off the minister's face. But that is not possible. It cannot be. They are upstanding citizens of the society. There must be a mistake. Harry and Hermione smirked at the flustered minister. Amelia was desperately trying to get the minister to agree to a thorough investigation of those who got off with not even a slap on their wrist after the last war. Now, with the proof before him, Fudge was put in a bind and had to respond. The genuine shock on the minister's face, however, was a surprise to the two teens. They thought that Fudge was involved in some way or the other, but now it seemed as if the Minister of Magic was nothing but an idiot if he was being manipulated so easily by Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, meanwhile, was barely able to conceal a look of absolute loathing directed at Harry and Hermione. The two teens were pushed to the background, for which they were thankful. Not that they feared the man, but their family would not take it lightly if Harry and Hermione got into trouble any more than they already did. Malfoy knew that he was in very big trouble. It was a well-publicized fact that the houses of Crabbe and Goyle were aligned with House Malfoy. It was not a trivial matter but something which was enforced by magic. Even if House Malfoy was not involved in the attack, their alliance meant that Lucius Malfoy was still culpable. He knew that he was trapped and in a way it was his fault too. His master called for Crabbe and Goyle to his side. The two knew that their existence for the next few months would be in servitude and so they wanted some fun. Malfoy agreed. It would also put fear of the Dark Lord in the general masses and so called the inner circle for some mayhem during the Quidditch World Cup. Everything was going according to plan too. Barty Crouch Jr. was successful in conjuring the Dark Mark to start the mass panic. The Death Eaters were just starting to play with the Muggles when everything went down south. The security guards recruited by the DMLE were very prompt in responding to the threat and his fellow inner circle had to abandon their fun as soon as it began. But it was the brat Potter and his mudblood that brought the trouble to his doorstep. The Aurors flanking Fudge and the Bulgarian delegation were already eyeing him. Maybe he could also join his master. Malfoy was not a big fan of going to jail and with the decision made, he moved towards his own wand. Faster than the others could react, the head of House Malfoy whipped his wand out. The Bulgarian delegation had the bright red stone from Harmony and Magics prominently displayed on their shoulders, which meant that the shield always would save them from most of the curses except for the unforgivables. Malfoy knew that the killing curse would take time to cast, but there were more ways to make an impact. Pressing the wand into Fudge's neck, which also meant that the Aurors could not risk retaliating, Lucius Malfoy fired a point-blank cutting curse. The shocking action gave him the required time to scream out in defiance, "The Dark Lord will return," which was also the activation phrase for the portkeys on Crabbe, Goyle, and himself. Within a few minutes after the end of the Quidditch World Cup, the Death Eaters left behind burning tents, freaked out civilians, a couple of injured non-magicals, but most importantly a dead British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office nursing a glass of fine wine from the French Alps. The few days that passed were nothing short of a shock to the aged wizard. With the new school year to start soon and the Triwizard Tournament to be hosted, he would not be able to spend more time on the political front, which was changing too fast for his comfort. All he could do was to take a step back and analyze whatever happened after the fateful night when Cornelius Fudge was murdered and threw the British wizarding world in a tizzy. Maybe there was no need for him to do much, he could still try and salvage the situation to his comfort. With Dumbledore at the helm, the ICW was generally lackadaisical in being a proactive body. Though the powers it was constituted with gave the ICW blanket authority to act whenever the peace and lives in the wizarding world were threatened, it chose to be a fact-finding body rather than being an active enforcer. Dumbledore, even with his best intentions, made the body into nothing more than a collection of vacationing witches and wizards. The body was indeed comprised of some of the finest minds even the non-magical world might have seen, but that was all it was reduced to. They were ecstatic to see the new dialogue into magical theory and the revival of ancient and near-forgotten branches of magic by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger with help from 3 professors, but they would never debate the problem of letting Death Eaters go free without even a proper trial. Now though, there was a change in the offing, and that was again because of the efforts of the 2 teens. The ICW was naturally forced to involve itself after the incident at the Quidditch World Cup. Not only was the British Minister of Magic murdered, but the delegates from Bulgarian and Irish ministries were also in the line of fire. Harry and Hermione were right in the middle of the confrontation and so were the prime witnesses. Being the boy who lived, Harry's words naturally carried a lot of weight, and added to that, the fact that along with Hermione, he made a name for himself in the academic circles meant that he would be listened to. The 2 teens made full use of that popularity and pointed out the glaring mistakes the British Ministry of Magic made in not prosecuting the Death Eaters after the end of the last war. That galvanized the ICW and they pulled no punches in shredding the reputation of the former head of DMLE, Bartemius Crouch Sr., the then Minister of Magic Bagnold, and Dumbledore himself. Not all of the ministry was under scrutiny. The current head of the DMLE, Lady Amelia Blackney-Bones, came out with a stronger reputation than what she went in with. Her prudent actions of putting in extra guards and the 2 under her direct authority was acknowledged to be a master stroke that in all evidence prevented mass causalities. Though the ICW frowned on the fact that a Muggle family was tortured, they were relieved that there were no injuries, let alone deaths among the wizarding population. They were impressed by the security afforded to the visiting dignitaries. In hindsight, Dumbledore had to acknowledge the seriousness of the situation and the need for a more thorough research into the security needs. It seemed that only the Lady Black was up to the task. Popular opinion, which was already on her side after the revelations about neutralizing the financial threat posed by the Death Eaters, skyrocketed due to her actions in protecting the witches and wizards who came to witness the match. She even admitted that as the head of DMLE, she went against Fudge's orders and sanctioned private guards. Instead of blaming her actions about going against authority, she was commended for her foresight and for her courage even at the risk of her career. What no one knew was that she was not alone in the planning, but had a set of people around her who were able to give her sound advice. Chief among them were her husband the Lord Black and two teens Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Nevertheless, it was her actions that saved a massacre on that fateful night, and Dumbledore was thankful for that. If something bad happened, he was not sure that he would have come out of it as clean as Amelia did. The shift in the ICW's stand meant that they forced their decision to keep Amelia in her current position as the head of DMLE. Undoubtedly, the Auror Force and the DMLE needed her guidance and her expertise, and the ICW quickly recognized that. Dumbledore did not know it, but her close family and friends were disappointed by that decision but still recognized the reason behind ICW's recommendation. The British ministry need not bend to the will of the ICW, but Amelia acquiesced and in a stroke of genius, nominated Augusta Longbottom to the top position. No one dared to, nor could they oppose her nomination. Madame Longbottom was a formidable woman, and her reputation as a fair-minded witch meant that there were no grounds for serious opposition. The traditional purebloods were already on the side of the boy who lived, and they knew that Augusta was a close friend to Harry. Added to that, she was as pureblood as one could get. Those who supported her were supported by Lucius Malfoy, dared not go against the current political climate, if they were to survive. They decided that silence was better part of valor in this case and went with the flow. Dumbledore was at least happy that good and powerful people were at the helm of affairs in his beloved country. He may not have chosen either of the two women to lead the country, as he would have wanted someone who turned to him for advice, but he could not deny that either Amelia or Augusta would have been a good choice to lead them through the turmoil that was sure to raise its face. What stuck in the old wizard's craw though was that his opinion was neither asked for nor was it listened to. Not that he was an unreasonable man, but he was the one with the experience in dealing with Lord Voldemort and with Grindelwald before that. He should have been consulted. Instead, he found that his grasp on the power within Britain was slipping. He survived the backlash after Fudge's assassination but did not get off scot-free. The ICW was taking a proactive role in Britain's affairs, and it was evident that it was going to continue. Dumbledore was sure that Amelia and Augusta will both be willing to take their help. He was not removed from the position of Supreme Mugwump, but was told in no uncertain terms that he could not expect to lead the body ever again after this term. A Supreme Mugwump was never elected. He was given the honor due to his or her popularity, and Dumbledore enjoyed that for the past 10 years. The term was usually for 4 years, and he was never opposed, even during his first term when he was new to the ICW as Britain's representative. Now he had only 2 more years before he may as well be removed from even representing his home. His only way to preserve the position was to regain his lost glory, and he always knew how to do that, leading Harry Potter to win against the Dark Lord Voldemort. Unfortunately, Dumbledore found out that he had no influence on the young man. He was very intelligent and surrounded himself with smart people and advisors with a keen sense of what was needed to be done to defeat Lord Voldemort. The headmaster was never able to understand how he lost total control on not only the young man but seemingly on the school too. The aged wizard sighed for the 100th time that night. His musings were interrupted by the tatty old hat, which never bothered to open its mouth other than at the sorting feast. "Be in your bonnet, headmaster." Dumbledore was irritated to be interrupted. He was not naive though. He knew that the sorting hat acted as a conduit to the castle and was the way for a headmaster to interact with it. He read somewhere that the castle could talk directly to a witch or wizard deemed worthy, but he could never do that. He could feel that as the days went by, the castle was listening to his orders less and less, and for some time felt that the control of the wards slipping from him. Maybe it was time for him to clarify some things and reassert his authority. I seem to have quite a few, Alistair, the headmaster replied. The Sorting Hat sighed and Dumbledore was surprised to hear the Hat admonishing him, "My name is not Alistair, headmaster." "But I always thought that it was," he trailed off confused. The Sorting Hat interrupted him with a hint of anger in his tone. "That's the problem you have, Dumbledore, you always assume that you know best. You never ask." The headmaster was taken aback and was a little angered too. Of course he knew what was best, he was the only one who knew such secrets that would one day make or break the war against evil. The Hat was not finished though, and the secrets you keep and the manipulations to keep them secret. You think that you are infallible, but you are not invulnerable, headmaster. You are making mistakes that can cost our world if you are not careful. Dumbledore was stunned. It was almost as if the castle was listening into his thoughts. He mentally slapped himself. Of course the castle can listen. He was connected to the wards after all. Until now he was the master and the lord. Now that his hold began to loosen, it would be a difficult thing to keep his thoughts to himself. He was determined to make an effort to reinforce his occlumency shields and try and keep his secrets just that. Some secrets are to be kept away from the general public. The headmaster stopped himself perplexed. If it's not Alistair, what should I call you? The Sorting Hat chuckled and relished in the small victory. I was named Goran by Godric. Thank you, Dumbledore acknowledged. As I was saying, some secrets are better kept away from public knowledge, Goran. Besides, I am not going to die so soon. I still have more glory to attain, he thought to himself. His thoughts were brought up short by a sharp rebuke from Goran. Glory is not something to be sought, headmaster, it comes to those who are worthy. Your thoughts on that matter, and that you should keep matters that are vital to the continued survival of an entire country, to yourself, show how conceited you have become. Again Dumbledore was stunned. Had he become that bad? The answer, it seemed, was a resounding yes, at least according to Hogwarts Castle. His thoughts immediately turned to what Goran said about keeping secrets. What if he did die before anyone else knew about the Horcruxes Lord Voldemort made? Granted, he did not know exactly how many he made, but he was the only one that knew about them. Dumbledore shuddered at the thought. As fixated as he was on cornering more glory before he took a well-deserved rest away from spotlight, the thought of Lord Voldemort ruling British wizarding world due to his mistake was a chilling thought. Then who was the one who he could trust the secret with? You know that Mr. Potter has to know about it, headmaster. He is tied up with the prophecy after all, Goran reminded him. Dumbledore immediately shook his head in the negative. He is still a child. He should be allowed to enjoy his life and not be burdened with the ugly truth. The truth about him having a soul peace within him. The Sorting Hat asked dangerously. The aged headmaster was stunned. He wanted to ask how the Hat knew about it but chastised himself immediately. The castle would of course detect the taint in the boy. He sighed heavily. Know the truth that he had to die for the threat of Lord Voldemort to be removed permanently. The air in the office suddenly grew oppressive, and even the wizard who was labeled as the most powerful wizard after Merlin felt the enormous magical power bearing down on him. For the first time after defeating Grindelwald, Dumbledore truly feared for his life at that moment. Just like that, the oppressive force was removed and normalcy was returned. Goran chuckled darkly. Hogwarts does not appreciate your attitude towards its heir, headmaster. Dumbledore nearly slapped his forehead again. How could he forget that tidbit of information? He was introspect again. Was he really losing his faculties? He was not getting any younger, and he was indeed fatigued with 3 different responsibilities. Was it really better for him to confide in others? Especially Harry. If it is of any consolation to you, Albus, Goran softened his tone after hearing the headmaster's thoughts. He and his family already know about the Horcruxes. In fact, he already has 3 of them in his possession. The headmaster was so surprised at that information that he was gaping like a fish. How? Nearly 2 years ago, one of the Horcrux was brought into the castle by a student. Goran stopped in his narration to see the understanding dawning onto the headmaster and let him solve the problem himself. And naturally, being an heir, the castle helped him remove the threat, Dumbledore surmised. In a way, the headmaster was happy that the secret was no longer confined to him only. Yes, all his plans and preparations were in a way a waste, but he realized that it was nothing to the idea that 3 of the Horcruxes were found. Dumbledore always suspected that Tom Riddle made 7 Horcruxes, including the one in Harry's scar, and that meant that there were 4 to be destroyed. He regretted that the boy had to die, but there was nothing else to be done. Gorin interrupted him again. And that's where you were wrong, Headmaster. The Horcrux in him has been removed with the help on Native American magic. Dumbledore did not know what to feel knowing that. He of course felt happy that Harry Potter did not need to die. It was infinitely better for himself to be known as the one who defeated Gellert Grindelwald rather than as the one who killed Harry Potter. He did feel a little sad that he may not achieve any more recognition than he already had. In fact, he was losing his popularity starting with the ICW. Maybe if he was careful, he could salvage whatever reputation he had to the point that he would be known as the one who helped Harry Potter defeat Lord Voldemort. He could be satisfied with that. The Sorting Hat helped him make that decision, taking a shot at the headmaster's pride. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger are not only superior in intellect compared to you, they are natural-born leaders. The collection of witches and wizards they have helping them are some of the best minds in the wizarding world, not just in Britain. His friends would go on to be the next leaders in all facets of our life, provided the world would survive the coming darkness. Oh, Dumbledore knew that Harry would become a very powerful wizard at his magical maturity, surpassing even him in raw power. All he lacked was experience. Now it seemed that he need not have to wait for gaining that. There were others giving him sound advice. His decision was made. As the Horcrux in him truly gone? Hogwarts answered instead. The castle reassured him of that fact. And you know that he has 3 of the Horcruxes with him. Gorin answered this time. The diary of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, the diadem of Rowena, and the locket of Salazar. Yes, his decision was easy. Minor break. The start of the new school year and its accompanying bustle helped almost everyone forget about the incident at the Quidditch World Cup. It also helped that Amelia's presence at the helm of affairs at the DMLE gave the general populace a sense of security. Harry had to admit that the ICW was correct at least on that account, and it also helped his peace of mind that Augusta was the one elected to lead the British Ministry of Magic. The old witch was not at all interested in the top position, but she knew that the circumstances demanded it and she could have all the help she might need from Harry and his family. She made a deal though. Once Lord Voldemort was removed from existence, she was going to hand over the reins to Amelia or someone of their choosing. Just a couple of weeks into the year and the headmaster sent in a message that he wanted to talk to Harry, and he was not pleased. He never had a healthy relationship with the old wizard. Yes, it was not confrontational, but it was civil at best. Harry really did not have any grudge against the man. He did suspect that the headmaster was hiding a lot of things though. Things that pertained directly to Harry, and that was what he did not like. Case in point was the Triwizard Tournament that was to take place at Hogwarts this year. Harry did not want that tournament to take place at all. It had a very bad reputation of leaving the competitors far from healthy at the end, even dead. The Wizangmod apparently decided that this year was a very good one to bring about international cooperation, and so the tournament was revived. Harry argued against it vehemently. He suspected that something very underhanded was going on, as Lucius Malfoy was the one who actually brought up the idea of international cooperation, and what was better than a competition between the 3 principal schools in Europe. When was the man ever interested in cooperation? The idea was lapped up, and since there was already a tournament in existence, it was revived and Hogwarts was volunteered to be the host. The enormous pressure brought by Harry was thankfully enough to force some changes. The main ones among them were to restrict the competition to overage witches or wizards and to make the tasks less dangerous. The other aspect was to make it more entertaining to the watchers without making it dangerous to those who compete. The one concession that Harry wanted but could not get was not to make it magically binding. The participants chosen by the Goblet of Fire should be allowed to withdraw in case they did not want to go on to compete. The idea of using a magical artifact itself made it magically binding, but to Harry's chagrin, no one could come up with a better idea of choosing the participants. Wizarding World never heard of league-level tournaments to keep up with the potential of all the students in their schools. So, despite his misgivings, the Triwizard Tournament was to happen, and he was still not in complete agreement with the headmaster. Dumbledore, neither in his position as the headmaster of Hogwarts nor as the chief warlock of the Wizangmod, objected to the tournament. He more than anyone knew about the stirrings in the Death Eater ranks, signifying that something major was going to happen, but did nothing to even try to mitigate the threat. Harry hoped that the assassination of Cornelius Fudge would bring about a change, but it seemed unfulfilled. There was no change in the stance of the headmaster. He was still keeping silent on most matters, and even more so on the issue of reopening the trials of the Death Eaters who escaped unpunished the last time. So, why was the headmaster intent on meeting him? Harry had to agree that the aged wizard never tried to manipulate him, but now that even Hermione was called to the meeting as her status of his betrothed, Harry was a little apprehensive. As soon as he entered the headmaster's office with Hermione beside him on that Saturday morning after breakfast, Harry was even more surprised to see that all of those who comprised of his family, as he thought of them, were there: Sirius, Amelia, Augusta, and the three professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. Without any preamble, and while still sipping his tea, Dumbledore spoke, and speak did he from his heart. I have been told, quite sternly if I may so say, that I have been presumptuous and acted without any regard to those who are directly involved in the conflict against Lord Voldemort and his minions. That declaration caught everyone with surprise. The headmaster was known to keep his secrets just that, close to his chest, and now he was opening up. That was unexpected indeed. The well-written surprise sent a pang of regret through the headmaster. He was now able to see how wrong it was of him. He might have asked for respect, glory even, but it seemed that what he got was distrust instead. It was time to correct that. I was always preaching for second chances and to turn people from the dark into the light. After seeing you at work, I realized that I was very wrong in my ways. The headmaster sighed tiredly, running his hands across his eyes. He continued, the way you removed Voldemort's finances from the equation with little to no trouble, I could not even think about doing that. Now that the money, instead of being used to finance terror, is being released into the economy, we were never this prosperous before. Sirius was beginning to get impatient. He knew this tactic of Dumbledore, where he would skirt the topic at hand, and when the listeners began to get impatient, he would drop the proverbial bomb to get their attention. The Lord Black was not willing to play that game anymore, but before he could object, it was Professor McGonagall that spoke up. I am sure you did not get us here to reminisce, Albus. What is that you want? The headmaster chuckled at the forthright nature of his deputy. I want to put my cards on the table, Minerva. While Harry and Hermione looked a little skeptical about what the headmaster could contribute, the adults looked on positively bewildered. Never before did the headmaster divulge his secrets or plans, and now he was willing to. Why the sudden change, Albus? Professor Flitwick spoke up. He was willing to give him a chance, and he was not sure that the others were that naive to think that they do not need the help. Yes, they may be angry and brush him off, but then realize the intelligence of the man. Dumbledore gave the part goblin a thankful nod. I was reminded recently that I have many answers to the question of Lord Voldemort. It is knowledge that I gathered over the years, and if I were to leave this world, the knowledge would die with me. The problem of Lord Voldemort is not something to be trifled with, and I know that the secrets I have will turn the tide. The silence that followed allowed him to gather his courage and forge on. I know that you are already aware of the Horcruxes that he made. Dumbledore was surprised that everyone instantly turned to Amelia. He expected that either Sirius or Harry would be the one leading the group, but it seemed that the one who had not only combat experience but also the tactical acumen in leading a squad was chosen as the leader. Amelia was willing to hear him out, and so gave him to understand that they were actually able to destroy 3 of them and the one in Harry's scar. The headmaster was impressed. This was a victory that could not be ignored, so there could be 3 more out there, he mused. So you think he made 7 Horcruxes, headmaster? Hermione inquired. That is the material point, isn't it, Miss Granger? 7 Horcruxes are 7 pieces of the soul in total, making it 6 Horcruxes and the remaining part in the Wraith, Dumbledore rejoined. Why 7 though? Augusta asked. Oh, they debated on that a lot, and she knew that arithmancy put a great value on the power of that number, but she was curious about what the old man would say. In a nutshell, 7 times is the maximum that one can split a soul, Dumbledore replied. That was something that none of them knew. But in a way it was good news. It meant that they were a little closer to their goal. It was a definite plus that if the Dark Lord was somehow to know about the destruction of his Horcruxes, he might safeguard the remaining ones, but would be in no position to make more. Over lunch and evening tea, they discussed about the man that was born as Tom Riddle but went on to become Lord Voldemort. The history of the Counts and the Riddles was discussed. The connection to Salazar Slytherin and the use of the Founder's Locket as one of the Horcrux was discussed in detail. What emerged was Tom Riddle's fascination with the Founder's relics, and that was strengthened by the use of Rowena's diadem also. The headmaster was thrilled that they were not destroyed in the purge and could not prevent the tears from his eyes after holding the pristine relics. Never in his life did he imagine that he would one day see the famous artifacts, and now that he was able to hold them, he was determined to do everything in his power to assist Harry and his family. Pulling out his pensieve and a memory, the headmaster showed them what the goblet that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff looked like. Going with the theme of the Founder's relics, they debated on the point of the other Horcruxes. There was nothing of Godric Gryffindor that was missing. One was his sword, which could have been converted, Dumbledore thought, but that was immediately discarded when Harry flourished it in the office. The other one was Goran, the Sorting Hat, who was indignant when the topic was even raised. Are you certain that he would have made even 6, headmaster? We can account for 5 only. Harry was depressed. He was a little hopeful that the puzzle will be solved when Dumbledore raised the topic of Horcruxes, but though the discussion was helpful in at least identifying another one, it seemed that even the headmaster did not have the answers to their problem. Dumbledore stroked his beard in thought. Certain? He echoed. No, I am not. It only makes sense for him to aim for that number. Then he sighed. The only one who could give us the answer on that is his former head of house, Horace. McGonagall could not hide her surprise. Seeing the perplexed looks of Harry and Hermione, Sirius explained a little about the ex-professor of potions Horace Slughorn and his knack of collecting bright and influential people around him. I am sure Snape can try to contact him, he suggested. Though their enmity was all but buried, Sirius could never show much more warmth towards their ex-classmate. They were no more at loggerheads, and that was enough for the group. While it is not absolutely essential, Dumbledore argued, it might give us a hint as to the exact number of Horcruxes or the number of soul pieces. They all sat in silent contemplation regarding the revelations that evening, and though not much was new to them, it was a chance for them to sort out all the details. The prophecy that marked Harry as the one that could, essentially, end the reign of Lord Voldemort was also discussed. Dumbledore was actually happy that they knew about the prophecy and was surprised to find that it was Severus who actually raised the point. He was initially afraid that either Harry or Sirius would take exception at the potions master's role in the prophecy hearing, but it seemed that everything was sorted out and Severus apparently forgiven. Albus, Professor Snape interrupted their musings. In one of your memory of the Dark Lord, I seem to catch sight of a ring he was wearing. Was it the one where he was talking to Hepzibah Smith? The headmaster questioned while rooting around for that particular memory in the pensieve. It was too cluttered and so began taking out the irrelevant memories out. Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance. Can we have those, sir? Harry asked. They really wanted to have another look at the memories just to make sure that they did not miss anything out. It seemed that Professor Snape was probably onto a lead, and it would not do them any good if they missed any more. Dumbledore was startled by that request but did not see any problem with that. They were his memories, but it was for the explicit purpose of defeating Lord Voldemort, and so with a genial smile handed over the labeled vials to the 2 teens, except for the one that had the memory of the event that Professor Snape was talking about. All of those in the office watched the memory again, but this time they were not concentrating on the words that were being spoken. The words were already etched in their minds. If not, they could always come back to it. No, they were concentrating on what the potions master was pointing to. Can you see the ring on his finger? Professor Snape exclaimed. They all could see a ring on Tom Riddle's finger, which usually signified the head of house status. It was nothing remarkable, but it was important enough that he had it. After the memory ended, the professor retrieved one of his own memory, this one more recent, about the time that Snape joined the Death Eaters. But there was one significant difference between the 2 memories. In the newer memory, the ring that adorned a younger Tom Riddle was conspicuous in its absence. Everyone in that office knew that a ring that signifies the status as a head of house cannot be removed from a living wizard, unless he was no longer the head of the house. The magic of the ring would make it nearly impossible for even the wearer to remove except in exceptional circumstances. So, it could only mean, you think that the ring could be a Horcrux, Professor? Hermione voiced everyone's thoughts. There is a very high chance for that, Professor Flitwick answered. If there is a soul piece attached to it, the magic of the ring would be fooled to think that it's with the right owner. There was a slim chance, but still Augusta had to ask, don't you think that he would have made it invisible on his hand? Snape answered with a vehement shake of his head, no, he is much too egoistical to hide it. Dumbledore also agreed to that. It is well known that the Gounts were the direct descendants of Slytherin himself. Tom would not hesitate to gloat that fact if anyone would notice that ring on his finger. No, I will have to believe that the ring is a Horcrux. So, we know that Hufflepuff's goblet and Gaunt's family ring are out there. What do we do now? Augusta asked, and that was what this meeting was for. Harry rallied them all. We keep looking for them. I agree that we were very lucky to get 3 of them, but still there is hope, and until Voldemort actually gets a body, we have time. And if we know where he is holed up in the meantime, we will take him out, Hermione agreed. Dumbledore objected to that. That cannot be done, Miss Granger. Until all his anchors are destroyed, he will be alive. We know that Albus, Amelia countered. What Hermione is saying, and I agree, is that we aim to capture and restrain him. When we are sure that all his Horcruxes are destroyed, it will be easy to dispatch him. I am afraid that it may not be a good idea, Amelia. It was difficult for Dumbledore to let go of his ideas that easily. On the contrary, Headmaster, Harry rose to her defense, we will make sure that no one else would try and give him a body, and even if we do not get all the Horcruxes, we will render him powerless. We, that is Hermione and I, know exactly how to bind his magic and to keep him immobile. Privately, everyone except the headmaster agreed to Harry and Hermione's idea. Moreover, the headmaster was unable to provide any explanation as to why they would have to wait for all the Horcruxes to be destroyed before they could confront the Dark Lord Voldemort. They did not argue the matter, however, and agreed to disagree with him. The news about the Riddle Manor and Gwant Shack helped the team enormously. They now had a direction to focus their efforts on. If the search did not lead them to Lord Voldemort, Harry and his family was at least hopeful that the Riddle Manor or the Shack would net them a Horcrux or 2. Their reasoning got a shot in the arm when Emma found a small police notice in a local newspaper about the disappearance of the caretaker of the manor house. The police did not suspect any foul play, as the speculation was that the man was simply tired of watching over an abandoned house and left the place to warmer climates. Besides, he had one of his legs in the grave and so might have gone to visit his relations, though no one had an inclination about them. Still, to Harry and Hermione, it was a clue. It might have had a very low probability of working out, but they were not going to let the chance go. If there was nothing else, they might get to know how the descendants of Salazar Slytherin lived during their time. Remus recruited a few werewolves that he knew were sincere about finding honest work and were desperately in need of someone to give them a job. They took turns to watch the manor house and the shack. Harry felt that the money paid out to the watchers was well worth as they hit pay dirt. The report was that the manor house was housing Lucius Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe, and a small rudimentary magical core which may be that of Lord Voldemort. One good thing was that the small amount of magic concentrated in one place either did not move or only moved when one of the 3 wizards was near it. Harry hoped that it could mean either that Lord Voldemort was somehow bound, just like they planned to, or it was a Horcrux. Then again, it was difficult to imagine 3 grown-up men guarding a Horcrux, but moving it around occasionally, that was a near impossibility. In the month they had the manor under surveillance, the wares that Remus hired did not see anyone other than the 3 wizards in and around the Riddle Manor. They would occasionally go out into the neighborhood for food and other necessities, but other than that they kept to themselves. It did not look like they visited anyone or were they visited by anyone. Those who were watching the house were not knowledgeable enough to check for protections, and so Remus, Dora, and Sirius took a trip. Surprisingly, they could find only a few basic wards for protection and damage mitigation, in addition to the wards meant to repel non-magicals around the Riddle Manor. In contrast, the Gwant Shack was a fortress. It was under some lethal wards which would take serious work to break them down. It was too risky to even check the identity of the wards with Lord Voldemort only a few meters away, and so that investigation was put on the back burner. All the information they gathered led them to only one course of action, and that was to attempt an assault on the Riddle Manor. If they were lucky, They would either eliminate the threat of Lord Voldemort once and for all or gain a Horcrux, bringing them that much closer to end the threat. If nothing else, they could capture 3 of the most wanted wizards in Britain. As Halloween neared, the mood in the castle took an upturn. Emotions were high in anticipation of the 2 foreign schools that were to stay in Hogwarts for the duration of the school year and also participate in the Triwizard Tournament. It was given that there would be a very strict competition for not only choosing the champion that would represent their school but also between the 3 champions for the pride of being the best of the best. A few were interested in making friends from the schools in hopes of a new experience, while a few were interested in learning about the various job opportunities in the countries represented by the students of the 2 schools. Most of the students, especially the upper years, however, were hoping to meet someone who they call a good friend or maybe something even more. Harry and Hermione were no different. They wanted to welcome their good friend Fleur to Harry's legacy. Though they met only a few months ago, this time it was different. Fleur was going to stay with them for nearly 8 months and the 3 of them planned a lot of activities. Through her, they hope that they will be able to meet like-minded people and hope for a future that was more tolerant to everyone without the barriers of blood. Fleur also hoped to make more friends within Harry and Hermione's circle, something which was always difficult for the Vila. It was due to the hubbub surrounding the arrival of the schools that the planned excursion to Riddle Manor was delayed by quite a bit. Finally, just a day before Halloween, the planned assault was to take place. That day incited very strong emotions in almost all of their family members. It was Halloween in 1981 that everything started and Harry was left to be all alone for 10 years until Hermione came into his life. Everyone thought that it would be fitting to commemorate the day for something good instead. The 2 teens were reminded of High Priest Waco's warning about being confident and not arrogant. And so they took extra care in their preparations. Harry and Hermione were sure about their own abilities. Indeed, Sirius considered them unstoppable due to their ability to use magic in the nature as easily as they would use their own magical cores. Unfortunately, magical power or ability may not always be enough, and that is what Harry and Hermione were nervous about. Their intelligence was good and they know their adversaries, and barring any unprecedented additions to the group residing in Riddle Manor, Harry and Hermione were confident that they could at the very least capture Lord Voldemort. The only thing that could upset the apple cart was if their intelligence was lacking, or some unforeseen event that was out of their control. They took care to do everything in their power to make their attack safer on their numbers, and now all that was left was to let the event happen. As they say that no plan survives contact with the enemy, and that was what happened at Riddle Manor. The raiding party comprised of the 2 teens along with Sirius, Remus, and Dora. Since what they planned was not exactly legal, Amelia could not sanction any of her Aurors to do the job, and neither could Augusta. They were not worried though. The 3 adults had enormous experience between them, with Sirius and Dora being Aurors once and Remus was an acknowledged master at defense, while the 2 teens were probably the most accomplished at the task before them. The wards around the Riddle Manor, though not the best, would still prevent any form of magical transportation into the grounds. The team therefore traveled by a van into the town of Little Hangleton posing as tourists. If they were successful in capturing Lord Voldemort, chances were that he would either be bound to some inanimate object or possessing someone like he did with Quirrell. Harry and Hermione were not confident that they could transport the Dark Lord in such a situation without any risk, and so a non-magical means of transportation was chosen. With Dan and Emma afoot in the town, the 5 magicals apparated out of the closed van into the graveyard in the small town. Incidentally, the boundary of the Riddle Manor was very close to the graveyard, and the wards around the manor did not extend that far, giving them easy access into the grounds. Under the cover of the approaching darkness, the team made their way stealthily across the grounds. Liberal application of silencing and disillusionment charms meant that their travel was undetected. Gaining entry into the house was also very easy, as was making their way up to the main bedroom, which according to their reconnaissance was housing Lord Voldemort. On a signal from Sirius, Hermione set up magical restraints all around the place which would curtail all kinds of travel out of the room. This magic, learnt from the Native Americans, was actually meant to dampen the magical core of everyone within the radius of the restraints. All the 5 members of the attacking party would also be affected by the magic, but Harry and Hermione had the advantage of using magic around them and not just from their cores, and so they would still be at maximum power. The two teens hoped that that advantage, added with the surprise, would be enough to subdue Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle before they could take Lord Voldemort out. Confident in their groundwork, they neglected to look for magical signatures, and that was where things went pear-shaped. The door was slightly ajar, but it was not enough to give a clear view inside the room, and so, praying that the hinges would not creak, Sirius pushed it open a little more. The sight that met him surprised him, so much so that he hissed out loud one name: Barty Crouch. For inside the room there were not 3 adult wizards but 4, and one of them was responsible for the plight of his friends, the Longbottoms, and was thought to be dead. Sirius' voice was enough to draw the attention of the occupants of the room, and a high-pitched voice sounding grotesque indoors demanded their identity. Their cover blown, Sirius used a blasting curse to knock the door back, and at the same time giving them some cover with the sudden and unexpected action. Both the parties froze, momentarily stunned. The inmates of the room, never expecting being found out or such a brazen action as attacking them directly and with Harry Potter accompanying to boot. The raiding party was surprised by the addition of Barty Crouch Jr., who was ranked only second to Bellatrix Lestrange in ruthlessness, but what really put them off was the presence of the face of Tom Riddle on an infant. The green-colored killing curse, streaking towards Harry, from the wand held in the tiny hands of Lord Voldemort's homunculus form, startled everyone into motion again. The intense training that the two teens underwent helped Harry to snap conjure a thick wooden block to intercept the incoming curse, and he immediately retaliated with a blasting curse aimed at the legs of the chair holding Lord Voldemort. The curse, powered with his wand, hit true and temporarily put the Dark Lord out of commission. He had to contend with Barty Crouch Jr. though, who immediately went on the offensive. The original plan was for Sirius, Remus, and Dora to engage the 3 fugitives, with Harry provide backup when needed. Hermione's role was to maintain the magically taxing magic dampening field, and so she would mostly be out of the fight. The presence of Crouch forced Hermione to also provide support to Harry while still maintaining the field. Now, her support proved to be essential to block the occasional curses from the prone Lord Voldemort, while Harry was busy countering the hexes thrown by an enraged Crouch. Everyone was on their toes, defending the onslaught from their opponent and deftly dodging stray curses that ricocheted off furniture, walls, and magical shields. Sirius, Remus, and Dora were hard-pressed to keep a step ahead of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, and so were totally incapable of helping out the two teens. As Hermione defended Harry against another curse from Lord Voldemort, this time it was not a killing curse but a darker version of the severing curse, which was dangerous in its own right, she noticed that the Dark Lord appeared to be weakening. The bushy-haired witch remembered that the presence of Lord Voldemort was detected only as a rudimentary magical core. That meant that he was beginning to tire out and probably even approaching magical exhaustion. This was confirmed almost in the next instant when the wand slipped out of the infant body's grasp. Encouraged by this welcome development, and confident that Harry could hold his own against Crouch, Hermione drew the sword of Gryffindor from its scabbard on Harry's back. She was beginning to tire out physically and was not confident enough that she could power her magic with her wand. Hermione needed a powerful enough focus for what she was planning to pull off. Taking a deep breath, Hermione channeled her magic through the sword and aimed at Goyle's leg, partially hidden from her by a battered chair. A sickening crunch signaled that not only was the chair's leg obliterated, but the wizard's leg behind it was broken below the knee and brought him down with a cry of pain. Dora duly stunned him to keep him out of the game and immediately double-teamed with Remus to take Crabbe out. Harry allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, the situation was still tenuous, especially for him, but now that even Malfoy was tied up, the others could give him a hand and finish the fight. Lord Voldemort was right before them, helpless, and they should not allow the chance to go. So intent was Harry in his efforts to bring Barty Crouch down that he failed to keep his senses on alert to detect the newest presence in the room. The huge snake eyed the battle from the threshold of the room and grimaced at the destruction. All the 4 wizards were down, as was the main consciousness of Lord Voldemort. With only a very small magical core, it was inevitable that the Dark Lord could not put up a decent fight, and mediocrity of his closest associates was laid bare. The attacking party was skilled but by no means the best. They were mostly has-beens and not even in active service in the Auror Corps. If the Death Eaters were not able to best 2 teenagers and 3 part-time fighters, then what was the chance against fully trained and committed fighting force? The snake was very reluctant to enter the fray against overwhelming odds, but he knew that if he was to continue existing. If Harry Potter managed to terminate the main consciousness that was, in essence, Lord Voldemort, he too would cease to exist, and that was not an option. So it was up to him to rescue the homunculus form of Tom Riddle, but how? It was risky, but it was worth the risk, and so the snake put its plan into motion. A movement at the corner of his vision grabbed Harry's attention, and he turned towards the huge snake with its mouth open, bearing huge fangs. Fear spiked through him as the snake barreled towards a tired and unsuspecting Hermione, its intent clear. With a strangled shout, Harry forgot everything else and rushed towards his girlfriend. Intellectually, he knew that he was much slower than the snake, which was already in mid-lunge, but he was already moving before his mind caught up. The snake, however, proved to be much more intelligent than anyone gave it credit, for its target was not the young woman but the one who posed the greatest threat to their existence according to the prophecy, the boy who lived, himself. The long serpentine body allowed the snake to change the direction of the charge while it was striking, and with unerring precision zeroed in on Harry. The law of relativity states that when two objects are moving towards each other, the relative velocity of either object is higher than their absolute velocity, and that was what made the difference. Added to that, Harry threw himself to the side when he realized the danger, and so instead of hitting him anywhere near a vital spot, the snake was only able to sink one of its fangs into Harry's right arm, just above the elbow. Harry's gurgled cry of pain was enough to galvanize everyone into action, especially Hermione. With fury written all over her face, Hermione swung the sword in her hand at the snake, which was preparing for another strike. The sword swing neatly cleaved the snake's head away from the body in a spray of blood that thankfully did not drench any of her friends. Leaving the writhing mass of headless serpent on the floor, she rushed towards Harry, who was being fussed upon by Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. No one took notice of the fact that the commotion left Barty Crouch Jr. unattended, and he took advantage of the fact and lifted the homunculus form of Lord Voldemort into his arms. Crouch itched to have a go at the raiding party, but he could see that Harry Potter was poisoned and at death's door. No, his first priority was to get his master to safety, and he grabbed the portkey secreted in Malfoy's pocket and with his hand touching Malfoy too, activated it, and with it those with Crabbe and Goyle too. Pushing Sirius away unceremoniously, Hermione could see the puncture wound on Harry's arm, and with the poison coursing through the veins, the arm began to wither and turn black. Even though she was tired, Hermione gathered all her energy in trying to counter the fast-spreading poison. Pouring her magic into the wound, Hermione tried her best to neutralize the snake venom, which was turning everything in its path to mush. The fatigue she was feeling and the tumultuous emotions made it difficult for her to channel the magic around her to counteract the venom. Hermione realized with growing horror that her efforts to neutralize the venom were proving to be for naught, as the tissue degeneration was spreading fast and was going to enter Harry's torso soon. If that happened, there was no chance for Harry to survive. Her heart breaking, Hermione made a decision to try and save Harry's life for the loss of his arm. Abandoning her previous course of action, Hermione moved her efforts to apply a magical tourniquet just below his right shoulder and a few centimeters above the moving front of the spreading blackening area. Pouring her magic into the arm, Hermione eventually succeeded in blocking the progress of the venom and contained it below the right shoulder and in the arm. Finally, after about 5 minutes of struggle, which to Hermione might have felt like 5 years, the forward journey of the venom was stopped and sufficiently neutralized to prevent further damage. The damage, however, was considerable. Hermione slumped over an unconscious Harry, utterly exhausted but elated that she could save the man she loved with all her heart and soul. Sirius, Remus, and Dora, who until then felt utterly useless, scrambled to get the two teens home. Between the two of them, Sirius and Remus carried the unconscious Harry while Dora picked up Hermione. They then made their way to the waiting van and very worried Grangers. The next evening at Hogwarts. The evening had a very festive atmosphere. After a day of anticipation since the Goblet of Fire was lit, the wait was to end and the 3 champions to take part in the Triwizard Tournament were to be revealed. If anyone noticed that 3 of the professors and the headmaster were subdued, no one paid attention. Only Harry and Hermione's friends looked apprehensive as the both of them were missing. Their nervousness only heightened when they saw the somber looks on Professor McGonagall's face. Even the ever-jovial Charms professor was fidgeting. Harry and Hermione were dear to a lot of people in the castle, and it showed on the faces of many of the students. In the Beauxbatons camp, Fleur was also uncharacteristically agitated. Her friends promised to be there that night and they were conspicuous in their absence. Only the four teachers knew the exact reason for the absence of Harry and Hermione, and judging by their countenance, it was evident to those who looked that the two teens were in some danger. The party atmosphere reached a feverish level as it was the time for Hogwarts champion to be announced. Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour were chosen to represent their respective schools, and it was a rousing reception for them, but all that paled in comparison to the anticipation of the host institution's champion. Dumbledore plucked the singed piece of parchment and was shocked seeing the name on it. His silence was enough to silence the entire Great Hall. The headmaster knew that the person named was not in the castle, let alone the Great Hall. The headmaster felt more aged than never before. He did not want the young man in the tournament, but there was no other option. He felt guilty even more as Harry protested the lack of a provision for anyone to withdraw if their name came out of the Goblet of Fire, and now there was no other option but for the young man to take part. The champion of Hogwarts is Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced out loud. The silence was even more profound if it was possible. The announcement of the third champion was an unexpected shock, and neither the students nor the staff of the three schools did not know how to react to that. The spell was broken by a shout coming from the entryway to the chamber off the Great Hall where the champions were escorted to. Fleur had this foreboding feeling all through the day, and it only got more intense when she came into the Great Hall and did not find her friends. Even though she was chosen as the champion to represent, her senses were screaming danger, and now it was evident that her instincts were right. No, she screamed again, not in anguish but in anger. Anger at the way Harry was being manipulated, even without his presence. Fleur's scream spurred everyone to scream and shout in turn. Most of the voices were in outrage at the injustice of it all. Harry and Hermione were well liked by their peers due to their friendly nature and approachability, and their popularity in the school. A few voices were raised against Harry too, calling him a glory hound and an attention seeker. Those voices, however, were quickly drowned by Harry's friends in his support. Fleur voiced her opinion and her voice was heard above the din. Harry would never do that. His honor and his integrity will not allow him, and he does not want any more glory than what he has. He does not even like the way people look to him. He thinks that he does not deserve it. The din of "I" and "nay" and their variations filled the air again. Emotions were certainly high, and this time most of the school was shouting out their support to Harry, whether they believed his innocence or not. The young man was certainly popular, and he showed his intelligence and his leadership to the world. The students were beginning to get unruly, and the staff was slowly starting to get their wits together, enough to get the crowd under control. Looking at the total disarray, Dumbledore sighed heavily. This was not the start to the tournament he imagined. Thankfully, it looked as if most of the Hogwarts students were in support of Harry. This again showed the headmaster the growing popularity of the future headmaster of the school. The choice of Hogwarts champion was certainly a matter of great concern, but at least he would not attract the scorn of his peers. It was time to put a stop to the ruckus that filled the Great Hall, and even though he did not want to reveal Harry's situation to the world in general, he had no choice but to do so, if he had to put a stop to the rumors of wrongdoings on Harry's part. Silence, the headmaster bellowed. His voice, enhanced by magic, not a sonorous charm, was powerful and respected enough to restore calm and order over the proceedings. Everyone's eyes focused on Dumbledore, and for the first time, the headmaster did not feel good under the attention. Taking a deep breath to focus and also help him keeping his own emotions in check, the headmaster addressed the gathering. Let me make it very clear to all of you, Mr. Potter never entered his name to be chosen as champion of Hogwarts. That statement calmed a lot of dissent and also gave leave for Harry's closest friends to glare at those who booed him just a few minutes ago. Neville, Ginny, Luna, Susan, and the others even managed to voice their displeasure at those who accused Harry of cheating, mainly the Slytherins. Their hearts were not in it though, as Harry and Hermione's continued absence gave them concern. They were expecting some news from the headmaster, and looking at the headmaster's body language, they were concerned that it was going to be bad. Silence descended again as Professor Dumbledore spoke again. Mr. Potter, as you can see, is absent from today's festivities. Indeed, his friends might know that he was missing from before the goblet of fire was even lit after dinner yesterday. Confirmation of this statement was very easy to obtain, seeing the downcast looks of his well-known friends dispersed in all the 4 houses. If they could not trust the words of the headmaster, they knew that they could trust those in their own houses. With all the whispers silenced, everyone turned to the headmaster to understand why he was chosen as a champion if Harry did not put his name in. It seems someone put Mr. Potter's name into the goblet with a clear intent to harm him. The headmaster's announcement drew gasps of surprise from those assembled in the hall. One thing was not clear though: why would anyone plan such a thing unless they had a real grudge against him? As much as the Slytherins disliked the fact that Harry Potter was responsible for putting their relatives, almost of them pure bloods, in trouble with the DMLE or even causing their deaths indirectly, they would not do something like putting Harry's life in danger. Everyone realized that this was no schoolyard prank. It was meant to cause serious problems to the boy who lived, maybe even to his life. Dumbledore continued, confirming all the students' thoughts. Mr. Potter was lured into a trap along with Miss Granger. Thankfully, they had the presence of mind and the training to escape. The headmaster was forced to invent a story to not only keep the truth hidden, but also to satisfy the questions while keeping it as close to the truth as possible. Only 4 people in the castle knew the truth, and it was imperative to keep it that way. Students from all the 3 schools were understandably confused whether to be elated or not. On one hand, the news was good, but the mood was not, and Dumbledore's next words confirmed it. They did escape, but Mr. Potter was hit by some unknown curse and he is currently in a coma. We do not know if he will ever recover. A pall of despair descended on the Great Hall. Even the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were shocked at the turn of events. They all respected the young man, not due to some moniker but due to his contributions to magic and the general good rapport he was known to have with everyone he meets. The most affected, however, were Harry's close friends. He was a beloved friend, one who brought them together and raised hope like never before. Minor break. What Dumbledore did not know was that at the time that he was making the announcement in the Great Hall, Harry Potter was actually awake. Earlier that morning, Sirius stretched himself to get the kinks out of his body. None of them had a good night's sleep, worrying about Harry. Hermione was the worst. Even with every fiber of her being crying out for Harry to wake up, she was able to tap into her spirit essence, in an effort to help her betrothed. She took to blowing onto the wound in an effort to use the healing magic of Wishuk, her animagus form. It was only a suspicion that her true spirit was more inclined towards healing, and the only evidence Hermione had for that was her experience during her childhood treating her cuts, but Hermione was willing to try. It was the only thing she could think of to heal Harry, as none of the others had any better idea. As soon as Harry was made comfortable in the makeshift infirmary set up within Black Manor, Hermione was at his side and did not leave his side. Sirius had to force her to sleep, and she agreed to that only to set herself up beside Harry. Hermione positioned herself so that her breath would still touch Harry's wound even when she was asleep. Sirius had to marvel at Hermione's tenacity when it came to Harry, and then again, Harry would do the same for Hermione, just like Amelia would do for him and vice versa. Sirius could understand the emotion, but he had to put his foot down when Hermione continued without any concern for herself. She was already weakened due to the enormous magical strain during the fight at Riddle Manor. A quick diagnosis charm showed that her magical core was exhausted to dangerous levels, so much so that she was unable to even channel the magic around her to recharge herself. Only Emma was able to force Hermione to grab a quick bite and rest, and that happened when Mrs. Granger used blackmail with Harry's health. "You will be no use to Harry if you tire yourself out into a magical coma," were the magic words that succeeded to put Hermione to sleep. Emma had to concede and allow her daughter to use the same bed as an unconscious Harry. Shaking his head to get rid of the depressing thoughts, Sirius moved into the kitchen to make himself a coffee. It was nearly noon, but he was quite sure that most of them were still asleep. Patting his son, who was being fed by Amelia, Sirius started the coffee. "Did you get a chance to look into Harry?" he asked his wife. Amelia was the only one who could even be called something close to a healer in their family. Madame Longbottom brought her old friend who retired as a healer from St. Mungo's to take a look at Harry, but all they were left to do was to watch and wait. Amelia shrugged her shoulders with a guilty look on her face. I only woke up a few minutes before you. Canopus demanded his brekkie and I came here right away. Sirius slid his wife's coffee in front of her and key. At Amelia warmly, don't worry dear, I also came down right here. I will check him and let you know if you need to do a detailed diagnosis on him. With that the Lord Black hurried onto the second floor bedroom that was normally Harry's bedroom which now resembled an infirmary. He knew that they were not diligent in looking after his godson while he was unconscious, but the healer's prognosis meant that as long as Harry was in a coma, nothing could be done except to make him comfortable and reduce bed sores. Peeking into the room, Sirius was met with the sight of Emma Granger snoozing in a chair on the far side of the room. What startled him though was the absence of Hermione, rather the presence of a different form of Hermione, still snoozing. The jackal-like animal with golden-red fur was resting comfortably with her head on Harry's chest. Incredibly, her breath was still focused onto Harry's injured arm. In her animagus form, Hermione was about 2.5 feet from the base of her neck to the junction of her tail. Her face was more elongated than that of a canine with her ear tips a fiery red as if they were aflame. What caught Sirius' eye though was the tail, which was bushier than the hair that the young witch normally had on her head. Sirius was amazed at the image in front of him. This animal was apparently not seen in more than a millennium and here it was in all its glory. Did its appearance make any difference to Harry's state? Sirius shook himself awake from his musings and with his wand began the movements for a diagnostic charm. His movements awoke Emma who was also shocked at her daughter's appearance. Sirius gave a satisfied smile at the results obtained which also calmed Mrs. Granger, who was obviously worried for Harry as soon as she was disturbed from her sleep but instead was silenced by the sight of a mythical animal in place of her daughter. With a vastly lightened heart, Sirius shook Hermione awake. Hermione. Sweetie. Wake up. You will have to change back dear. Waking up, Hermione was in a state that was very different from what she was used to. With Harry by her side, she was a confident young woman full of life. Now, she feared going through her life without Harry and so was desperate to do anything she could to bring him back from the brink. Felling a hand on her shoulder, Hermione looked up to see a visibly happy Sirius. Blinking the sleep out of her eyes, Hermione snapped into full alert thinking about her boyfriend. She swiveled her head towards the inert form of Harry and was surprised to find her vision restricted by a snout. Hermione was naturally surprised to see an appendage that was unfamiliar to her. Hermione's first response was panic. She was not herself and that thought was no good anytime but especially not after waking up. Before her panic could reach uncontrollable proportions and maybe even cause some damage, her sense of hearing alerted to the presence of others. Hermione looked around to see both her mum and Sirius trying to calm her down. She was unable to comprehend right away what Sirius was trying to tell her. But finally after calming herself down and concentrating on the words, Hermione was able to respond to Sirius. Come on sweetheart, change back, Sirius prodded as calmly as he could. Hermione realized that she transformed into her animagus form sometime during the night and that was all, nothing drastic happened to her. Hermione. Emma also got into the act, trying to keep Hermione grounded to reality. As soon as Hermione realized that she was in her animagus form, she immediately turned to Harry and began licking and blowing onto the blackened arm. Harry's entire right hand below the shoulder was pitch black. It looked as if the skin was just wrapped over the bones. The venom was so potent that the muscles were liquefied under the skin. Thankfully, blood was still circulating through the damaged vessels, giving them hope that the arm could be recovered. It was just a matter of finding the right cure, if any. Sirius began to gently run his hand over her head and down to Hermione's back, grooming her luxurious fur. Hermione. Harry is just fine dear. Hermione's head turned so fast that Sirius had to hold back a wince fearing an injury to her neck. Seeing the hope peeking through her disbelief, Sirius explained, I just ran the diagnostic charm, Hermione. He is out of the coma and only resting to recover from the magical exhaustion. Hermione heaved a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the slumbering young man. Hermione put her ear to his heart and was convinced by the steady beat of Harry's heart that he was indeed on the mend. We could call Healer Woodbridge and ask her to take a look at Harry again, Sirius told Amelia who came in at just that moment. She immediately agreed to that and raced back down to make a flow call. Hermione meanwhile concentrated on getting back to her normal form. She remembered all her training with Wako. It was all in the willpower of the person going through the transformation. Calming herself down, Hermione touched the magic in the air around her and willed herself to transform back into a human. With little trouble, Hermione was back in her human form, stretched out beside her betrothed. Giving Harry a firm key, Hermione got up from beside him and decided to get ready for the day. Healer Woodbridge, when she came after lunch, echoed Sirius and Amelia's sentiments, assuring that Harry was indeed out of the magical coma and that his core was filling up nicely. More to the point, he was into a restful slumber from which he might wake up any time. Just as she predicted, Harry woke up at the time dinner was about to end in the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The first thing that Harry saw was the chocolate brown eyes of the young woman he loved with all his heart. There was happiness in those eyes, but also concern. "Hey sweetheart," Harry whispered, his voice a little hoarse. Hermione simply smiled, relieved at hearing her best friend's voice. The next emotion was concern as Harry turned to look at his arm, which was dead for all purposes. He sighed heavily and tried to lift his hand to try and grab Hermione's hand, as he was used to for all these years. Unfortunately for him, his right hand refused to move and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Harry!" Hermione cried, concern lacing her heart. Seeing the strong young man reduced to tears right before her eyes brought tears to her own eyes. Harry was her support. He was the one who brought her out of her self-imposed shell. Hermione became a vibrant and outgoing young woman, confident that Harry was by her side. Hermione's concern turned into annoyance as she heard Harry, "My arm is useless now. I have become a cripple." She was about to rant at him when her heart broke a little more as she heard Harry lament, "I cannot hold you like I used to. Your touch, your hand in mine, these are what I look forward to every day and every time I am with you. You give me courage to go on every day. Can I ever do that again?" "Oh Harry," Hermione managed to stem the tide of tears. She instantly realized that it was time for her to be the stronger one. The loss of his arm was not the only one that was troubling Harry, but being surprised in Riddle Manor was also adding to his guilt. They planned almost to the last detail and tried not to be overconfident, and yet they were delivered a crushing blow. "It will be fine, Harry." Hermione rallied her own spirit with her words, "We have incredible magic on our side. We know some of the best witches and wizards the world around. We will cure this, Harry." Hermione draped herself over Harry in an effort to show him that nothing changed. However, she could not deny that the warmth she usually felt when enclosed in Harry's arms was not there this time. Only one of his hands was around her, hugging her to him, and the right hand lying limp. When Harry was unconscious, Hermione took his injured hand in hers and immediately felt the difference. It felt dead and had absolutely no warmth in it. To Hermione, the difference was stark and she did not like it one bit. Harry's hand in her always gave her a feeling of security, but now that the feeling was not present, Hermione could feel the loss. Harry could read Hermione's thoughts from the changes in her expressions. He could not help the sadness when he spoke, "Will you be happy with a cripple, Hermione?" Hermione reared back in shock at the words, but then immediately, her anger spiked. Balling up her fist, she hit him on his chest with some force, leaving Harry winded. "Get it through your thick skull, you idiot," she growled, "you are not a cripple." Her features softened immediately as she bent down to smoothen Harry's brow, which was crunched up in pain. Catching his eye, Hermione keyed at the spot where she hit him. "You are stuck with me, Mr. Potter, and nothing can change my mind." Harry sighed in relief. He knew that he was being childish to think that Hermione would leave him for his lost arm. Still, he felt that it was his duty to give her an out if she wanted it. He was terrified of losing her, but he still spoke the words, and now he was thankful that he gave her the chance. Her refusal cemented his actions as being the correct ones. He gazed at her, his feelings clear in his emerald green eyes. Hermione recognized them for what they were: gratitude, relief, and happiness, but most important of all, his undying love for her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hermione was only happy to reciprocate those feelings while their lips met in a sweet key. And all was well in their lives. Harry and Hermione were disturbed from their key by the voices wafting in through the open doors of Harry's room. It was past dinner time and it looked like they were to have a late dinner. Seated at the table, Harry and Hermione noticed the addition of Remus and Dora. It was not a novel sight, but it was rare enough that it garnered their attention. The two were beginning to build a life together, and so Remus and Dora shared a flat near Grimmauld Place. They usually dined at their place, but it was perhaps understandable that the two of them wanted to ensure that Harry was recovered well enough. With that thought in mind, Harry turned to the fare that was before him and he realized that he was ravenous. To everyone around the table it looked as if things were no different. They were that used to seeing Harry eat with his left hand. If anyone watched him closely, they could have seen a twinge of sadness in his expressions when he came to the meat, but that was lost soon as Hermione cut it up for him into bite-sized pieces before she tackled her own plate. With a smile, Hermione took Harry's injured hand into her left and continued eating. The very normalcy of that action put a smile on his face, and the two teens turned to their dinner without further problems. Conversation around the dinner table was bland, as if they were waiting for everyone to finish eating before things got chaotic. Dora's face certainly bore excitement, and even Remus was bubblier than was normal. At the very end, they were joined by Severus, who was coming to give them the news of Harry's choice as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament. While the potions master was getting his coffee, the pleasantries were dispensed with, and though he was happy to hear that Harry was recovered as much as was possible with the crippled right arm, Severus feared about the reception to his news. Nursing their coffees, or in the case of the two teens, a soda, the family moved to the sitting room to take stock. "So, what brings you here, Severus?" Amelia opened the floor for the discussion. The potions professor grimaced. He did not want to be in the firing line, but he had to. He looked at Remus, who looked like he was tugging at the bit, and so gladly gave the stage to the former professor. He had a tight rein on his emotions and was stoic enough not to raise suspicion about anything untoward. He just hoped that there was some good news before he was to deliver the bad one. Dora was fairly bouncing on her seat and fairly snatched the initiative from Remus. "We went back to the Riddle Manor this morning." That was news only to Harry and Hermione. The plan was always there to sweep the manor house and the shack for the presence of any Horcruxes or clues as to what Lord Voldemort planned for his revival. But with both of them out, the two teens did not think that the plan would have been carried out. On the other hand, it was probably for the best that there was no delay, as they had the surprise on their side. So with renewed interest the two teens looked to the team of Dora and Remus and urged them to continue their tale. The manor house did not yield anything interesting, as was expected. There were the usual potions and some food, enough for about a week. The only suspects were some books which bear the Malfoy crest. We thought about confiscating but decided to leave them there. There was no time to really look into them, but I got the names down. I suspect that there are similar ones in the Black Library too. Sirius interrupted her with, "You can look into the library at your leisure, but removing the books may only give us an advantage if there was anything crucially important in it, and that too if Lord Voldemort did not get the information already. If they could comb through the same books at Black Library, they might have an idea about what Lord Voldemort was planning, and more importantly what was needed for the plan to come through." It was not surprising that no one wanted to raise the question of Malfoy getting the books there in the first instance. He had to go back to his house to get them, and Mrs. Malfoy did not intimate the authorities of his being in the house. Though Amelia knew that, under normal conditions, she has to take Narcissa Malfoy into custody. Now though, she could do nothing, as their own means of obtaining that intelligence was dodgy at best. Remus and Dora agreed to that assessment with impatience which surprised everyone. It only meant that there was something very important coming up. "We did not disturb the potions or the food cache," Remus continued. "We hoped that they would think that with Harry injured, we did not have time to search the house. If that continued for a few days, they may think that we were not interested, and hopefully that would leave Lord Voldemort secure about his Horcrux in the Gwent shack." While everyone around the table gasped at the implication of the news, Dora was pouting. She hit Remus on his arm and struck her tongue out, crying out, "Meanie. I wanted to give that news." A few managed to chuckle at her antics, but were more than impatient at the news they were really interested in, and so she relented. "We did find a Horcrux in there. It was the ring that Dumbledore and Severus were talking about, the head of house ring for the Gwent family." With a flourish, Remus brought the Harmony and Magic's evidence box. They could only see a battered tin box inside which probably housed the ring. Sirius tried to reach for it, was quickly warned off by Dora. Careful, cousin. There's a very strong compulsion charm on it, Dora remarked wryly. It calls you to wear it. Seeing the questioning faces all around, she grimaced. I already opened the box and was reaching inside before the big bad Wolfie stopped me. Remus shrugged his shoulder. My condition gave me just enough protection that it allowed me to understand the danger we were in, and I acted. To be fair, the compulsion was pretty strong. And that is never good, agreed Severus, viewing the box with clear distaste. How easy was it to enter? Harry asked. He knew that the shack was heavily warded. He also knew that both Remus and Dora were very talented, but seriously, curse breaking was not their forte. Entering was surprisingly easy, Remus countered. The shack was warded heavily, but it was mainly to keep out non-magicals and those who did not know of the location of the shack. He grew a little contemplative and looked at Dora for confirmation. To the watchers it looked as if they were having a wordless conversation, and those watching them saw the increased understating between the two with great pride and gave the family a happy feeling about the two lovebirds. Dora took up the explanation. We think that the wards do not prevent anyone capable of to enter the shack, but they were mainly designed to keep anyone who managed to enter from going out. That was surprising, and exclamations rang out after that declaration. No one was in doubt about the intention of Lord Voldemort when he designed the wards. If someone was talented enough to get in the shack, he did not want them escaping. The discussion carried out on that aspect for some time, but no clear explanation as to the reasons was reached. Do you think that apart from wanting the intruder dead, he wanted to recruit them? Hermione voiced a very good question, but sadly went unanswered. It was very well known that Lord Voldemort was recruiting heavily, and what better way than to get a hold of those who managed to enter his domain and managed to stay alive. I cannot say about that time, but I hope that he does not monitor the entry or exit now, Amelia muttered out loud. There was no way to know though, and so they will have to just hope that Dora and Remus' little foray into the house went unnoticed. I hope that he was not monitoring the entry, Remus muttered under his breath, but it was loud enough to be heard. Though to be fair, he made no effort to keep it down. Such a statement had to bring more questions with it, and so Dora duly answered the questioning gazes. The box was buried under the floorboards inside the shack, and we had to dig it out, and that gave us an idea. Remus explained their reasoning for the very bizarre exit they made out of the shack. We knew that the wards were made to trigger if anyone was to exit the building. We had very limited options if we had to get out of the trap. We had all the time in the world, but we did not have the expertise, Dora butted in unabashed. Remus gave a rueful smile. We could have blasted the shack apart and hoped to take out the wards too, but that was not an option, unfortunately. There was a hole in the ground very conveniently before us, Dora cried out excitedly. So we did a great escape, and dug ourselves out from underneath the wards. That, admittedly, was a great idea. Normal wards rarely go down far into the earth. The magic of rune-powered wards cannot penetrate under the surface, as there was no way that the magic could be channeled. Only Harry and Hermione were able to manage that feat through their druid magic and using the roots of plants to carry magic underground. Remus and Dora were experienced enough after working with the two teens to take advantage of the fact and apparently made a very dirty but easy and safer exit. Cheers greeted that statement, and there were sighs of relief. The cheerful atmosphere continued for a while as Dora and Remus basked under the good cheer. A few keys were exchanged too. It took a while for the excitement to calm down. Reclining back, Remus said a little wistfully, "It's a pity that the snake wasn't a Horcrux too." Murmurs of agreement went through the assembled people, but they were halted by Harry clearing his throat. About that, he dithered, but the excitement on everyone's face forced him to abandon the thought of teasing his family. Harry was naturally not willing to revisit that night again, but he had to. With Hermione to support him, he began the fascinating tale. The moment the snake sank its fangs into me, he hesitated, trying to find the right words. I was transported into the mind of the snake. He was again interrupted, but this time due to the expression of incredulity from his family. They were not targeted at him but at the very idea. Silence regained quickly, and Harry was allowed to continue. The very short time I was looking into the eyes of the snake was like a lifetime for the snake, and I literally got a memory dump. How is that even possible? I never heard anything like this before. Dora voiced the opinion of everyone, even his own. Hermione was the one who had an explanation that could have been as close to the truth as possible. You remember Harry, Waco said that the taint of Lord Voldemort's magic was still in you. Harry perked up at that. Yeah, he said that when the soul piece was forced out, there was still some foreign magic in me. Do you think that the residual soul piece inside me recognized its counterpart in the snake? Yeah, could be possible, Hermione mused, but then something struck her. Wait a minute, what do you mean two soul pieces? Remus and Severus also caught that. Do you mean? Severus trailed off. But there was no evidence of it being a Horcrux, Dora butted in. Harry allowed himself a smug smile before being whacked on his head by an irate Hermione. Rubbing his head ruefully and pouting against the chuckles that act generated, Harry continued, the snake was not a Horcrux, but it did have a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul. As he expected, he left them dumbfounded. Basking in the childish triumph, Harry did not allow his girlfriend to flex her muscles again and continued hastily. This also ties up very neatly into the question of 7 pieces of soul or 7 Horcruxes. You see, Riddle already had. He began counting off. The ring, he gestured at the box, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's tiara, Hufflepuff's cup. There was a small celebration at learning that fact, his diary and my scar. That made it 6 Horcruxes and 7 pieces of soul. Everyone agreed with that assessment with a nod of their heads. They did not want to interrupt Harry anymore. Barty brought Bertha Jerkins with him when he went to make contact with his master. Amelia had to interrupt him this time as she ground out an oath. The disappearance of Miss Jerkins was still unresolved, but with Harry's words, she had a place to start and it meant more work and heartbreak, not to mention the collateral damage with the information leak. Harry guessed the direction Amelia's thoughts went and confirmed them. Bertha was a tool for Barty to learn about all the happenings around the Triwizard Tournament. This time Harry interrupted himself when he saw the grimace on the potion master's face and could not resist asking, I guess it already came to pass. Every eye was focused on Severus and he could do nothing but acknowledge the fact with a nod of his head. Let's wait until Harry finishes his tale. There is nothing to be done now. Agreeing to that assessment, Harry only spared a troubled glance at the professor before continuing. After getting everything he wanted out of the witch, Riddle used her murder to create another Horcrux. Amelia grumbled about that fact but could do not but make a note on the pad she had with her. As Severus reminded them so recently, nothing could be done now except maybe to recover her body and deliver it to her family. Harry was saddened during the recital but gathered himself. The ritual was a success but still something went wrong. Something unexpected. The others were hanging on to every word and so Harry did not delay in putting them out of their misery. Riddle's soul split as usual, but it took with it his animagus ability too. After building the tension up, he could not explain it very well and felt as if he fell flat. Thankfully, Hermione was up to the task. You mean the snake was his animagus form? She asked incredulously. Cries of surprise filled the air. After that immediate reaction, everyone was left dumb. Remus tried hard to wrap his head around the idea, but even he could not fathom it. It looked like Sirius, Amelia, Dora, and the elder Grangers did not even try to wrap their heads around the idea. Severus managed some bit of semblance. The piece of soul, instead of entering its receptacle, manifested as a physical form of his inner animal. He half stated, and his animagus form was a snake. Exactly. Harry beamed. Dora finally found her voice. He was able to exist in 2 forms at the same time. That thought put a dampener on their excitement. If he was able to survive longer, the amount of damage Lord Voldemort could have caused in his snake form was unimaginable. Though he was a very large beast, the snake could have moved around easily and particularly at night. Harry shuddered at the thought, but he was dead now and that perked him up. Sirius was practically gleeful, but we killed him. Amelia was also beaming. That's another Horcrux down and we know for sure that there is only one left. Hufflepuff's cup. Dora, Remus, and Sirius exclaimed together. It would mean that when the soul was split more than its limit, the witch or wizard would lose one of their abilities. What would have happened if he tried to make another one? What ability would he have lost? Hermione, ever the connoisseur of knowledge, asked. Who cares, Hermione? Sirius was ebullient. Another piece of soul gone. 2 in 2 days, it's a time to be happy. Harry ignored his godfather and turned to his girlfriend, who knows maybe his magical ability, he replied, his eyes dancing. Remus joined in, that would have been all the better. Yeah, but we would have another Horcrux on our hands, Severus reminded them. Seeing that Sirius was getting displeased at being ignored in his joy, Dora summed up that discussion, yes, it's good to know. But guys, come on, it's all academic. We need not dissect it. Amelia also agreed, it's good to know that the maximum number that anyone can make is 7. With the loss of magic thrown in if not for his animagus ability, Harry ended the discussion there. Everyone relaxed after that, taking in their victory. They could now sniff the end of the Lord Voldemort and were naturally buoyed. Do you know what kind of snake it was? Remus still wanted to know. Harry actually chuckled at that. There is another lesson in that. Riddle knew that he was going to be a king cobra, but he was not satisfied at being the most feared predator. No, he wanted to be a magical one, and so he forced his transformation into trying to be a basilisk. He ended up neither here nor there. Even a jovial Sirius was silenced at that. A freely moving basilisk form of Lord Voldemort sent shudders down their spines. Thank the Lord that magic did not allow anyone into what they were not. Thank the Lord that Hermione killed it. The silence stretched for a bit, but it was very uncomfortable. Yes, there was a happy ending to their trials, but Severus' demeanor told another story. When Severus felt as if he could not take it anymore, he sighed, and that drew everyone's attention. For being a professor, one who was feared by the students, the professor felt as if he was a schoolboy at that moment. There were a good number of formidable witches and wizards in that very room, and not to mention a pair of protective parents in the form of Dan and Emma Granger. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Severus blurted out, Harry was chosen as the Hogwarts champion. Minor break. 3 days after the attack on Harry and on the morning of the day the two teens were to return to Hogwarts, the family congregated in number 12 Grimmauld Place again. This time the 3 professors from the school were also present. It would probably be the only time they would be able to witness the event of ridding the world off another piece of Lord Voldemort's soul, and so they were in force for once. During the course of his recuperation, Harry and Hermione went through the different exercises taught by Wacko to strengthen their magic. The end result was the indisputable knowledge that there was no problem with Harry's magic. Except for the fact that his arm was hanging limp on his side, Harry felt no different than he was before his tangle with the animagus form of Lord Voldemort. That gave the two teens the courage to go ahead with Harry's attempt with casting magic. Starting with simple charms, Harry went to complex transfiguration without any problems except for tiring out due to continuous casting. That was the right time for Harry to recharge his magical core with the magic around him in nature, and that went without a hitch too. Harry and the others felt that he was truly ready to resume his daily routine and his life. With the help of Remus, the two teens erected a magic dampening ward in one half of the basement. The idea was to use the warded part of the room as a refuge for anyone who could not resist the tug of the compulsion charm on the ring. Hermione took the battered tin box from the glass evidence box, and everyone in the vicinity could feel the immediate tug on their mind. Almost all of them had strong shields except for Dan and Emma, who being non-magical had no way of practicing occlumency. Knowing that the ring had a compulsion charm on it prepared Dora, but even she could not resist the influence very long. She gladly stepped behind the ward, forcing Dan and Emma with her. My goodness! Emma exclaimed after getting to safety. I never thought that evil can be so tangible. Dan agreed with his wife. I experienced a lot of different kinds of magic. Our trip to Peru showed me that music can be magic by itself, and I felt my emotions in tune to the music. But this, he shuddered. I cannot blame you for being disgusted with it. I could barely control myself, and that too after knowing about the danger, Dora added helpfully. I can only wonder what would have happened if someone went in there without any knowledge about the compulsion charm. What do you think would have happened if someone was to touch the ring? Emma asked curiously. Hearing her mother's question, Hermione opened the battered tin box. There's only one way to find out. Thankfully, the only ones remaining near the exposed ring, symbolizing the head of house status for the Gwant family, were those who had excellent control over their own emotions. Though occlumency helps most of the time in shielding the mind from the influence of controlling curses like confundus, compulsion charm, and even the imperious curse, the witch or wizard must also be of a mind to resist the influence. All of those present in the room at that time were well aware of the danger posed by the ring and so were in total control. Even then, they could not deny that the desire to wear the ring was quite strong, something similar to what Frodo Baggins must have felt, Hermione thought wryly. Professor Flitwick tried to levitate the ring out of the box, but it stayed stubbornly inside its resting place. The charms master mused. Cleverly done. The only way to get it out is to physically touch it. He was clearly in awe of the magic employed by Lord Voldemort, but he was no fool to try and do the ring's bidding. Casting a few detection charms on the ring, he saw that the magic of the ring resisted all his attempts. Even Amelia and Remus had to give up any attempt to understand what kind of curses were on the ring. Harry and Hermione were unable to too. Their superior knowledge of the various kinds of curses did not help them in this instance, and neither did their ability to manipulate nature magic. All they came to know was that the magic imbued or cast on the ring by Lord Voldemort was of evil intent, but that was enough for them to go ahead and destroy it rather than unravel the magics of the ring. They could have destroyed the Horcrux when it was within the box, but Dora and the elder Grangers also wanted to see the ring in its entirety. Professor Dumbledore's suspicion about the nature of the stone in the ring also gave them pause, and so the two teens wanted to unravel the foreign magics without destroying it totally. "Allow me, Professor," Harry called before stepping up to the pedestal on which the box rested. To Harry or Hermione, it was only a matter of changing the magic around the ring to levitate the air around the ring rather than the ring itself, and so it rose gently in the air. While Harry was controlling the levitation, Hermione rotated it around slowly so that everyone could see it properly. The ring was nothing to comment on. It was a gold band which was designed in the form of a snake. Two snakes were joined at the base of the ring while their open mouths formed a crevice in which a black stone was set in. The stone was in the form of a pyramid with a square base rather than the multifaceted one seen in Man of the Gems set in rings. The square base of the pyramid formed the face of the ring. The two teens also noted an intricate design on the face of the ring, which they immediately recognized as the symbol of the Peverell brothers. Harry and Hermione deduced that the stone set in the ring could be the Resurrection Stone and were astonished that Lord Voldemort used it to make his Horcrux. Then again, he might not have known about the legend of the Deathly Hallows, as most children of non-magical heritage were unaware of the fairy tale. If Tom Riddle knew about the legend, then he would not have rested until he got his hands on all the three Hallows. Harry and Hermione were careful to hide their emotions and were thankful for succeeding. None of the others seemed to recognize the stone or the meaning of the symbol on the stone. Though the two teens were not so sure about believing the story of the Peverell brothers and Death himself bestowing the gifts, they were sure that the ring would be of interest to anyone who knew their wizarding heritage. In fact, they suspected that Dumbledore was keen on getting his hands on the Resurrection Stone. All of this was moot point. Harry recognized, and looking at his girlfriend, he knew that she also realized it. They were going to destroy the magic of the ring, and that would probably render the stone inert too. It was better that way. With little fanfare, Harry lifted the Horcrux ring a little away from the Watchers while they congregated on the other side of the ward with Dora and the Granger parents. Now that their curiosity was satisfied and they could boast that they resisted the compulsion charm casted by Lord Voldemort himself, they now took advantage of the protection offered by the ward. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione began studying the magics of the ring and again came to the decision that there was no way to separate the magic of the Resurrection Stone from the magic cast on the ring and the soul piece. They were woven together so tightly that if one was destroyed, the other two would also be destroyed. It made their task easy. If they could destroy the soul piece by cutting the supply of magic to it, then the curses cast on the ring would also fail along with the magic of the Resurrection Stone. It was a case of one stone and three birds, and it was all good in their books. Unlike the last time when Harry and Hermione destroyed Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem, there was a pulse of magic that emanated out of the ring as soon as Hermione destroyed the soul piece in the Gwent ring. The pulse was not too large to injure the two teens, but it was still felt by everyone in the room. As the pulse dissipated, Harry and Hermione felt that the ring and the stone were both inert, and so Harry reached out to grab the ring out from where it was hanging midair. That was the clue for the others to rush to their side. What was the pulse? Sirius demanded while Remus, Dora, and Amelia were furiously casting one diagnostic spell after the other on Harry and Hermione. Emma, on the other hand, looked as if she was using her eyes as an X-ray machine to scan them for injuries. "We are fine, Mum," Hermione tried to satisfy the adults around them. At the same time, Harry answered serious question. "When we destroyed the soul piece, all the other spells anchored around it were also destroyed and they left the ring as a pulse." Professor Flitwick understood the concept and so was the one to react. "Oh my!" he gasped. "There must have been an enormous amount of magic cast on the ring for it to escape as a pulse that was felt," he exclaimed wide-eyed. The charms master's easy acceptance led the others also to drop that line of questioning. The ring was passed around and even Dan and Emma were able to touch it without any problem. The cheerful group of people began climbing out of the basement while the two teens lingered a little longer. Harry had the ring in his hand. "Can you sense the magic around the stone?" he asked his betrothed. Hermione took the ring out of his hand and separated the resurrection stone from its setting with little effort. Now that the ring lost its magic, the 24-karat gold became very malleable in her hands. The ring went into her pocket. Now that she was able to see it up close, it was not too offensive that it warranted its destruction. They could add it to their collection of wizarding history. Only the stone was in her hand and she could definitely feel that the stone's magic was recharging at an astonishing rate. "Yes," she agreed. Just a few seconds later, Hermione called out again, "I believe that its magic is fully restored." "Do you think that it is the real resurrection stone?" Harry asked. That was an answer that neither of the teens wanted to find out, and the only way to do that would be to actually use the stone. "Even if it was not, it does have some powerful magic inside," Hermione remarked. Harry agreed to that and added, "We never saw any item recharging itself once its magic has been stripped off. This is certainly not man-made. This should not see the light of the day again. We should put it in the main Potter vault under some serious protections," Hermione finished. Hearing their names being called, Harry put the resurrection stone into his ever-present moleskin pouch before they joined their family in the living room. If Harry was surprised at the rousing reception Hermione and he were subjected at their return to the school, he hid it well. He was sure that some of the students, especially the upper years, would be resenting him. He was the school champion even though he was not eligible to enter, and on top of that he did not want to compete. However, what he found were enthusiastic faces and warm greetings. The students of Hogwarts for their part could see that he was clearly injured. Though Harry wore a full-sleeved shirt, he could not cover the blackened and wrinkled right hand, not that he wanted to, as that would not allow Hermione to hold it. What caught the attention of the students and the staff was that Harry was not embarrassed by his disability, nor was he trying to milk people's sympathy. He took his disappointment with quite dignity. Being told the truth and seeing the fact before them motivated even those who were inclined to oppose Harry, to lend him their support. The students of the four houses were all firmly behind him. Harry still had the clout of being the boy who lived, and there were a few students, especially the younger girls, who took his selection as Hogwarts champion as further vindication to his greatness. Of course, Hermione's presence at his side permanently discouraged them to overt displays, but many of them were dreaming their wedding with the boy who defeated, who must not be named. The entire Hogwarts population was secretly hoping that Harry would win the Triwizard Tournament and add glory to their school. Not only would it send a strong message to whoever put the young man's name in the Goblet of Fire, but winning the tournament would mean that Harry survived the supposed machinations to harm him. No one knew that Lord Voldemort was active again. They only supposed that one of the former Death Eaters had a grudge against him, or those that lost their livelihood during the DMLE's crackdown saw Harry as a target. That notion was quietly encouraged by not only Harry's family but also by the staff at Hogwarts. They did not want to incite panic, especially as they hoped to finish the threat even before it made an appearance. Harry was saddened that none of his peers approached him like they were wont to before his injury. Intellectually, he knew that most of them would be a little unaware as to how to act or how he would react to their empathy. What pained Harry was that even his good friends were a little wary around him, not that they had time to really interact with him as he was being mobbed continuously. Those who came to greet him were friendly, but Harry and Hermione could see their furtive glances at his injured arm and the air of general uneasiness. Harry hoped that only the situation with the crowd kept Neville, Ginny, Luna, and his other friends apart from him. Susan was thankfully on his other side almost always, which soothed his wounded spirit. This current situation re-emphasized the fact that the wizarding world was not accepting of change that easily. It was only sad that he was the victim this time. Students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang naturally kept their distance from the Hogwarts students. They were guests at another school, and however much the tournament was envisaged to further good relations, it was still a competition. The female population of Beauxbatons had a champion in Fleur and were keen on extending their sisterly camaraderie to Hermione and those close to her. To no one's surprise, it was the Beauxbatons contingent that broke the ice and welcomed Harry wholeheartedly. They were open in their admiration of the young lord and were sincere in the indignation at the vile act that injured him. Their forthright comments and lack of any artifice in behavior towards Harry helped ease the tensions between the schools and even helped the students of Hogwarts return to their original behavior around Harry. The addition of lovely ladies to their friendship also helped matters along. Dinner that evening was filled with chatter and good cheer returned to the Great Hall. Now it was more open and slowly included the Beauxbatons contingent. Harry and Hermione were now again in the midst of their close friends who closed ranks as soon as the congratulations, sympathies, and greetings died down around Harry. The two teens were quietly thankful for the support of their friends. It was only after dinner that was Harry able to answer the castle's call. "I am sorry that it took so long for me to respond to you, Hogwarts," Harry called out to the castle. Hermione was as usual beside him, and with them were their friends and the three professors. Harry told them about the castle's urgent need to talk to him, but the crush of things meant that Harry could not do so until after dinner. "There is no need to apologize, my lord. I fully understand. There was no time for small talk, and so the castle launched into the important news she had." Harry was shocked after the lengthy explanation. He was quite troubled too. Rising from the chair he was sharing with his girlfriend, Harry looked at the interactive map of the castle that was displayed in the room. There, just as the castle had explained to him, the names, Barty Crouch, and Alistair Moody, were displayed in the same room. Everyone else was puzzled, but Hermione had an inclination as to what that signified. Harry explained. The castle sensed Moody putting a parchment in the goblet of fire. He was interrupted by exclamations of surprise from the assembled group. Even though the words were indecipherable, the general sentiment was not. Why would he do that? McGonagall's voice was the last to be heard as silence descended in the room again. Hermione gestured at the map. "We told you about another Barty Crouch." After that hint, Professor Snape was the one who had the most reasonable explanation: Polyjuice Potion. "I believe so," Harry agreed. While most of their friends were not so dense, they did not have the intelligence Harry, Hermione, and the professors had, and so Hermione took the time to explain their suspicions. Expressions of horror and a few curse words were liberally applied after the explanation, despite the scolding received from Professor McGonagall. Professor Snape ran a tired hand over his eyes. "Do we take him to the DMLE or we wait?" Neville, Susan, Luna, Padma, Ginny, Michael, Colin, and Hannah wanted to turn Barty Crouch Jr. over to the authorities. The three professors saw that Harry and Hermione did not speak in agreement and so waited for the explanation, which they were sure to be similar to their own. Harry heaved a tired sigh. "As much as I want to call in Amelia, I want to keep my enemy close." Seeing that their professors were in agreement, the other students clamped down on their protests. It was left to Professor McGonagall to explain the reasons. "We all agree that Harry is in danger, and probably from Barty Crouch Jr., who is impersonating our Dada professor. It is also evident that this tournament is a way for Lord Voldemort to get at Harry. So it makes sense to keep a close watch on Crouch so that we may anticipate any plans that may be put in place to abduct Harry," Professor Flitwick finished. "That also put rest to any protests that the students may have. It was understood that everyone in that room will be extra vigilant towards the Dada professor. Harry would be all alone during the tasks, but every other time, his friends would be there with him. He will have to be careful when he was performing the tasks, for it was most likely that any planned mishap would take place during that time." Harry also told them about how he came to be Hogwarts champion. Apparently, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff was to be selected to represent Hogwarts, but the castle was aware that Harry's name was going to come out next. I felt that you will not be happy to find that a student was put in danger because of you, and so I took the decision to switch your name with that of Mr. Diggory, was what the castle told him. When Harry told her about the castle's words, Hermione had to agree to that. Harry would have been despondent if Mr. Diggory was injured or worse, when Harry was the real target. He could do nothing to protect Fleur and Mr. Crumb, but Harry would do his best to save anyone from Hogwarts, and if he was to take their place as a champion of the school, so be it. The three champions were assembled on the edge of the Quidditch field along with what looked like the entire population of the British wizarding world in attendance. The bleachers were expanded to accommodate almost all the members of the ministries from France, Bulgaria, and the UK. Added to that, there were numerous security personnel interspersed with the crowd. Though the chance for an outright attack by Lord Voldemort and his supporters was remote, Amelia was not in a mood to take any chances, and so the same force that so effectively guarded the Quidditch World Cup arena was also deputed this time. A lot the students had their parents in the crowd. Since most of the ministry personnel were purebloods, their spouses were naturally invited too. This did not go well with the non-magical students, and so Harry and Hogwarts intervened to eject those who invited themselves. Still, he could not object to the spouses being in the Watchers. Harry could not object to students who were ecstatic to see their parents. He did not have the heart to do so. Hermione wanted to go the other way and invite the parents of the non-magical students, but with the grave concern over the possibility of Lord Voldemort's attack, she relented. Harry did promise her that once the looming threat was removed, Hogwarts would have an open day and the necessary arrangements would be made to accommodate those who never set foot on the hallowed grounds of one of the oldest magical schools in the world. The crowd was really getting into the thick of the things, and the cheers began to reverberate across the grounds. Harry noticed that there were a lot more people than there were seats. He was unsure as to how that was possible, when he spotted a few familiar faces. They were the citizens of Hogsmeade coming to enjoy the games, and Harry realized that the ministry personnel were trying to block their entry. Harry detached himself from the other champions and proceeded towards the congregation. As he neared the crowd, he noticed that Shacklebolt was trying to play mediator between the representatives of the Hogsmeade crowd and the pink cardigan-wearing Madame Dolores Umbridge, assistant to Bartemius Crouch Sr., who was the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. It was evident that the people of Hogsmeade were as adamant in taking part in the festivities as Umbridge was in denying them entry. "You have no right to watch the tournament. This is open only to the members of the ministries and not the general public. You will have to follow the action on the wireless just like the general public." Harry had to privately admit that the witch was right. Had to be some limit as to the number of spectators, and since this was the first time, priority had to be given to the ministry officials and the parents of the students. On the other hand, the people of the little village were very welcoming to the foreign schools and went out of their way to accommodate their needs or even whims in some cases. The restaurants in the village now cater to a wide range of food preferences. If they were going out of their way to make the other schools welcome, Harry did not see why they could not be allowed to view the competition. He was going to take the general public side, as he was not very generous with Barty Crouch Sr. and Ludo Bagman at the moment. They were the ones who were adamant for upholding the traditions and did not allow a competitor to withdraw. Barty Crouch was even in deep trouble, as he had to have a hand in his Death Eater son escaping prison. Come, madam. I don't see why they should be denied the pleasure of watching the competition. They are after all a stone's throw away from the action. Harry butted into the conversation. Madame Umbridge turned towards Harry with a fierce scowl on her face. She was not at all happy to have her authority questioned. The Aurors were willing to allow entry provided none of them carried anything dangerous, and now the boy who lived was clearly on their side. How dare they? She ranted silently and was about to gather steam and tear into the boy. While it was true that the tournament was a ministry-sponsored event, they did not have the authority to invite anyone inside the grounds nor deny anyone entry. That privilege rested with the headmaster and with the Hogwarts castle itself. Harry could do it too, but he was not very keen on advertising that fact. If the villagers were able to enter the grounds and approach the stands, it meant that the castle wards allowed them through. Only a few people knew this, and if the castle had no objection to the villagers watching the task, who was he to object? Harry saw the changing emotions on Madame Umbridge's face and was sure that she was ready for another rant. "Why don't we ask the headmaster? He interjected and turned to the approaching wizard. The headmaster was all that was jovial, and after clearing the air with Harry and his family, Dumbledore felt as if a great burden was lifted from him, and it showed in his general demeanor. Harry did notice that with the confrontational attitude gone, the headmaster was very pleasant to interact with. If the headmaster objected to the people of Hogsmeade being on the grounds, then Harry would retract his position. He was not about to start a petty argument with the aged wizard, especially after Dumbledore went out of his way to change the tasks the champions were to face. Flashback. A few days after Harry and Hermione's return to the castle, Sirius in his capacity as Harry's godfather, and Amelia and Augusta as ministry representatives confronted the headmaster in his office. Putting enormous pressure on him, the three members of Harry and Hermione's extended family finally got the details of the tasks from the headmaster. "You do know that Harry is being targeted by Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters, right?" asked an exasperated Sirius. "Do you want to make their task easy by putting him in mortal danger?" The tasks were designed to test their prowess and also to display to the public why they were chosen to represent their schools, Dumbledore answered. Seeing the concern still written on their faces, he ventured to ask, "Do you think that Lord Voldemort would cause trouble during the tasks?" Concern turned to disbelief and Amelia growled, "Do you not know?" Dumbledore was still perplexed about the topic and not really knowing what was wrong. He tried to deny any knowledge. He did not know that was not the right thing to say. Seeing that the husband and wife were getting more and more upset without any resolution of the problem at hand, Madame Longbottom silenced them all. She turned her frown towards the headmaster. "We have information that your good friend is not really the one teaching the children as the Dada professor." Dumbledore was shocked and it clearly showed on his face. "How is that possible? I know Alistair Moody." "How do you know for sure that he is not the one who he is claiming to be?" Sirius launched into the explanation about how Harry and Hermione discovered the presence of Barty Crouch in the same room as that of the ex-Auror. Moody was not known to be a fan of the disgraced former head of the DMLE, and so it was not a stretch of imagination to look with suspicion the continued presence of the two in the same room. Also, their theory of the man actually being the son rather than the father also helped Dumbledore understand the motive behind the subterfuge. To further support their claims, Sirius activated the older version of their map and showed the presence of Barty Crouch in the Dada classroom while Moody was still in his quarters. "Ah, the Marauder's map," the headmaster exclaimed distractedly while examining the map minutely. "You know about this?" Sirius questioned with a raised eyebrow. Dumbledore was still intent on divining the reason for Crouch's presence in the Dada classroom, from the map in front of him, and so answered distractedly, "Yes, James Potter came to me at the end of his graduation ceremony and showed it to me. He warned me that witches or wizards can access the castle's wards." Here Dumbledore faced the others in the room and chuckled. He did not know that only the headmaster or a worthy heir can do that. After a few minutes deep in thought, Dumbledore could not think of any other reason for the presence of Crouch in the Dada classroom. He had to be impersonating Moody, and it had to Barty Crouch Jr. It also explained the potions master's complaints about the loss of a few ingredients from his stores. Running a tired hand over his eyes, the headmaster sighed deeply. All the tasks were decided even before the names were drawn by the Goblet of Fire. It will be very difficult to change them. Amelia scoffed at that. "When did that stop you from getting your way, Albus?" Dumbledore smiled genially at that but turned serious soon. He promised that he would get the tasks changed to something less risky but still be entertaining to the spectators. Thankfully, the only people who were involved in planning the tasks were the three headmasters, and Ludo Bagman, the head of magical sports and games. Dumbledore was determined to carry out his point that Harry Potter was not meant to be in the tournament at all. He could see only Bagman as an obstacle, as the other two would be delighted with any chance for their own champion to win. Flashback end. Coming back to the present, Harry realized that Dumbledore heard his words and so was able to respond immediately, not giving a chance for Madame Umbridge to say anything. "I see no reason why the good people of the village cannot view the tasks, as long as the Aurors ensure that they do not have anything dangerous on them." A cheer went up after that declaration and they began to move towards the assembled Aurors, totally ignoring the indignant woman. Dumbledore saw the opportunity to impart her some home truths. "Dear Madam, I know that this is a ministry-sponsored event and I also know that none of those coming to view the tasks were required to pay to attend. Some of the villagers who were near the woman could not contain their smirks when they saw Madame Umbridge flush. Yes, the ministry was indeed taking on the cost of the tournament without any chance of getting their money back, and Hogwarts was bearing the cost of arranging the accommodations for the visiting schools and dignitaries and also the seating for the spectators during the tasks. In a way, the Triwizard tournament was one big money guzzler and no one was sure where the money was coming from. Harry hoped that the pockets of the purebloods were drained sufficiently to bear the costs. Umbridge was still trying her best not allow anyone and everyone to attend. There were ministry delegates in the crowd. Still her protests were completely ignored. Even that clown Bagman was ecstatic that more and more spectators were able to watch and so waved the crowd on. Huffing in indignation, Umbridge flounced away with her nose high in the air. Unsurprisingly, no one paid any attention to her antics. Harry's attention was diverted due to the confrontation, and so it was with a shock he realized that he was not nervous any longer. With only about half an hour to the start of the task, the contestants were called to the podium. Bagman took the center stage and relished the attention brought on him while introducing the three champions. The crowd was ecstatic too. This was an unprecedented event and was a historic occasion, and so was keen on showing their appreciation to the contestants. It was no wonder that almost all of them were supporting the home hero, Harry Potter. Now the task is very simple. Bagman began explaining the task to the contestants in a hushed crowd. This is a seeker challenge. He had to wait for the roar of the assembled crowd to diminish before continuing. Each contestant will have to capture one snitch for themselves, and they will have the help of these to do that. With that, Mr. Bagman gestured to three Nimbus 2000 brooms lying a few feet away from the dais and on the edge of the field. Brooms, he shouted unnecessarily but was still greeted by much cheering. Hippogriffs, he gestured to the creatures to the left of the brooms. The cheers were a little muted this time but were still present. Continuing on, Bagman gestured to the left of the hippogriffs and called, Thestrals, to near total silence. Many were staring wide-eyed at the place where Bagman gestured, but Harry noted that only a few were actually seeing the animals which were to the right of the brooms. Except for the brooms, the creatures that are not being used as mounts will act as obstacles during this task. You may switch your mount during the task and many times if you need to. Bagman continued explaining the rules. The creatures will not attack you, they will act only as obstacles and you are not to attack them too. Calling the champions to attention, he addressed them seriously. You may use magic to create diversions, obstacles or defenses, but you may not attack either your opponents or the mounts. You may use magic against the other creatures that are not mounts, at your own risk. It will only be a very foolish one who would attack a hippogriff. The proud creatures are as dangerous as a dragon if enraged, and good luck with finding an invisible winged horse. After making sure that the champions and the audience understood what he said till now, Bagman moved on. There is no time limit to the task and a contestant may capture more than one snitch. That caught the Bulgarian champion's attention. Many in the crowd were beginning to feel that Victor Krum had a distinct advantage in this task as he was a known professional seeker. Quite a few disgruntled mutterings broke out, especially as they could see that Harry's right arm was wrapped securely to his chest, preventing any movement. The Bobaton's champion was an unknown quantity, but she could not be worse than a one-armed wizard on a broomstick. If you want to retire, you may land on this dais. If you do so, you cannot re-enter the task. If you are injured, you may seek medical attention and then return to the task. The three champions agreed readily to that. The completion was not meant to cause serious injuries to the contestants, and Harry was happy to note that there were 2 members of staff from the Wizarding Hospital besides Madame Pomfrey to attend to any injuries. The crowd was getting impatient, but it was more in anticipation rather than in anger. They were quieted again when Harry was heard to ask, "What will happen if any one of the champions could not get a snitch?" Bagman beamed. "Glad you asked." He was giddy in anticipation. Though the initial challenges were much more dangerous and thrilling even, Bagman truly felt that the changes in the tasks were for the better. He shuddered to imagine what the reaction of the crowd would be if the boy who lived was injured or worse. No, the head of magical games and sports decided, this was way better and was much more challenging. Each snitch has the clue for the final task, and so it is imperative that each one of the contestants get a snitch. If you do not, you will still get your clue, but you will have a demerit against you. The crowd cheered louder at that. This was turning out to be much more interesting than they could have imagined. It also meant that each task was connected in one way or the other, and if a champion performed poorly in one task, that disadvantage would carry over all through the tournament. On the other hand, if any of the tasks was to benefit one contestant, he would have a huge advantage, like Mr. Crumb in this one. The home supporters could only hope that Harry Potter does have some magic up his sleeve that can disadvantage the Bulgarian seeker. Seeing that the three champions agreed to the rules, Bagman was now in a frenzy. This was historic. Are you ready? He bellowed. The crowd were as wild when they answered in return. I was actually asking the champions, Bagman admitted sheepishly. That generated a few chuckles from the audience, but the champions were too focused or too nervous to even respond. So Bagman asked again, are you ready? This time he toned down his exuberance and addressed the three champions directly. After getting their agreement, he turned towards the VIP box and began to say something, but turned back to the champions and with a mischievous smile gave a parting shot. Oh. Just beware. There may be surprises in the way. Leaving them a little apprehensive, Bagman gestured towards the ministers of magic from the three participating countries who were seated in the VIP box. Augusta had the honor and so called out, Mr. Potter, please choose your mount. Harry bowed in the general direction of the VIP box before moving towards the hippogriffs. He immediately recognized Buckbeak, the one who he had prior acquaintance with, and so was very easily accepted by the noble animal. The crowd were bewildered by his choice for, though they had impressive speeds and maneuverability, hippogriffs were very temperamental. But then again, with one of his hands injured, it was probably for the best that he did not choose a broom. While Harry was petting Buckbeak, the French minister called for Fleur to choose her mount, which she did by picking up a brand new Nimbus 2000. Being a Vila, Fleur knew that the hippogriffs would react badly to her presence. Even now they were not able to stand entirely calm. Thankfully, either they were very well trained or the presence of Harry kept them calm enough and so did not attack her outright. Once in the air, she was sure that all bets were off. The Thestrals were out of question as she was even unable to see them, and so what was the point? Victor Crumb naturally chose a broom and the champions were ready. Madame Hooch stood in the middle of the Quidditch pitch and with a signal from Ludo Bagman, took out 3 snitches and held up for the champions to see. The crowd began to cheer in earnest now and were as impatient for the competition to start as were the 3 competitors. The noise from the crowd was so loud that it drowned out the magically amplified voice of the announcer. The announcer from the Wizarding Wireless Network was not only broadcasting to the world, but his voice was also heard across the Quidditch pitch, and so instead of just sitting there, the spectators would hear his commentary too and would not miss even a bit of the action. For Harry, the nerves were no longer there, only anticipation. He was so focused on the task ahead that he was quite startled when the cannon went off, signaling Madame Hooch to release the snitches. 2 of the snitches darted away immediately while the third remained hovering in place where it was released. When the snitch did not move from its place even after a few moments, the Quidditch referee performed a few diagnostic spells but did not find anything wrong with it. Madame Hooch just shrugged her shoulder and gave the signal for the countdown to start and quickly raced away from the center of the pitch. She could not have moved faster, for as soon as she moved, her place was taken by one of the remaining 2 hippogriffs. The other one made its way to the far end of the arena and was waiting for the competitors to be airborne. Only Harry saw that the 3 Thestrals were on a lazy circuit around the field. He hoped that the hippogriffs and Thestrals were well trained to just prove an obstacle and not attack the champions. He was sure that the other 2 competitors would agree with him that an enraged hippogriff was as dangerous as a dragon. Harry did not know much about the skeletal horses but was sure that he would not want to tangle midair with a beast that was born to fly. The consequences would definitely be disastrous for him. Half a minute after the hippogriffs and Thestrals took to the field, a magical clock started the 10-second countdown. At the end of the countdown, Harry was the only one left at the starting line as Fleur and Crumb both rocketed out on their brooms. Fleur headed straight for the snitch that was still hovering at the same place where it was released. Crumb on the other hand rocketed up into the sky and, putting all his seeking experience, chose a spot that would most likely put him in line to get the snitch that would in time react to Fleur's presence. Harry knew that he would be no match in terms of sheer speed and so took to keeping a slow circuit around the field in hopes of spotting a snitch. He could use his magic sensing ability to nail one for sure, but he did not want to do that. Not only would it not be fair to the other champions, he just did not have that overwhelming urge to win. He did not even want to be a part of the tournament, for crying out loud. No, Harry would take part but would try and see that either of the other two champions would win. He had bigger concerns instead. Like getting ready to face Lord Voldemort. Krum, who was about 100 feet in the air, had the right idea. He could see Fleur approaching the hovering snitch at a good clip, and he also saw that she would have to do some daring maneuver not to crash into the hippogriff that was on the other side of the snitch. As soon as the Bobaton's champion slowed down in trepidation, the snitch darted out from her reach and began a steep climb. Fortunately for Fleur, the hippogriff did nothing except to give a baleful glare towards the nervous witch, who abandoned her pursuit and made sure to be as far away from the magical creature as possible. Unfortunately for Krum, the snitch's climb took it away from him too, and so he raced after it. Fleur also angled her broom upwards, but seeing that the Bulgarian seeker was after her target in earnest pursuit, gave up. She knew that she was no match to the experience of Krum in chasing the snitch and decided that her time would be spent fruitfully in the search of another target. 10 minutes into the chase, none of the contestants had any luck in grabbing a snitch. Krum spent most of that time streaking across the pitch in a mad dash after the snitch he targeted initially. However, it proved to be elusive, and even his extensive skills could not tame the flittering ball. Harry was thankful that he was on a hippogriff. Fleur was constantly conjuring items or summoning and banishing things in front of a flying Krum, trying to obstruct his path. She even charmed a few mounds of earth to act as bludgers. However, her attempts did not even slow Krum down. He was accustomed to flying in much worse conditions than what he was doing now. What he was facing were nothing more than irritating, but they were more than what he had to face during the course of a game of Quidditch, and the sheer numbers forced him to slow down. Fleur's attempts finally did their job, and Krum lost sight of the snitch and too came to a standstill. Seeing that her efforts did indeed succeed in stopping Krum, Fleur cast her eyes around. There, she caught a glint of gold from the corner of her eye and turned around to see a snitch taking a lazy arc a few dozen feet in front of her. In an instant, she sped up, and sensing her approach, the snitch also raced away. Fleur kept her pursuit and began to slowly gain on the flying winged ball. She cast her eyes around to see that both Krum and Harry were far away, which meant that she need not fear any trouble from the two. Satisfied, Fleur leant down on the broom, urging it forward. She grinned to herself and imagined herself to be the first one to capture a snitch, even beating a world-renowned seeker. Fleur stretched her hand out trying to snag the ball when she felt a sudden gust of wind blowing from above her. Before Fleur could wrap her head around what was happening, she felt something smack her outstretched hand, hard. It was enough to throw her off course, and Fleur had to struggle hard to get the broom under control. She thanked her stars that she was not sent into a hard tumble from which she may not have recovered so easily or at all. Fleur knew that she was decent on a broom, and she would be the first to admit that her skill was not even on par with someone on a school Quidditch team. Regaining her balance, the Bobaton's champion saw a silhouette of a winged animal moving away from her. Fleur cursed her luck that she had to be the one to run into an invisible thestral. Sighing ruefully, the Vila cast a diagnostic charm on her stinging hand. She quickly healed the bruising delivered by the thestral's wing and was relieved that it was not broken. With her injury taken care of, Fleur returned her attention to scanning the sky, but was disturbed by a squawk from one of the hippogriffs. Turning towards the direction of the cry, the witch was stunned into immobility by the sight that greeted her. Harry spied a glint of reflected sunlight a little to his left and moving in the opposite direction to his. Coaxing the hippogriff to turn around, Harry spotted the snitch moving at a fair clip, but not so fast that Harry could not reach it. While it was true that Buckbeak was not as fast as a Nimbus 2000, it still had a good enough top speed, and the snitch was not traveling too fast. Urging the hippogriff he was riding forward, Harry was so intent on catching the snitch that he was not even aware of what was going on around him. The cheering of the crowd was ignored. The efforts of Krum to try and dislodge him from his perch were dismissed as a minor irritant. What he could not ignore though was the sudden gout of intensely hot flames that was aimed at him from the ground below. Harry was sure that his heart was lodged in his throat and suspected that it was the same for Buckbeak if the squawk from the animal was any indication. With a rapid beat of his wings, the hippogriff put some much-needed height and distance away from the flames, and slowly Harry's heart rate decreased and he was able to get the agitated animal under control. Looking down from his perch, Harry was shocked at the narrow escape he and his mount had. There on the ground was a full-grown dragon looking at him with wary eyes. The rush of excitement gone, Harry could now hear the exclamations of the announcer. And what a narrow escape for the Hogwarts champion from getting fried by dragon flames. The announcer began describing the dragon, not that he was able to identify the Chinese fireball. Harry noticed that the dragon was firmly shackled by its hind feet to two posts dug into the ground. That did not stop the dragon from trying to get free and take to the air. The shackles were stretched to their limit under the power of the adult male, but they held fast, not that it diminished any danger posed by the beast. Seeing that his efforts to take to the air were thwarted, the Chinese fireball unleashed a massive fireball, but thankfully Buckbeak was far enough that there was not even the need to dodge the flames. They just died halfway, but the intense heat made both the young man and the beast he was on to flinch and take evasive action. The respite from the dragon's assault gave Harry the time to analyze the threat posed by the dragon. He was surprised that the massive beast was hidden so expertly for such a long time, and that meant that the dragon was not only disillusioned but was under some heavy wards. That would also explain why the dragon fire was not felt before now. The wards were probably meant to suppress them. Nevertheless, the dragon was a clear and present danger to the three competitors. Now that he was able to establish with reasonable confidence that the dragon was hidden under a powerful ward or wards, Harry decided to take the same route to suppress it again. However, it posed a major problem for him. If there was a trigger somewhere which was used to bring the ward down, it meant that the keystone was hidden somewhere near the edge of the field to allow someone to bring the wards down at the appropriate time. Harry could use the keystone to negate the trigger and bring the wards into action again. But searching for the keystone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, if the wards were under a timer, then they would be only useful for that one time and could never be raised again. It meant that Harry would have to construct a brand new ward scheme to contain the dragon, if he wanted to. It was a laborious and a time-consuming process, and Harry was reluctant to take action. Besides, if he was to expend the energy and contain the dragon, his two opponents would take immediate advantage due to their faster brooms. Harry's hand, however, was forced when he saw two of the snitches hiding behind the dragon's head. Whenever the beast moved, the winged balls also moved, shadowing the dragon. To the watchers it looked like the dragon was actually guarding the golden snitches, and two of them were taking full advantage. There was no way any of the champions could retrieve a snitch in such an instance. He had to neutralize the threat. With that decision made, Harry tried to steer Buckbeak towards the edge of the Quidditch pitch, where he stashed a few blank ward stones on the off chance that he may need them. But the hippogriff had other ideas and refused to move in the direction Harry wanted to go. Hippogriffs are very proud animals, and Buckbeak was more so. In a way, he was the prince of the herd of hippogriffs at Hogwarts, being born to the leader and his mate. He could not let the challenge thrown by the Chinese fireball go. His position as the next leader would be seriously jeopardized if he turned tail and fled, so to speak. With a cry that Harry guessed as one of indignation, the hippogriff began barreling towards the dragon, almost like an airplane on its bombing run. Harry could only watch in horror as all his efforts to redirect the hippogriff were ignored. He was not going to be on the front seat to watch the outcome, though. Acting on pure instinct, Harry threw out his good hand and called the only broom that was still lying on the edge of the field and was unclaimed. The Nimbus 2000 responded to Harry's call and began its flight straight at the terrified wizard. Buckbeak was losing height quite quickly, and the flames from the dragon came close to burn him to a crisp more than once. It was only the self-preservation instincts of Buckbeak that saved both the mount and the rider. The hippogriff was undeterred, though, and even in the face of a superior opponent, was determined to cut the distance between them. Seeing that the broom was approaching him but fearing that it would not reach him before Buckbeak entered the dragon's range, Harry took a leap of faith, literally. Harry's hand slapped the hard wood of the broom handle and he hung on for dear life. It was not made easy by the way he was swinging almost like a monkey on a branch. He was surprised at the sight of the bristles of the broom, but now was not the time for him to worry about what was struck in the bristles. He had bigger problems. Straightening his hand, Harry brought himself to a standstill. Now he had another problem. With only one hand, there was no way that he was going to be able to get onto the broom. Hoping that it would work, Harry sent out a pulse of magic from his legs like a jet engine and was able to propel himself over the broom, allowing him to finally straddle it. Sighing in relief, Harry turned to the tableau that was unfolding in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. Even Fleur and Crumb abandoned their search and were gazing at the fight in awe, not that they could do anything else. As soon as the hippogriff engaged the dragon in a fight, the two snitches scattered, leaving no telltale glint for anyone to follow. Buckbeak alone did not look to be a match to the dragon, but now that the other two hippogriffs also joined in the fight, they were under a stalemate. The hippogriffs had the advantage of flight and remarkable agility, keeping them out of the reach of the dragon's fire and tail. The dragon had his tail and fire, keeping the hippogriffs out of range for them to use their beaks and claws. Neither one was gaining an inch despite furious attempts to do so. It seemed as if the creatures were prepared for a long siege. Harry noticed that the gamekeepers hired for the task were ready to intervene if needed, but they were also being held back by the tournament officials. Harry thought about leaving the magical animals to fight among themselves and solve the deadlock one way or the other, but he could not do that in good conscience. He liked Buckbeak, and besides, there was no natural reason for the dragon and the hippogriffs to be in the same place at the same time. It was because of the tournament that they were forced to be in this situation. He was not sure if the creatures would have fought if they came face to face in their natural habitat, but then he realized that there was no way that a dragon and a hippogriff would have fought in the wild, for their natural habitats were not present in the same continent even. The UK was the natural habitat for hippogriffs. Indeed, there were very rare in other continents, maybe except for the Amazonian jungles. Dragons no longer existed on the Isles, except for maybe a few in the far northern shores of Wales and Ireland. The fight that was going on in front of them was a man-made disaster, and that meant those who were responsible would have to intervene. Harry need not have had to step in if the gamekeepers were to do their job, but it seemed as if the apathetic attitude of the Ministry of Magic towards non-human magicals was shining through in this instance. Harry was thankful that the magical animals were keeping the dragon busy and gave him enough time to complete his plan to contain it. Acioing the ward stones, Harry set to work. He was very much adept at runes and inscribing them, but now, he found himself at a great disadvantage. Harry balanced the stone with its flat side up, hovering midair, and began the tedious work of inscribing the runes needed to form a barrier. The runes were simple as would the barrier be. It would not allow the dragon's flames to cross the barrier for as long as magic was around the place, but it could still be brought down if the ward stones were destroyed. It would be very easy for the dragon to aim for the stones as they were unprotected, but Harry hoped that what he was trying to do would be good enough to hold the barrier till the end of the task. The Hogwarts champion concentrated a bit of magic in the tip of his left-hand index finger to use as a stylus for etching the rune. It was an age-old method and worked better than the modern gold-tipped rune-etching stylus, but using his offhand and hanging midair was not very conducive to make good ward stones. Not for the first time he wished that he could take Hermione's help in drawing the runes, but that was a wish which would be unfulfilled for the time. It took great effort and time, but Harry finally thought that he had a good enough scheme etched out on the stones. Dropping the stones at roughly the four corners of a square, Harry hoped that they were far enough not to be easily destroyed by the dragon, but near enough that the magic would hold until the end of the task. Praying for some luck, Harry activated the keystone and was instantly disappointed. He could not sense any change in the magic around him, indicating that the barrier ward was unsuccessful. The dragon sensed that Harry was doing something and tried to shoot him down with his flames. More than once, he came closer to be fried, but Buckbeak or one of the other hippogriffs would cry out, and Harry considered it as a warning to dodge. More than anything else, that convinced Harry that containing the dragon was imperative if he and the other champions were to complete the task. He could see that magic was flowing from the keystone into the stones on either side of the keystone, but not any further. Harry removed the fourth stone that obviously had a problem with the rune he drew on that, and moved the other two stones to form an equilateral triangle with the keystone at its apex. Making a few changes to the positions of the two stones, Harry was satisfied that the barrier would be up and working now. Calling Buckbeak out of the triangle formed by the ward stones, Harry activated the keystone and heaved a sigh of relief as the barrier was now visible as a faint shimmering. The triangle now formed a crude pyramid closing the space above the dragon too, ensuring that even if anyone was to fly above the dragon, the barrier would protect them. The dragon was enraged now and tried his best to try and reach the barrier but was unable to as he was securely tethered and so could not fly away. His tail also could not break the barrier and his flames were ineffective. Finally, he huffed in annoyance and decided to lay down and rest, allowing the champions to sigh in relief. The crowd was perplexed. Most of the spectators knew what Harry did was not really unique. Barrier wards were very common and the idea to use that to stop flames was also not new. It was very much evident that Harry executed it perfectly, but it was boring to watch the process. They would have loved to watch one of the champions weaving through the flames and try and catch the snitch. Now that would have been thrilling. The announcer reminded the audience that fighting a dragon was not the task but to capture a snitch was, and Harry managed to neutralize a major obstacle. The grumbles from the spectators quickly changed to excited cheers as they spotted Fleur Delacour holding up her hand with a snitch in it. Fleur was just happy that she found one. She had no illusions of greatness or trying to get more than one. Fleur landed on the dais and took herself out of the task, leaving Harry and Krum to fight for the remaining two snitches. The fight began soon. Krum was high up in the air, higher than Harry was. Seeker instincts calling out to him, Krum was the first one to spot it and dove down. The steep dive showed Harry where the snitch was and he too started a steep dive. Krum had the advantage of speed due to him being higher, and the momentum combined with gravity allowed him to pull beside Harry with ease, just as Harry himself achieved his top speed on the broom. Racing down neck and neck, both the champions were focused on the snitch and did not even try to oppose the other one. It became a contest of sheer skill and Krum was the acknowledged expert in that, but Harry proved to be no slouch either. Does the snitch have a modicum of intelligence? Harry thought idly as he saw the winged ball change direction. It came out of the steep dive it was taking and was traveling parallel to the ground now. Harry also pulled out of the dive and though he did not know the name of the maneuver, executed a Wronski feint, perfectly shadowing Krum. Harry's experience in flying was only the school lessons during their first year, but now, the exhilaration of the chase and the cheers of the crowd propelled him forward like never before and he felt as if he was a natural on broom. The watchers were certainly convinced. Even Professor McGonagall was lamenting the loss of an excellent seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, not that she would voice the opinion. While coming out of the dive, Krum noticed that he came on the outside of the snitch's path while Harry was much closer in terms of the line of flight they took. The snitch was tantalizingly close but still out of reach to either of them. However, if they continued in their present path, Harry would be the one to catch it. Both of them were on similar brooms and any experience Krum had was counteracted by the differences in their sizes. Harry was leaner and smaller than Krum and moreover, the Bulgarian seeker realized that the Hogwarts champion was able to pull out a spectacular dive his first time and without any playing experience. He began to feel that this first-time player was going to hand him a defeat and Krum did not like that. The rules forbid the contestants to aim their spells at each other or at their mounts, but not to obstruct their flight. Krum also knew that the injury to Harry's right hand meant that Harry would be totally unable to defend himself and that was what the Durmstrang champion was going to rely on. Both the flyers were a mere 2 feet above the ground and racing after the snitch. Krum waited for the opportune moment. Harry was prone on the broom, relying on his ability to control the magic in the air to control the flight of the broom, and was beginning to stretch his arm. The snitch was a mere inches away from his hand. It was at that moment Krum acted. Taking out his wand, Krum shot an overpowered bludgeoning spell onto the ground right in front of Harry, kicking up a good chunk of earth right into the Hogwarts champion's path. With his hand stretched out in front of him, Harry had no way to maneuver the broom. Second, even if he managed to grip the broom, it was traveling too fast for him to stop or avoid getting hit by the debris in front of him. Third, if he was able to successfully maneuver the broom and avoid getting hit too, he would lose his advantage he had, leaving Victor Krum to emerge victorious. Harry did not like any of the options before him and so he decided on none of the above. Using a pulse of magic from his feet again, Harry propelled himself forward from the broom and vaulted over the mound of earth. He knew that it was the right thing to do, for as soon as he was over the chunk of earth, his broom crashed into it. The crowd realized that if the crash did not unseat Harry, then the solid earth would have hit him. Either of the scenario would have resulted in Harry falling down from the broom and getting injured, and at the speed he was going, perhaps badly. Even then, the airborne Harry would end up hitting the ground, but at least now he had full control of his crash landing. At the apex of his flight, Harry flipped midair and landed with a bone-jarring thud on his back. As soon as he landed, he began to choke and the crowd grew silent in concern. "It seems Mr. Potter is going to be sick," the announcer exclaimed as Harry began to clutch at his stomach. What he was trying to do was the Heimlich maneuver on himself, a difficult feat to be certain. Growing concerned, the announcer continued, "Is he going to be sick right in the middle of the pitch?" There were a few groans in the crowd, but that changed to thunderous applause as Harry spit out the snitch that was caught in his throat. Sometime during his lunge and flip, Harry missed the snitch, but the winged ball had other ideas. Maybe it was planned by the snitch or it was a mere coincidence. Whatever the reason, Harry held the snitch he caught aloft. He was still trying to get his breathing under control and so could not wave to the crowd or to acknowledge the applause, but his beaming smile told stories. His celebration was interrupted as the announcer reminded everyone, "The task is not complete yet, folks. There is one more snitch out there, and Victor Crumb is the one without a snitch in his hand. Let the chase begin." The crowd roared their approval, and Crumb, cursing his luck, began a slow winding ascent intent on spotting the wayward snitch. Harry did not move though. Instead, he dipped his hand into his charmed pocket and brought out another snitch, and the crowd went wild. While the gamekeepers were herding the thestrals, hippogriffs, and the dragon away, Bagman rushed down from the VIP box and called the champions onto the dais. "A big hand to our champions for an excellent exhibition of magic." The spectators clapped enthusiastically as Harry and Fleur took a bow while a disgruntled Crumb merely dipped his head. The head of magical games and sports was undeterred though. Miss Delacour completed her task without any demerit. Please give her a big hand for being the first to finish. The Beauxbatons contingent led the cheers, and the friends that Fleur made after coming to Hogwarts supported enthusiastically. Mr. Potter not only achieved his target but also got an extra snitch. He is the winner of this task and gets a head start for the final task. Not only the Hogwarts students but the citizens of Hogsmeade also lent their voice in support of the boy who lived. Harry was not shy in receiving the praise. He worked hard for the win and felt as if he actually deserved the praise, unlike all those times when he had to endure the fawning as the one who defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. The applause continued long and hard, and Harry obliged them by raising the snitches and bowed to each and every corner of the stands. Finally, Bagman managed to bring the crowd under control. Well, as you have all guessed, Mr. Victor Crumb put up a brave performance but was unable to snatch a snitch. Please give him a big hand for his superior skills of flying and the magical performance he put on for us. The crowd obliged. Many were fans of the Bulgarian seeker, and he was indeed superior in the air. Moving effortlessly and dodging obstacles or Fleur's attempts to throw him off the broom, Crumb was indeed the best on a broom. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Mr. Crumb gets a demerit which he will have to face in the next task. Thankfully, there was no jeering from the crowd. Instead, there were a few voices of encouragement, finally prompting Crumb to relax his scowl and acknowledge the crowd's support. Bagman continued, "As I said at the start, every snitch contains a clue for the final task, and as Mr. Crumb failed to get one, he addressed Harry and gestured towards Crumb. Mr. Potter, would you please?" With a friendly smile, Harry extended his palm with the two snitches in them. Crumb was not impressed though. He was humiliated by someone who apparently was playing the part of a seeker for the first time. Losing to such a wizard did not sit well with the champion seeker. With an audible snarl, he snatched a snitch and stomped away from the dais towards the Slytherin team's changing rooms. Bagman was stunned speechless. He did not know what to do or what to say. The announcer for the Wizarding Wireless Network was already there on the dais with his microphone and was acting the part of a compere and was also broadcasting whatever Bagman was saying. Thankfully, the man was used to such situations and immediately took charge of the tense moment. Miss Delacour, the announcer addressed the Beauxbatons champion, and the crowd turned eagerly to the scene, intent on hearing every word. Crum's temper tantrum was momentarily forgotten. No one saw you catching the snitch, can you please tell us how that happened? Fleur flashed a grin which had some of the male students near swooning, much to the amusement of the others. As soon as Harry erected the barrier around the dragon, I saw that there was a snitch hovering beside me, just within arm's reach. She was interrupted by shouts of incredulity from the crowd. The announcer took the moment to voice his own amazement. Really? He asked. Fleur herself felt that it was unbelievable, even though it happened to her, and so did not mind the reaction. Yes, she replied before a mischievous smile made itself known. I think, having seen the battle between the dragon and the hippogriffs and the way that Harry contained it, the snitch did not want to take any chances against the great Harry Potter. Raucous laughter greeted her quip and the announcer finished it for her. And so the snitch sought refuge with you. More cheers and chuckles followed after that. The crowd was once again on their feet when the announcer turned to Harry. He had to wait a good minute for the crowd to calm down for him to ask the burning question. We all saw the amazing catch. He was again interrupted by laughter, and with a smile in his voice, the announcer continued, but how did you get the other one? Harry laughed. Would you believe me if I told you that I was the first one to get a snitch, even before Fleur here? While it was a rhetorical question, Hermione's shout of, yes, was clearly heard over the cheers. Harry grinned and waved the snitch at his betrothed. It's the truth though, he explained. When I summoned the broom, I saw that one of the wings of the snitch was trapped by the bristles, and as soon as I mounted the broom, I was able to pluck it. And we were so fascinated by the fight between the magical creatures that we did not see it, the announcer acknowledged. He looked at Bagman, who took his cue and whipped the crowd to a frenzy again while congratulating the champions and bidding them good luck on the next task. Well, the announcer brought the proceedings to a halt. You've heard all about the first task here on the WWN, folks. Please remember to tune in for the second task. Until then, this is Thomas Jordan signing off.
If one was to look into the room that formed the den of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, they would have met the sight of Harry in deep meditation. This was not unusual, for both the teens often restored to the teaching of High Priest Wacko to regain their equilibrium after a hectic day. This time it was different because, 1. Harry was alone without Hermione, and 2. He was at it for 2 days straight now. The reason? A dance. Being a champion, Harry had to be there to lead the dance that would start off the Yule Ball, and he had to have a date for that. As soon as he came to know about the ball from his head of house, Harry asked his betrothed for the honor of escorting her. Hermione of course agreed. She was his wife-to-be, and she would have agreed even if Harry thought that it was a sure thing that Hermione would be his date. Nevertheless, Harry did not take it for granted and was doubly happy seeing the love in her eyes. Both of them were quite proficient in dancing, and especially with each other, and that was what was troubling Harry. He knew that Hermione loved dancing, and since he was going to be her partner for what was going to be a night that would put her in the spotlight, Harry did not want to disappoint her. How would he not? With only one of his hands working, he would not even be able to hold her to him and lead her. Until now, Harry was not too troubled with the fact that his right hand was practically useless. Yes, it bothered him that he was no longer able to enjoy feeling Hermione's hand in his when they walked, eat, or practically every other time like they used to. In the privacy of their home or when they were alone, there was no uncomfortable feeling even with the dead hand, as there was always the hope that his hand would recover someday in the future. The Yule Ball, however, would be an entirely different ball game. He instinctively knew that Hermione would be subject to ridicule from those jealous of her betrothal to Harry. His being a cripple would obviously be the focus of their attacks against Hermione. If they could reduce her to tears, or better even, scare her away from Harry, then all the better for the other girls, especially those from the pure blood families. Harry was also aware that Hermione was a strong person, and her confidence in their relationship was quite high. But there is always a lingering doubt in every relationship until it was taken to its natural conclusion in a married state. In his troubled thoughts, Harry was sure that the efforts of other girls to separate them would be more desperate than if it was any other guy, and hoped that Hermione would be able to endure their efforts. The onus was on him to not only protect her, but also to ensure that she had no doubts in his commitment to her. If these were his fears about Hermione under attack by other girls, his other imagined fears were about his own worth being Hermione's boyfriend. He would never have entertained such fears, but his own disability amplified the lingering doubts, and that was because Hermione was growing to be a very beautiful woman. Would he be able to keep her many admirers at bay, especially with his disadvantage of being crippled in his right hand? He was sure that Hermione was not that shallow and that they truly understood each other, and were the best of friends, and would be the best husband and wife team. But then again, there was a small fear that Hermione would realize that she could do a lot better than him. Not very rational thoughts on Harry's part, but hey, he was a teenager and in his state, even the best would have their doubts. With these fears in his heart, Harry was determined to do his best to make the Yule Ball the best for the woman who had his heart, his best friend. He did not know what he would do or what he could do but hoped that the answers would come to him in time. Unfortunately, he also knew that the time he had was short, for it was only 10 more days for what could be either the best night of his life so far or the worst yet. Usually when Harry and Hermione would meditate, the session lasted for about an hour or two. Either of the two would come out of the meditative state, and the other would also inevitably follow. On that Friday night, Hermione was the one to surface first, but Harry did not follow her. She thought about calling out for Harry and get him to break his meditative state, but something told her that this time it was different. She felt that Harry did not want to be disturbed, and so with a desire to keep an eye on him, Hermione made herself comfortable on the couch in their den, and drifted off to sleep. Harry was indeed in a completely different state than they were used to. He was determined to find a way to make the Yule Ball enjoyable to Hermione, and his magic responded. He was plunged into his deeper subconscious where he was able to connect to the magic around him to such an extent as never before. In this state, his magic began to exercise its muscle. Harry's magical core began a series of exercises and flex like there was no tomorrow, and his very life depended on it. Maybe in some ways it really was. It began to connect and disconnect to nature's magic, familiarizing itself about the magic around him and make it second nature for Harry to feel and connect to the abundant magic, making it easy for him to draw it into his core at a moment's notice. All through the night and the next day, Harry's magical core was able to do it to such an extent that Harry can now use the magic around him to power up his own magical core instinctually. To accommodate such an influx of magic, Harry's core also began to change. Rather than being a rigid ball, it now became something like an inflatable balloon. Still, it had its limits. Harry could not keep on expanding his magical core infinitely. He could contain an enormous amount of magic inside him if need be, and that would make him the most powerful source of energy in all the world. Needless to say, he could only keep that state as long as he was able to concentrate on holding all that magic in him. The moment he was distracted, the magic would start leaking out. Thankfully, there would be no harm done to his physical body. His spiritual essence took care of that. Minor break Sunday evening brought with it a very tired Hermione Granger. She spent almost all of the weekend fretting about an immobile Harry. The 3 professors and their 10 friends, including Daphne and Tracy, came to visit them more than once. However, it was left to Hermione to spend almost all of her time in the same room as her betrothed. She could feel the periodic changes in the magic around Harry. Almost like the ebb and flow of the tides, the magic in the nature flowing into him and out of him. None of the professors had any explanation as to why it was happening, and Hermione found out that none of the books Harry and she had with them had anything to say about the phenomenon. Professor McGonagall recognized the impatience in Hermione and urged her to leave Harry's presence for a few hours. She was not doing any good for herself, pacing about fretting over Harry. The suggestion to look in the library for any information about the phenomenon they were experiencing with Harry was a powerful motivator, and so Hermione agreed to spend the time before dinner in there. Sighing in relief, the other students also agreed to keep Hermione company in the library. The Transfiguration professor volunteered to stay until the dinner hour or till the time Hermione returned back to Harry's side. Hermione had little hope that the Hogwarts library would provide her with the answers she sought. After all, their own knowledge of nature magic and the power of meditation was obtained outside England and was generally considered to be nothing more than drivel by those in the UK. However, she had to take her mind off what was going on with Harry, and so she dove into the treasure trove that was the restricted section. She was so engrossed in her search that Hermione did not even hear someone calling her name. Actually, she did not even realize that it was her name being uttered. It was only when the person put his hand on the book she was perusing that Hermione came back to the real world. Hermione blinked her eyes a couple of times and allowed herself to focus on the person before her. Mr. Crumb. She acknowledged the wizard. She could not erase the slight frown that marred her face, one because she was very vexed that her study was disturbed, and second, Hermione could not really understand what the Durmstrang champion would want with her. Still, she could not really dismiss the wizard as he inserted himself into her personal space. "What can I do for you?" "You go ball with me," was what Hermione heard from Mr. Krum, or at least that was what she hoped he said. "I am sorry, but I already have a date," Hermione replied politely and began to move away from him and into the main section of the library. Hermione is the wife-to-be of the future headmaster, and through special dispensation of almost all the staff members were allowed into the restricted section while their other friends were not. Besides, she had a good head on her shoulders and would be responsible with the books. Krum, as one of the champions, was allowed limited access, pertaining only to certain times of the day. Hermione would have thought that the book she had in her hand was what Krum was looking for, if not for the way that the Bulgarian champion asked her as a date to the Yule Ball. The brightest witch of her age was suddenly apprehensive to stay with the Durmstrang student inside a location where her friends could not back her up if need be. Seeing that Hermione was hurrying away, Krum taunted, "How will you dance with a crippled wizard?" With a smirk, he continued, "You need someone better to take care of you. Better wizard." Hermione snorted at that. She was still not at a boiling point, but her temper began to rise. She, however, considered all this a joke, a desperate attempt by a spoiled child throwing a tantrum, and so could not resist taunting him back. "It is the same wizard who beat you with one of his hands tied. If there is someone better than him, then it's not you." Krum growled at that. Hermione realized that it was definitely a sore point to the Bulgarian, and so rejoiced in her petty win. By this time she reached the partition to the main part of the library and so crossed over gratefully to meet her friends. The Durmstrang champion, however, was not so easily cowed. It was pure luck. He scowled. "I am the greatest Quidditch player known in a generation." "Yes," Hermione agreed easily, "but you are not the greatest wizard in this generation. That honor goes to my betrothed. He is a better wizard and a much better gentleman even without trying." Her mood soured, and realizing that the world-famous library did not have what she wanted, Hermione turned to go. Incensed that his advances were so easily rejected, Krum tried to stop Hermione but was thwarted by a ring of equally furious Hogwarts students. "I don't know how it is in your country, Mr. Krum," Neville addressed the champion, "but here, if a lady says no, it means no," he finished emphatically. Susan could not resist adding, "If Harry were to hear that you accosted his wife-to-be, you will have a first-row seat to the power of the greatest wizard of our generation." The circle of friends did not understand why Krum was so adamant. Of course Hermione was a very pretty girl, but she was also betrothed to Harry. If it was just rivalry or jealousy that was spurring Krum on, then Neville hoped that they would not leave Harry and Hermione alone in presence of the Bulgarian. Not that the two needed anyone else to defend them, but as friends, it was their privilege to keep the two teens safe, especially as Harry's continued participation in the tournament was a must. "Leave," Ginny added, pushing herself into Krum's personal space for emphasis. Krum scoffed at that. He was not at all intimidated by the display. They were after all a bunch of teens more than 4 years his junior. However, even he could see that a confrontation was detrimental to his participation in the tournament. Besides, the students of Hogwarts had a home field advantage, and Harry was immensely popular even in his home country and the entire world even. If his confrontation with Harry's friends was aired to the general public, then Krum was sure that he would be at the receiving end of more than a few glares. With another scoff, Krum turned around to go back into the restricted section. He could at least get some studying done. He could always pick one of the older years from Hogwarts to be his dance partner. "Appreciated, guys." Hermione thanked her friends with evident relief. Not that she feared a confrontation, but Hermione was not willing to start anything that would give bad press to Harry. Their map showed Rita Skeeter prowling in her animagus form for juicy tidbits about the boy who lived. Harry and Sirius banded together to put the witch on notice for her rumor-mongering, and she was out for blood. Any confrontation that Hermione may be involved in would color Harry's relationship with her. Being born of non-magical parents, all the purebloods would be watching for any missteps by Hermione, and that is something that Hermione was careful not to do. It was unfair to her and indeed to Harry too, but there was nothing they could do until the time Hermione would truly be Mrs. Potter. With such heavy thoughts, it was no wonder that Hermione's mood did not improve during her walk towards their room. Professor McGonagall was still inside the room, looking through the book rumored to be written by Godric Gryffindor himself, Magic of Transfiguration, and keeping an eye on Harry at the same time. There was no change in Harry except that here was an oddly peaceful atmosphere around him. If Hermione was to describe it, she would have said that it was the calm after the storm. Whatever was happening inside Harry was done and settled down to a serenity that made its presence known. Hermione could not think that such a feeling of tranquility was missing in Harry's magic until she found that it was missing. Did Harry's magical core reach its maturity much earlier than it was supposed to? Hermione wanted to raise the point with their mentor but hesitated. All that she had at this point was a suspicion based on her ability to feel the magic around her and in Harry. Moreover, she could not describe the feeling to anyone, it was only to be experienced. Before she could say anything though, Hermione suddenly felt a change in the magical energy around Harry. Usually it was a gentle breeze flowing around them without any particular pattern. When someone used a spell, the magic in the air would contort to allow the spell magic to pass through. In some cases, based on the intent of the caster, magic in nature may also enhance the spell magic overpowering the spell. Most of the wide area spells like blasting, terraforming, and other similar ones are enhanced in this way. If Harry or she was to use the magic in nature to do their work, then they could feel the magic rushing away from them to do their bidding. Still, it was always a small breeze or at the most a strong gust. Now though, it was like a raging tornado. Harry was at the center of the tornado with the tip funneling into him at an astonishing rate. As suddenly as it started, it stopped and there was the calm once again. In just a few seconds, the calm was disturbed by a tremor that ran the whole length of Harry's arm. As McGonagall and Hermione looked fascinated at the spectacle, the tremor ran again, almost like a shallow earthquake running just below the surface. The long-dead muscles awakened from their slumber like a ripple passing through the arm but allowing them to settle back once the tremor passed through. Harry's right hand began to twitch on its own volition. Hermione looked on with hope, not even daring to breathe for fear of missing the action. The movement of the muscles had to mean something, and indeed it was. They could actually see the involuntary twitching of his hand that was hitherto lying dead. The twitching that originated in his right hand slowly spread all over his body. By now Harry was no longer in the lotus position that was common while meditating, instead he was on his back, stretching to his fullest. It was not a controlled twitching of his muscles, but at the same time it was also not violent as seen in a person with seizures. It had a certain grace to it. The two watchers watched mesmerized as they realized that it was not actually Harry's body that was twitching, instead it was Harry's magic that was beginning to bubble out of him, morphing into his inner animal. The twitching began to take shape into something that any mortal eye has seen before. Hermione only heard about it through Harry's description during their trip to the Native American grounds, but now she was able to see it happening right in front of her very own eyes. Just at the moment Hermione blinked and Harry was no longer in front of her. Instead there stood a big animal, a little more than 6 feet high from the ground to its broad back. It was very inelegant looking with a body and tail of a lion but the front end of a horse. What made it borderline ugly was the tough skin resembling that of a rhinoceros and its stubby legs which were a little longer than that of an average lion, and if Hermione had to put a name to what they looked like, she would have likened them to a chess rook. Protruding from the cranium was a 2 feet long 6-sided horn which was serrated on all the edges like that of a saw. If the horn was pointed with spiral pattern, it would have lent its beauty to the animal in front of her like that of a unicorn, but even in this the Kuahee, Wah-Hee, was to be disappointed. However, the horn did indeed look intimidating, which was probably meant to be, as it was the only means of attack for an animal that looked to have been built for defense, if the tank-like armored body was any indication. Unlike the unicorn, the big bulk of the Kuahee would not allow nimble feet to escape, nor would the 2 leathery wings, jutting out right in the middle of the back, provide any lift. The macabre ensemble was completed by the pitch-black color which dulled to gray in a few places. Overall, if not disgusted by its appearance, Harry in his Kuahee form was certainly meant to intimidate. Sensing a change in the flow of magic within him, Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he was faced with was the incredulous looks of his girlfriend and his head of house, and only then did he notice that he was on all fours. At that moment Harry felt as if he was invincible. He could feel the enormous amount of magic flowing through him but also realized that it was also draining to be in his current form. Harry did not have the time to analyze why that was because of the bubbling panic in him at the thought that he may not be able to hold the form much longer. It was time to see what he looked like, and so Harry pushed himself to his feet, but suddenly the right front leg buckled under him and the gigantic beast was brought to his knees. Shaking his head, Harry flexed the injured leg in determination. Though the leg was still a deeper coloration than the rest of the limb and was thinner than the others, it looked a lot better than the blackened and emaciated arm that it was before the transformation. With a grunt of determination, he gave it another jerk, forcing some magic into it, and the leg straightened out with a muffled snap. The injured limb was still weaker than the others, but Harry was able to feel the strength returning to it. "Move around, Harry," Hermione prompted, and Harry obliged. It was a very relieved Harry Potter that took a few tentative steps, putting weight on what was once a near-dead appendage. There were no more problems in him standing up straight on all his legs or move around, but for a limp that was barely noticeable. Urging himself forward in his excitement, Harry was forced to look into himself as he felt a very large tug on his magical core. It was then that Harry noticed that as long as he was stationary, it was not very taxing to him. But very quickly he understood that moving a massive weight around was not going to be very easy. The bulk of Kuahei made it impossible to move without the aid of his magic, forcing his feet to strengthen and the wings to beat, lending some semblance of propulsion. Though it helped him move around, Harry quickly realized that using his magic to do something as mundane as walking was not going to allow him to anything else with his magic. He was not surprised to feel his own magical core getting recharged by the magic around him in nature, but was shocked at the rate at which his magical core was getting discharged. At the rate at which it was going, discharging faster than it was getting recharged, it was inevitable that he would not have much magic left in him and he would be forced out of his transformation any moment now. Just like that, the big bulk of Kuahei was replaced by a panting Harry. He was almost on the verge of magical exhaustion and so forced himself to regain his human form before being forced out of his animagus form. There was a great chance that being forced out of his animagus form due to magical exhaustion could have put Harry into a coma. That was the reason why Sirius also forced Hermione to turn back when she was intent on curing Harry in her woodchuck state. Thankfully, Harry retained the connection to the nature magic even when he was back into his human form, and so was able to push away his tiredness as his magical core filled rapidly. Hermione did tell him that her ability to connect to nature magic was almost instinctive after she underwent her own magical animagus transformation, and Harry rejoiced in the fact that he could do it now with ease too. I know. Harry stalled Professor McGonagall's inquisitiveness. "You want to know what happened, and I am sure Hermione wants to discuss what she saw, but can we please go and have some dinner? I am starving." They realized that it was indeed time for dinner, and as the Hogwarts staff's presence was mandatory at all meals due to the presence of 2 other schools, the Transfiguration professor had to agree to that. Besides, the 2 teens also wanted the other professors and their family and friends to be present too. Later, it was actually much later, the next weekend in fact, that Harry and Hermione were able to discuss the miraculous cure with their friends. Hermione's parents, Remus and Dora, were also tuned into the discussion via the 2-way communication mirror that Sirius brought with him. Professor McGonagall and Hermione took turns to describe what happened to Harry and what the animal looked like from their point of view. It was quite thrilling to those who heard the description of the changes, but Emma wanted more. She wanted to see the transformation as they completely missed Hermione's. However, even with a pensive, Dan and Emma may not be able to appreciate the change, as viewing it through the communication mirror would not be the right way. They would have to be immersed in the experience. And so, with a promise that they will be home for Christmas after the ball, Harry and Hermione moved on with their explanation. "I needed a lot of magical energy to achieve my transformation," Harry began, "and then most of my magic was being used to keep the transformation going. If I was to use my magic for anything else, then I would exhaust my core so easily that I could very well die." Sirius and McGonagall were the only ones who had an animagus form among those assembled, and while the others did not, they at least had an understanding of the process. This aspect was not something that they ever heard or read about. The 2 animagi definitely did not experience anything like that, and they voiced their protest. "I know that Padfoot is a common Irish wolfhound." Remus was thoughtful. "Do you have any Niels in your form, Minerva?" "No." McGonagall realized where this was going. "I am all cat." "You think that since they are magical animals, their magic is always active," Professor Flitwick mused. "It's perfectly logical," Snape contributed. And he did need a lot of magical energy. Hermione brought the topic to Harry's transformation. It was a raging vortex of magic around him. Am I missing something? Emma wanted to know. Harry's transformation had such a high demand on magic, is that common? None of the teachers knew the answer to that question, and so they turned to the two teens for an explanation, sure that they may have one. After all, they were the magical animagi. The two teens explained, to the assembled magicals, what was a commonly known theory to all non-magicals. The first law of conservation of matter states that matter can neither be created nor destroyed, Hermione explained. This was needed to explain the origins of the universe. It is believed that in the very beginning, there was just one solid mass which later on exploded. This Big Bang is what created today's known universe. It has been very well validated, Dan interjected helpfully. The origin of universe and so all life was a very sore subject due to the controversies between theology and science. Everyone had their own opinion, and Dan did not want anyone to go into those discussions and sour the atmosphere. He was sure that Harry or Hermione did not have an opinion either way. They believed in science and their logic accepted the explanation of the Big Bang. But the eternal question of what created the one big entity before that event was still unanswered. Thankful that her father had added his support to her explanation, Hermione surged forward. If we consider that matter cannot be created, only transformed from one form to another, then how did a tiny Harry become a gigantic unicorn? Unicorn? Quite a few voices asked. Harry answered that question. Yeah. We decided to name my animagus form as that. It has a single horn and is a part unicorn, ending it with a shrug. And we decided to call my form Firefox, Hermione added enthusiastically.
That's a nice name, but why? Emma voiced the bewilderment of those present. Hermione was a little disappointed by the lackluster response, but Harry rallied her. She has the form of a fox, and when she moves it looks like liquid fire, and so Firefox. Sensing that the others were still not sold on the idea, Dan came to her rescue. It is gorgeous, just like my daughter. Hermione sighed deeply. She felt that her dad was prejudiced, but hey, you cannot win them all. Thanks, Dad, she added gratefully. Her spirits were restored to almost their highest. Then again, what does it matter to her? The two men in her life were supporting her, and she knew that her mum was on her side anyway. Dan wanted to not only divert the topic but was also really interested in getting to know what the two teens thought about Harry's animagus transformation. So, how do you explain Harry's enormous bulk when there is not enough matter to support it? He asked. Magic. Ginny interjected with a cheeky grin. Everyone had a good laugh at that. Harry patted her on her head in a patronizing manner before continuing. Magical energy, to be precise. As I told you before, Harry absorbed a lot of magical energy into his core before the transformation. Hermione began her explanation but was interrupted. McGonagall was thoughtful and probably did not even realize that she interrupted Hermione. It was a veritable torrent. I never felt such a concentration of magic in one place. It was a wonder that the castle wards did not collapse. But what she said helped a lot in convincing the other magicals about the theories of non-magical science that Harry and Hermione were basing their interpretations on. Well, I believe that the castle was able to shield the ward stones. I was pulling the energy from nature and not from the ward stones themselves. That might have also protected them, Harry replied, not bothered by the divergence in the topic of discussion. All that energy was channeled into Harry's magical core, and I suspect was needed for not just the transformation but also to make up the bulk of Unicorn, Hermione concluded. Harry had another trivia to add. I don't think that my core could have handled all that power if I did not absorb Quirrell's core in the first year. All of the listeners were surprised at that. Those who knew that fact forgot about it, while most of the students did not even know that such a thing was possible. Before they could pester Harry about how he got to absorb Quirrell's core, Professor McGonagall quashed that line of enquiry, stating that the spell that was used was very dangerous and it was only dumb luck that Harry was able to evade that spell. The danger was stressed, and the 8 students knew to accept that they were not going to get the details. You think that some of the magical energy is being used to form the enormous body? Sirius asked, a little skeptical. Before Harry or Hermione could reply, the answer came from an unexpected source, Einstein. Dora exclaimed. Sirius and Amelia were sure they heard the name somewhere, while Remus knew for sure, but he still did not know the exact details. The other students had no clue what the name meant. It was obvious that only the Grangers, Harry and Dora, knew not only what the name meant but also what was behind the name. A beaming Harry took up the explanation. Albert Einstein was a brilliant mind whose mass-energy equivalence was thought to be the cornerstone for most of advanced physics and laws of the universe. E equals mc squared, Remus whispered, suddenly wide-eyed. To most of them that comment was innocuous and so was ignored as their focus was on Harry. What Einstein theorized was that the mass of any object is dependent on the energy that it can contain. Okay, Neville spoke up after digesting the information he was presented with. I can understand that Harry needed a lot of magical energy to transform into the unicorn form, but why was he unable to maintain it for a longer time? I know that animagi can be in their form for far longer than the 10 minutes that Harry was able to maintain. Hermione sighed. Now, we enter the realm of conjecture. She turned to their transfiguration professor. You told me that you are able to maintain your animagus form for long periods, Professor. Your form is very small compared to your human form. We think that your magical core is hardly taxed during the transformation and you still have excess energy to maintain the form for long periods. Yes, but it was not always like that though, the transfiguration professor replied. Here she blushed a little. In the beginning, I used to give chase to anything and everything that I could find. In my feline form I was very curious and energetic. I used to burn through my magical core very fast running around. She was pensive when she continued. Come to think of it, only when I was able to overcome my feline urge to scamper around, I was able to last through most of the day in my animagus form. Like when I watched over your aunt and uncle for a whole day on that fateful night. She need not specify what day it was as almost everyone present knew the story as to how Harry came to live with his relatives. Sirius had a haunted look on his face as he also tried not to think of the long days he spent as an animagus to try and escape the effect of the Dementors. He spent more than a day sometimes, often eating whatever passed as food in Azkaban, in his animagus form only. Those days he did nothing except for lying down on the floor and trying not to think of his misery. Amelia sensed his morose thoughts and gave her silent support, thankfully pulling him out of the dark mood. Shaking away his thoughts and drawing comfort from his wife, Sirius added, we all know how long Pettigrew was able to stay in his form. He jerked his head towards Ginny, who nodded her head fervently. Even after all these days, the thought that she spent more than 10 years with that traitor brought out every feeling of disgust in the young witch. So in a way, magical animagi require magic from a witch or wizard's core to keep their transformation going, Professor Snape summarized. Yes. I believe the longest time I was able to be in Firefox form was when I fell asleep trying to cure Harry. I do not know how long that was, but when I am aware, I could only maintain my animagus form for about 5 hours, Hermione responded. Did you try to use your healing ability consciously in your form, Hermione? Luna questioned, sensing that using a magical ability may be even more draining on the magical core. No, Luna, Hermione answered. We do not have any means to try that out, and I do not want anyone of you injuring yourselves so that I can try my ability out. So just keeping the unicorn form going itself is very taxing to Harry that he could not be in that form for more than 10 minutes. That does not sound very useful, Dan mused. Everyone present agreed to that assessment. However, Harry and Hermione had a different view on that. You remember what Tendo and the other Native Americans said about Kuahae? Hermione reminded her father. That it's near immortal, Sirius exclaimed. Hermione beamed at that. We think that Harry's magic is used to not just maintain the form but also its innate ability to resist most curses, maybe even the killing curse. Oh my! Professor Flitwick squeaked. That is an amazing ability to have. The others agreed to that sentiment easily. Even though it was very draining on Harry, the 10 minutes he would be in his animagus form would make him near immortal, and that was an amazing ability indeed. It was probably his inner animal that saved him when Lord Voldemort cast the killing curse at him. No one would know for sure, however. Harry was growing a little uncomfortable at the open admiration about his animagus form and so sought to divert the attention. It just might be possible that I may not have all the abilities that a Kuahae naturally had. Then again, we cannot know for sure what abilities Kuahae might have had unless we put it to the test. But that is something that I am not keen on trying out. Yes, Hermione agreed instantly. I would rather not have someone firing that killing curse at you. I like you just the way you are, thank you very much. Susan grinned at that and mimed exchanging a big sloppy key with Hannah, who was beside her, prompting everyone to burst out laughing. They joked about it for quite a while and spent the remaining day enjoying life. Sensing movement on the stairs that led down from the girls' dorm, Harry turned to see an angel walking down the stairs. Resplendent in the milky white gown, contrasting with his pitch black robes he was wearing for the occasion. Hermione's hair was well tamed and tied up in a neat bun with gentle curls on either side of her face, framing it beautifully. The curls somehow accentuated her eyes, and she truly looked resplendent tonight, and Harry was mesmerized into immobility. Harry did not know when he started to walk or even that he walked, but he only knew that he was beside her when he next came to his senses. His ardent look conveyed all the love and admiration he had for Hermione, and she was nearly overwhelmed by that emotion. Harry took her hand in his and keyed her gently on her temple, whispering, "You are beautiful even without the Vila stone, my love." His husky voice sent a thrill down Hermione's spine but could not prevent the little guilt that crept into her heart. She did have the electric blue teardrop-shaped stone gifted by the governor of the Vila colony at Marseille hanging around her neck. She wanted to be beautiful for Harry and was only sad that she had to restore to artifice to do that. If Harry had access to her thoughts at that moment, he would have denied it vehemently. Besides the magic, the electric blue stone itself was very elegant. They kept the original six-pointed star-shaped gold setting around the stone, but Harry got a much more elaborate white gold setting added to it. The Vila stone was now the centerpiece of a choker that added elegance and beauty to the woman wearing it. There was a radiance around Hermione that was not usually present every day, and the magic in the stone somehow brought out her features and let them shine through unhindered. The magic of the stone added to the glow in her heart. The end result was brought out on her face like a halo around her, making her the most beautiful woman in Harry's opinion. He could see Hermione outshining even Fleur tonight. "Thank you, Harry." Hermione keyed his cheek. "I wanted to be extra special for you this day. A champion like you deserves a beautiful woman on his arm." Harry wanted to argue that she was always beautiful to him, but then he thought that the entire world would know what he always saw within his girlfriend. Who was he to deny the pleasure that Hermione might derive in not just feeling beautiful but being beautiful in everyone's eyes? He keyed the knuckles of her hand and tucked it into the crook of his elbow. "Thank you, my lady. You are the best," he replied. The warmth in his tone and the genuine appreciation made her all pleasant and incredibly mushy inside. Their day-to-day interactions were of best friends, and the truth of the matter was that they were really comfortable around each other and never thought anything about their interactions. But today they were able to really appreciate being more than best friends. Today they would be two people genuinely in love. Putting the corsage he got for Hermione on her wrist, Harry turned towards the exit. Squaring their shoulders, the couple strode confidently towards the great hall and the ball. Through sheer willpower, Harry gained the use of his right arm just to please her. Looking at the arm through which hers was intertwined, Hermione could see that it was darker than the rest of his body. The black coloration of dead flesh was gone, only to be replaced by a brown color that could be mistaken to an overdone tan. It was not as strong as it used to be, but Hermione could see the power returning back to the arm. With a single-minded goal, Harry practiced his transformation many times, exercising his leg muscles and his wings so that he could concentrate on moving around without much trouble. All of that resulted in very strong shoulders that also added a little bit of muscle to his weakened arm. Harry will probably never regain the lost strength in his right arm, but it was as near normal as it could ever be. Students watching could now see without a shred of doubt how powerful a combination they made. They exuded an aura of confidence and thus made a charismatic couple when they entered the Great Hall. Their chemistry was very well known all throughout Hogwarts, but tonight, the entire world would also see that Harry and Hermione were truly meant for each other. Harry and Hermione spent most of the ball dancing with each other. They did dance with the other friends in their group, but all the other dances were spent in the others' arms. Through proper planning, they made sure that even Ginny, Luna, and Colin could attend. While all the witches were ogling Harry and the wizards drooling over Hermione, the couple had eyes only for each other. They noticed all the glares that were thrown their way by the envious students of the three schools, but they shrugged them off without a thought, happily basking in each other's loving presence. It was a night of relaxation for the entire school, but especially for Harry, as the other days were spent in making sure that Barty Crouch Jr. was kept well away from him. Harry was sure that the peace would not last very long. He had a gut feeling that everything would come to head before the tournament ended. He could not do anything to prevent it except hope and plan to come out of it victorious if not unscathed. With a shrug of his shoulders, he decided to put those morose thoughts away, for it was time for another turn with his beloved in his arms. Even though it was about 10 in the morning and after breakfast, the sun was beginning to finally make a dent in the mist in the air. Birds were chirping, and the squawks of the hippogriffs and cries of other animals in the forbidden forest mingled with the excited voices of about 1,000 witches and wizards congregated around the Black Lake even in the frigid temperatures. "Good morning, world," the amplified voice of the announcer shattered the serene atmosphere. "You heard that right, folks. The first task was such a monumental hit that we at the WWN have received requests from places like the USA, India, China, Japan, and the rest of Europe for live coverage. So for the first time in the history of magical games and sports, my voice is heard around the world." Polite applause greeted that statement. There was no need to say that most of those applauding were those who did not hear about live broadcasts in the non-magical world. The half-bloods or the non-magical born were actually surprised that even the Quidditch World Cup was not broadcast worldwide. This is Thomas Jordan, and welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. This time the applause was thunderous. Students and the others who were invited to watch the tasks were covered up and huddling together to try and hide from the brisk wind. The only hope to escape was to whip themselves up into a frenzy supporting their favorites, and that is what they were doing. Bagman came up to the dais with a spring in his step. The three champions were already there, and he shook their hands with enthusiasm and a wide grin on his face. The tournament was certainly creating waves, and he was basking in the glory of being one of those who contributed to the tasks. He conveniently forgot that the new tasks were almost entirely the brainchild of the Hogwarts professors, and that he did not have any part to play in that. Bagman and almost all of the Department of Magical Games and Sports was of course involved in planning the initial tasks, but the word of Dumbledore carried a lot of weight, as much as his wand carried a threat. Bagman eagerly snatched up the microphone that was enchanted to not only broadcast all over the world but also to those assembled around the Black Lake. Unlike the Quidditch pitch, where seating was available all around the pitch, the Black Lake, though big, did not allow such a high number of spectators. Giant monitor screens did not make their appearance yet, and so the seating was limited to two sides of the lake. The vastness of the lake meant that there was a lot more space for the task, but at the same time, the large area meant that most of the task would be away from those who were watching on the sidelines. The solution was to earmark an area of roughly a square kilometer, and the task would be confined to that area only. Seating was arranged on two of the banks which adjoined the area of the Black Lake that formed the arena. The area was warded only to restrict the champions to that area, but not for any of the creatures which made the Black Lake their home to enter. The first task was more about excitement and surprises, while this task is more about skill, ability to think on their feet, and of course magical ability. Bagman started to explain the rules of the task, and the silence was palpable as no one wanted to miss what was entailed for the task, either that or they were saving their lungs for what was sure to come. The battlefield for the task was not marked in any way. If they were not told about the warding to prevent any of the champions leaving the area, they would not have known. Bagman explained all of this to the champions before coming to the pertinent point. You all have a snitch from the first task, and you were told that it is a clue. In this task, you will be getting the means to decipher the clue. Bagman chuckled at the grumblings arising from most of the crowd after hearing his convoluted explanation. To set them straight, he expanded on what was required. In this task, there will be 5 flags dispersed randomly all around the area. Each champion will be marked with a specific color. Black for Mr. Crumb, bright blue for Miss Delacour, and Gryffindor S. Arlette for Mr. Potter. He was interrupted by a wave of cheering by most of the spectators. Not only were they alumni of Hogwarts, they were immensely proud of the boy who lived, and now it only increased after Harry's performance in the first task. Now, the head of Magical Games and Sports chided the crowd good-naturedly. Each flag has a rune etched on it and will form a runic array when assembled in their correct order. This runic array is need to open the snitch and get the clue. Wow, Harry thought, it certainly is a test for our magical ability. If people thought that the first task was to Krumm's advantage, then who knew him intimately would know that runes were never a good subject with the Bulgarian. In fact, Krumm himself admitted that he took just the number of classes needed to be called a certified wizard and he worked just hard enough to pass his subjects. Most of them were with acceptable, and only transfiguration with exceeds expectation. On the other hand, Harry was an expert in runes while Fleur was more than decent. She had to be, as joining Gringotts was her career choice. He was distracted from his musings when the flags appeared in their positions when Bagman gestured towards the cordoned-off area. If they were in their exact positions as they were to be, something did not sit right with Harry. 1 hour to capture 5 flags. What is the catch? He asked. Bagman chuckled. The catch, Mr. Potter, is that you will have to traverse through this. With that he gestured again towards the lake and a shimmering caught their eyes. When the disillusionment charm dissipated, everyone could see that there were several solid fences all over the warded-off area. The fences were about thigh-high and were nearly indistinguishable against the water, but what caught Harry's eye was that the fences had a certain pattern to them rather than being haphazard. A maze? He asked incredulously. Bagman beamed at Harry but cowered a little when faced with the glares of the other 2 champions. Fleur is a known Vila and being on water was not so conducive to her magic, because of that her glare was on full power. As for Krumm, he did not have an opinion on the field but the overly friendly attentions of the man was grating on his nerves and especially after losing so spectacularly in an aerial fight to a rookie, it would only take a similarly spectacular win to put a smile on his face. Well, the head of magical games and sports swallowed nervously before regaining his equilibrium. Yes, you will have to traverse the maze and collect all the 5 flags. For Mr. Krumm it will be 6 flags due to the demerit he obtained in the first task. Looking at the scowl on the Bulgarian's face, Bagman rushed through the explanation. The fences, though only about 2 to 3 feet high, were warded to prevent anyone from crossing over them. Thankfully the ward would only bounce them back rather than causing any discomfort, except for the discomfort of being bounced against their will, that is. Basically, the champions will have to either conjure, transfigure, or manually construct a vehicle of sorts to move around on the water. Once the champions have a means of transport, they may not change it except for making some repairs or slight modifications on the charms they might have cast on the vehicle. You will have 1 hour to collect the flags and reach the center of the maze where a prize will wait for you, Bagman continued. Harry suddenly had a feeling as to what his prize was. He did not see her since the start of the day and she was not even there for breakfast. In a sense, Hermione was his prize. Harry wanted to protest and to give him a piece of his mind, but calmed himself as he knew that it was after the fact and nothing he would say would make any difference. He would just have to make sure to claim his prize. Besides, McGonagall would tear strips off their hides if anything happened to one of her surrogate grandchildren. Taking a deep breath, he focused on getting to understand the remaining rules. Be advised that you will have an hour to get the prize and you will be disqualified if you fail to. That created a ripple among those assembled. Even the champions were a little taken aback at that statement. Would they not lose their magic if they failed to appear for a task? Then again, if they were to fail at a task and get removed from the tournament, maybe not. If that means they may have to miss some of the flags, they would have to. When Harry voiced the question, Bagman was quick to answer that if they miss any of the flags, they would be given demerits as to the number of flags they missed. The champions would have to take up a make-up task to reclaim their demerits and get all the flags needed to complete the runic array. The other rules were similar to what they had in the first task: no magic on their opponents or on their vehicles. They may fight any of the denizens of the lake but at their own risk. That warning was needed as Harry was sure that he was not brave enough to tangle with the giant squid unless in the direst of circumstances. It certainly was an interesting competition which would test their magical ability in procuring the much-needed vehicle, their speed in traversing the water body, and most importantly their skill in controlling the vehicle to the required destination. The champions were given half an hour and some privacy to construct their vehicles. The privacy also meant that no one could help them, not that any of them needed the help. The obvious vehicle for transport on water is a boat or any one of the several forms of a basic float. Harry thought of going with the basic rowboat seen in Hogwarts that is used to ferry the first years across the Black Lake. He even thought about summoning one for his use. Unfortunately, he did not know for sure if the boat would fit through the lanes formed by the fences. After a little under 4 years, he was not sure if his estimation of the boat's size would hold true and so abandoned that line of thought. Instead, he needed something easy to maneuver and at the same time quite fast. Everyone was surprised when Harry came out of the privacy of his tent and went rummaging around in the wooded area a few meters away from the Black Lake. Thankfully, his hunt was not for long and Harry went back into the tent with 2 sturdy-looking branches of about 2 to 3 feet long. Then it was just a matter of a few spells and Harry was ready. A gong sounded the end of 30 minutes and the 3 champions arrived at the edge of the Black Lake again. They made an interesting spectacle as Crumb was floating a rubber dinghy in front of him and Fleur was doing the same except that it was a small boat, precisely like that found ferrying the first years. It was only a little smaller in size. What surprised everyone was that Harry was carrying what looked like 2 planks. They were a little thinner than normal wooden plank and curved at the edges too. Only the children of non-magical origins recognized them as skis. The only difference was that they were not as long as the normal snow skis and not as sleek, but they would serve the purpose of traveling across snow if that was the intention. Bagman looked at the contraptions in Harry's hand a little curiously before shrugging his shoulders. Instead, he raised his hands towards the assembled crowd and bellowed, "Are you ready?" A chorus of "yes" came back. He really was enjoying this. Bagman next turned to the judges and with a little more politeness inquired, "Are the honorable judges ready?" None of the judges deigned to answer him verbally, but their nods or hand gestures were taken as their acceptance, and so Bagman finally turned to the champions. "Now that you all are ready," he gestured toward Fleur, "Miss Delacour, since you were the first to catch a snitch, you will be the first." He was interrupted by an impatient Fleur. Harry here was the first to get the snitch. Bagman was left sputtering and trying to extricate himself when Harry bailed him out. "It's all right, Fleur. Let's go with ladies first." Thankful for the way out, Bagman latched onto it. "Yes, Miss Delacour, you first." Fleur started to move but was stopped by Bagman's cheeky comment, "Oh. Beware of surprises." Fleur groaned, thinking about the dangers they had to face during the first task. Of course, this task would not be easy too. As her boat was already in the water, Fleur carefully stepped into it, ensuring that it did not tip her into the water. She cautiously propelled her vehicle towards the opening of the maze and, judging by the way the craft was handling, felt confident enough to venture into the maze. As soon as Fleur neared the maze, the fences near the opening moved quickly to give her 3 options to move ahead. There was no way to say which was better, and so, shrugging her shoulder, Fleur directed her craft into the middle path. As soon as she entered the path, the fences rearranged themselves, closing that particular fork in the path, and her view was obscured by everyone watching her progress. "Nothing to worry, folks." Thomas Jordan's voice made its presence known. "This is only temporary until the other champions also enter the maze. To prevent cheating, you know," he added. Harry simply rolled his eyes at the dramatics of the announcer. He noticed that Lee Jordan was also in the commentator's box, probably to assist his brother, as there were 3 champions and some of the action was missed during the first task. Harry went next. Everyone was curious to see what those short planks did. Those of non-magical origin were also curious to see how he would manage to use something that was made for snow on water. Harry knew that the skis were too narrow for them to be of any real use on water. The surfboard, or a water ski, are usually much wider than what he had, but he had one trick up his sleeve that a normal water boarder does not have: magic. His only problem was not to allow the water to move away from under the skis when he was to propel himself forward. There were many ways to do this. The easiest would be the hover charm, one which allows a witch or wizard to hover in the air and then with a very weak banishing charm can propel themselves. However, this charm would be of no use to Harry, as the rules stated that at least some part of the vehicle they were to use had to touch the water. That meant that the hover charm was out of question. The other way was to try and keep him from sinking using a combination of Wingardium Leviosa on himself and a weak banishing charm for propulsion. The levitation charm has to be cast with precision so that he would not sink in the water but at the same time have the skis touching the water. It was not impossible, but it would keep him so occupied that Harry would be in no position to do anything else. So that option was also out. Instead, Harry went for the easiest option. He inscribed a runic array on the soles of the skis. The final output of the skis was 1. To cast a quick freezing charm to freeze the water right below his skis, and 2. Give out a very weak blast of air to keep him moving forward, mostly for him to maintain balance rather than propulsion. The water was cold enough for the freezing charm to hold long enough for Harry to glide on it. It was not exactly skiing on powder snow, and Harry was not a champion skier or a rollerblader, but he was the most athletic and would be the fastest on the water compared to both Fleur and Crumb. A thunderous roar of applause greeted the sight of Harry skating his way, on 2 tracks of ice forming just below his improvised water skates, into the maze. The ice did not last long as it melted away once the freezing charm was removed, but it was long enough to hold the Hogwarts champion up. Harry chose the left fork and expected that Crumb will be left with only the right fork to take. As soon as he entered, Harry noticed that the outside sound was totally cut off. It was probably a way to prevent anyone from the outside giving directions to the champions. Taking a deep breath, Harry spread out his senses to feel the magic around him. He could see the pattern formed by the wards that were raised above the fences to prevent the contestants from crossing over them. Harry could also sense the gaps in the wards, easily giving him an outline of the paths within the maze. He recollected the image formed in his mind when the flags were revealed before they were lost to sight in the maze. Harry brought that image forward and tried to superimpose it over the magical field around him. He grinned broadly at the result. He not only had a clear view of the path he had to take in order to make it to the center of the maze, but also knew to an extent of certainty where the Arlet-colored flags were positioned along the paths. He mentally mapped the shortest way for him to reach his target. Unfortunately, he realized that he would only be able to capture 2 of the flags if he was to follow the quickest route. Then again, that was the goal, right, to get to his prize before the time was up. Harry decided that he would at least get the 2 accessible flags first before making a decision about going after the 3 remaining flags. He could probably breeze through the maze and get to them, but somehow he felt that it would not be that easy. Would the fences keep changing? Well, Harry thought, Gryffindor's charge ahead. Time's a-wasting. The blast of air was keeping him moving forward slowly. It was manly to keep him from falling if he was not moving under his own power rather than speed him on the water. With his mind made up, Harry pushed down onto the ice with his left leg and propelled himself forward. With his hands swaying on either side, Harry sped forward like an Olympic racer on ice. Not as fast though, but enough to beat Fleur and Crumb in a straight-line speed test, by quite a margin. There were 2 paths to the right that would take him into the maze, one right in front of him and the other a little further ahead. Anyone in a position such as him would have instinctually taken the first path, but due to his near-perfect recall as a result of his excellent occlumency, Harry knew that the first flag was just a few meters away from him and on the path which is the second one to his right. Rushing forward, Harry was planning ahead as to the path he had to take, and a small part of his mind was already plotting the route he was to take. His mode of transport was maneuverable enough that he need not slow down too much, and so took the turn at a good speed, and immediately his eyes widened and his mind snapped to full alert. Harry could sense an enormous build-up to his left a few feet in front of him. He realized with horror that at his current speed, he would be right in front of the burst of magic when it would be released into his path. Reacting instantly, Harry gave a harder than normal push and sat down on his haunches. Just as he neared the region of the magic build-up, a stubby pipe shot out from the fence and a burst of flame was released from it. The short burst of speed that he generated meant that Harry crossed the spot before the flame was released, but only barely. Thankfully he was bent down enough that the flame passed above him and behind him. Blood hell, Harry cursed mentally as he turned around to look at the still smoking pipe, a flamethrower. Though the flames missed him completely, the heat of the fire meant that he was sweating profusely. He hurriedly looked at his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief to see that he was essentially unharmed except for getting a good fright. Getting his heart rate under control, Harry cursed the organizers and especially Bagman. Damn that man and his surprises. He did not know, but the maze was charmed in such a way that even though no sound could be heard from the outside, the spectators could hear every sound made in the maze. They could also see everything, albeit from a very long distance, that was going on inside. If you were lucky and had an omniculars in your position, then the action would be a little closer to you. After all, there was no point in sitting in the cold morning and watch the waters of the lake. A few chuckles greeted that statement, as it was not only audible easily but was also picked up by the announcer and repeated with a few colorful statements added to it as heard from the mutterings of the other two champions. Harry took a careful look at the spot the flamethrower was at and could see his first flag now resting right on top of the pipe. The flag was tacked to the fence but was right above the opening for the pipe. He could hazard a guess as to what would happen if he was to try and liberate the flag. Flattening himself along the fence, Harry stretched his hand and tried to snag the flag from behind. However, as soon as his hand neared the pipe, it retreated a short distance into the fence and another burst of flame was released. His extreme dueling training kicked in and Harry threw himself backwards into the water. The cold water threatened to rob him of his breath, but Harry was prepared and had enough sense to gulp in a good lungful of air. Unfortunately for him, his skis did not take a break and the surface was beginning to freeze right above where he was hanging upside down. Thinking quickly, Harry cancelled the sticking charm on the soles of his dragon hide boots and freed himself from the skis. Before he could regain his bearings though, he felt a sharp pain in his forearm, forcing a yell out of him and causing him to lose precious oxygen. He kicked hard to rise to the surface for some much needed air and looked at what was causing the pain. A Grindylow had its teeth firmly sunk into his arm. With a sigh, Harry made a show of transferring his wand to his left hand and cast a stunning spell at point-blank range. With a quietly muttered healing spell, Harry closed the wound on his arm to prevent further blood loss. Using the frozen block of ice as leverage, Harry pulled himself onto the fragile piece of ice and quickly regained his skis. It was not a moment too soon, as the ice crumbled quickly and Harry had to cast the sticking charm once more to secure his skis firmly. With a wave of his wand he began drying himself. Damn, he sighed out loud, I hope that Fleur and Crumb had thought of adding flame protection to their crafts. As they were on water, Harry added a few water-resistant spells. He did not think anything about fire and so was reasonably sure that his rivals would also not have done that. He was not in a flammable craft unlike them and so hoped fervently for the safety of his Veela friend. Shaking his head, Harry focused on the problem in front of him. He could not grab the flag without triggering the flamethrower. What was he to do? For a moment he thought of disconnecting the magical rune that was obviously drawing ambient magic to power the flames. That would mean exposing the true extent of his powers to the world, and he did not want that, not with Voldemort still alive. So he had to do it the hard way. Thinking for a few minutes, Harry snapped his fingers in a eureka moment. To his consternation, a shape began to form in the air in front of him. It was of course what he visualized in his mind. Harry quickly began to gesture with his wand that was still clutched in his offhand and hoped that this action was enough to cover his wandless conjuration. Though his family and dear friends chuckled at his blunder and his hurried efforts to cover his actions, the rest of the audience was amazed at Harry's prowess at conjuring something solid and that too using the minimal of wand movements. The results of the conjuration was hovering in front of him, and it was a hollow pipe made of steel. The pipe was bent at right angles with one end much shorter than the other. Harry carefully levitated the pipe over the flamethrower with the shorter end facing the opening and the longer end facing away from him. With deliberate actions, he began to lower the conjured pipe to try and fit it over the mouth of the flamethrower. As soon as the pipe came within its range, another gout of flame shot out. Harry quickly maneuvered his conjuration to fit the opening from where the flame was coming out. It was not a tight fit and so Harry had to continue holding it in place. However, it served its purpose as the flames were now directed away from him. Harry quickly retrieved his first flag and retreated a few steps back before flicking his wand to vanish his conjuration. The dumbfounded crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause as the Hogwarts champion was the first to get one of his targets. A few more minutes passed as Harry skied through the maze. He deliberately took a few wrong turns to throw off suspicion. As soon as he took the first wrong turn, he was faced with a dead end, and to make it more believable, Harry tried to shift the fences to see if he could cut a path through, but the fences resisted all his attempts. His investigation told him that the fences were designed to be impregnable to all spells, and even if someone managed to blast a hole through, the fences would mend again. After another wrong turn, he was faced with a school of Grindylows. This time he did not even try to pass through, he simply turned around and took the correct path. He did see Fleur and Crumb a few times during his running around, but neither of the three tried to exchange words or try and take the path the other was on. Harry's next major obstacle was a merman. The merman was submerged in the water up to his gills, which are placed on either side of his neck. This ensured that he could still breathe, but also ensured that the champions would know that there was a merman in the vicinity, and that is if they missed the wicked trident that was blocking most of the path. Looking balefully at the gesturing going on from the merman, Harry knew what he had to. The merman blocking him had what he wanted. How to get it though was a problem. With a resigned sigh, Harry removed the sticking charm on the skis and dunked himself into the cold water. The conversation was strictly one-sided as Harry had no means of speaking Mermish, but the gist of it was that Harry had to give something to the merman to appease him in order to trade for the flag he had. Incidentally, he had a flag for each champion, and if all the three champions had to finish the task without further penalties, then they would have to pass the same merman. With a flash of inspiration, Harry donned his skis again and dashed back to the place where he encountered the first flag and the Grindylow that bit into him. He knew that the young ones of the merpeople have the water demon as pets. With a grin he presented the still stunned beast to the merman. The merman sighed deeply. On one hand, he was asked not to really create a problem for the champions, but a Grindylow, really. He did not have any young ones, for crying out loud. What was he going to do with the beast now? He looked at the champion again. He heard a lot of good things about Harry Potter and the role that he played in the current era of peace. Sighing again, the merman had to acknowledge that if there would be a time in the future when all magical creatures would be accepted as equals, then it would be with the help of this young one. With a forced grin, he accepted the offering and allowed him to take the Arlet flag and pass through. Harry raced away. He looked at his watch and realized that he had just about half an hour to reach the center of the maze. He was near to the goal too, but he still had to get 3 more flags. He could not try to retrieve at least 2 more before claiming his prize. Having 3 demerits to his name would be difficult to overcome. Still, he could not go back into the maze without at least knowing that no harm had come to his beloved. He was thankful for his ability to map the magical pathways formed by the fences, which allowed him to have a relatively safe journey through the task until now. Instead of going straight through, Harry took a cleverly disguised U-turn, and was right in front of the opening in the fence that would allow him to reach his prize. The only obstacle before him was a stretch of bubbling and foaming water. Harry cautiously put his hand above the area only to pull it back quickly. The bubbling was indeed due to steam that was escaping from the water. The steaming water covered quite a good stretch, meaning that it was not a trivial challenge. He thought of jumping over the stretch but was not sure if it would be considered as a deviation from the requirement of having some part of the vehicle touching the surface of the water. He did not know if the judges just monitor the way they were progressing or if the magic of the tournament was the judge. If it was the later one, then Harry was sure that he was complying with the rules until now, as he was allowed to use his current method of travel by magic. If it was adjudged by the panel of judges, then he could always argue that the ice was made from the water of the lake itself. Anyway, he need not worry about crossing this stretch of boiling lake water right now, as he was only halfway in terms of the time allotted and had a long way to go in terms of getting all the flags. The center of the maze was surprisingly quite big. It was nearly 15 feet by 15 feet and probably looked much larger to Harry after the confines of the narrow path that formed the maze. The water in the clearing was calm with an occasional breeze disturbing it. What caught Harry's attention though was the presence of 3 items that definitely were the prize they were to capture. 3 big water walking balls were suspended a few inches from the water, probably to prevent them from moving around or from the inhabitants in those balls from wandering around the area or venture into the maze. It looked as if they were hovering in place. Harry could not place the man who was inside one of the balls, but as he knew the other 2, he could only guess that the man was related to Crumb, probably his father. The other 2 were fairly obvious, Though he could not see clearly as the woman was facing away from him and the distance was great, he was in the company of the witch often enough to recognize her as Fleur's mum. Then there was Hermione in the final one. Seeing her inside the water-walking ball, Harry burst out laughing. While Fleur's mum and Crumb's dad were twiddling their thumbs, his beloved was engrossed in a book. Even when she was in some kind of peril, seeing that she was comfortable doing what she loved most brought a smile to Harry's face. Harry sent a pulse of magic towards Hermione. Thankfully, the place was not warded and it probably did not have any more surprises. Sensing the pulse of magic that she was so familiar with, Hermione looked up and beamed at her betrothed. She looked at her watch and was pleasantly surprised that Harry was already there to rescue her. As much as Harry wanted to take Hermione out of the maze, he did not want to do that right away. He still was a little way away to have a leg up in the second task. He showed her the 2 flags he got and with much gesturing, Harry conveyed the message to Hermione that he had about 20 to 25 minutes and 3 more flags before he could take her out of the confines of the water-walking ball. Hermione also reciprocated that she was quite comfortable with the book she had in her hand. With a blown key, Harry turned around and dashed off. The spectators watching the task and those listening to the broadcast had no clue as to what was happening with Harry. They could all understand that he was about to retrieve his prize but then turned back. The judges and the commentator had a general map which had the tasks that the champions had to face specifically marked on it. Professor Flitwick was tasked to enchant the maps to project the progress of each champion, and that was as close to live action as they could get. The listening charms placed all around the maze were the only source of knowing what the champions did to overcome their obstacle. The progress of Crumb and Fleur through the maze was more colorful in language when compared to Harry's. The 2 champions were very liberal in cursing everyone and everything around them, starting with the tournament organizers to whoever designed the tasks before finally ending with the obstacle itself. Though it was mostly in Bulgarian and French, the few choice words in English provided a much better entertainment to the listeners rather than the actual progress of the champions. Unlike the live action that the non-magicals were used to on television, the magical version of the live action turned out to be a big letdown. Overall, the task was proving to be boring to the spectators, but at least it was much better than watching the ripples in the lake. Harry had a relatively easy time with the 3rd flag. There were no traps or riddles or specific tasks to do except that it was camouflaged very well. Liberal application of disillusionment charms made it near impossible for him to identify it, and even running his hands along the fence did not turn out to be helpful. Harry had to take a few moments to bring up his memory of the position of the flag and then a few moments to concentrate on the magic around that area. Harry was sure that it was only his ability to sense magic that actually got him that particular flag. Skating through the maze, Harry came to a stop before a turn which had a high enough concentration of magic on the other side to make him wary. He was quite sure that there was another massive surprise waiting for him. He was also fairly certain the penultimate flag was somewhere in the vicinity of the magical entity. He debated about leaving it and going on to the next flag, but then realized that he may not be able to make it to Hermione in time. Centering himself, Harry turned the corner only to stop in surprise. "Get out of my sight, you freak," his Uncle Vernon bellowed. The obese man's face was already turning purple with rage. Harry was wide-eyed in shock. His relatives were not the warmest of people, but his uncle was never abusive even if it was with words. His logical side kicked in and he knew that it has to be an illusion, as his non-magical uncle could never be inside Hogwarts unless the tournament officials had given him some sort of runic array to bypass the repelling wards. He might have believed that scenario if he was still facing his uncle. Instead, now his aunt was doing a commendable impression of Professor Snape's impressive sneer. "You freak, you will just get blown up like my freak of a sister." Harry's eyes nearly popped out of his head hearing the tirade. His aunt never loved him, but she accepted him as the only connection to her long-lost family. All of this was not important to Harry at the moment. By now he knew what he was facing. With a defiant, "Ha!" that sounded more like an exclamation than a laugh, Harry intoned, "Ridiculous." The boggart was banished with a burst of smoke after Harry's defiance. Harry had enough sense to admit to himself that he was shaken by the encounter. Intellectually, he knew that his relatives did not utter those words or expressed such sentiments, but to someone who was never expecting such a vitriol, it was quite a shock. He came out of it very quickly though. He may have had such insecurities when he was a small child, but now he had people around him who loved him. He knew other freaks, like himself. Squaring his shoulders, Harry grabbed the flag that was revealed when the boggart was defeated and marched on. Up in the stands, Sirius, Remus, and Harry's friends were shocked into silence. Did the confident young man they knew had such insecurities? Was that? Remus stammered. Yep. Sirius answered equally dazed, the Dursleys. Neville, who was just on Sirius' side, had to ask, did they really call him that? Sirius was momentarily surprised. He forgot that they were in a very public place and anyone can overhear their conversation. He had to make sure that there could be no repercussions on the Dursleys due to his comments. They did not deserve any ridicule or censure. No, Sirius refuted vehemently. Beside him, Remus added his own voice in support of his friend. No. They are actually like any of our own relatives. They do not love him, but they do not hate him too. I guess it was just a manifestation of Harry's fears when he was just a child, Luna agreed from Remus' other side. The topic was dropped and thankfully the listeners in rows above or below their own also dropped that line of thought. They were quickly distracted from their musings as Harry began to move again. He was the only one who had the maximum number of flags at 4, followed by Crumb, who had 3 to his name. Right at that moment, Fleur also got her 3rd flag and was even with the Bulgarian champion. Harry did not know anything about the status of his fellow competitors. For him, it was only one goal in his sights, to get out of the maze. He still had about 15 minutes to get the final flag and reach Hermione. He wanted to go after the last flag, really wanted to, but after mentally mapping the route he had to take to reach the flag, he groaned. The route would take him all around the maze and it was in a place furthest from where he was and from the center of the maze too. It would mean that Harry would have to take a complete circuit of the outer edge of the maze and then he would have to traverse the same path he came through before. That would take him a very long time, not to mention the obstacle he would have to face. Maybe the organizers planned it in that way, to force the champions to have at least one demerit coming out of the task. With that decision taken out of his hands, Harry proceeded to the center of the maze to rescue his betrothed. Harry had many ideas about getting past the steaming water that was guarding the entrance to the clearing in which Hermione and the others were held. The entire obstacle was about 6 feet on either side and framed by the fences on 2 sides. Harry's ideas ranged from conjuring a ramp that will allow him to jump over the area, or use a bunch of ice blocks that would be used as stepping stones to cross the obstacle, or conjure a bubblehead over himself and dive underneath the area that held the boiling water. It would probably not be too deep and he was quite an adept swimmer, but at the same time he did not know how deep it would be and he did not have too long to try that. Even with all these options at hand, Harry went for the spectacular. He decided to transport himself onto the other side using the technique that Hermione and he learnt in Peru. He would need to latch onto the ambient magic around him and follow the strands of magic to displace himself to his target. However, he could not let the general public know that he could do that, and so he went for deception. Harry cut a small section of wood from one of his skates and began writing on it. Actually, he made a show of writing using his magic while he did nothing of that sort. The idea was to say that he, with Hermione's help, developed a homing device, which a witch or wizard could travel to, much like a portkey. The 2 teens actually developed such a device, but the runic array on it was too complicated for Harry to replicate at the moment. Moreover, the runic array needed a constant source of magic so that it could be used to travel to. With the amount of ambient magic, it could have been easy, but Harry was not sure if the wards over the fences all around them would still hold if there was another magical sink near them. That was something that the 2 teens had not tested yet, and this was not the time for Harry to test their theory. Harry threw the piece of wood as far as he could towards Hermione. It landed a good 4 to 5 feet away from her, but to Harry, it was enough. Concentrating on the magic around him, Harry vanished from his spot and appeared nearly on top of the piece of wood, bobbing gently on the surface of the water. For anyone looking at the spectacle, it would appear that Harry did indeed home onto the piece of wood. To make sure that no one could study the piece of wood later on and not find a runic as he would claim, Harry made sure to destroy it. Sighing in relief after finding that he was the first into the clearing and also that he had about 10 more minutes, Harry moved towards his prize. By now Hermione abandoned her reading and tucked the book into her enlarged pocket. The other two hostages were also attentive at what was happening around them. Fleur's mum even waved at Harry with a bright smile on her face, which was returned by Harry. Not sensing any more traps, Harry quickly reached the water-walking ball which housed his betrothed. Giving Hermione a smile, Harry reached forward and touched the sphere. He had no idea how to get the two of them out of the maze. The organizers conveniently forgot to give that information to the champions. Harry hoped that touching the target would bring about some reaction and give him some clue as to what he was to do. They did get a reaction, but not anything either of the teens was expecting. As soon as Harry touched the inflated plastic ball, a horn blared signaling the end of the task for him, and in front of their very eyes, the ball that entrapped Hermione disappeared, committing her to the cold waters. Bloody hell! Both the teens exclaimed after they recovered from the shock. Hermione managed to catch her breath but could not ward off the cold, but she still managed to curse fluently enough, morons. Bloody bastards. The other two hostages were also watching bug-eyed, mentally shivering about their own fate. Harry meanwhile cast a warming charm on himself and on Hermione too. He ditched his wooden contraptions and plunged into the water. He swam the short distance and grabbed onto his girlfriend. As soon as they were both in contact, they felt a tug behind their navels and the next moment were deposited onto the platform the champions started from. The chill in the wind and the gentle breeze that picked up caused Harry and Hermione to cling together, trying to ward off the cold. Their soaked attire did not help, but even in such a condition, the two teens began to analyze what brought them from the middle of the maze onto the platform. "I guess it was a portkey that is activated by magical signature," Hermione rasped out through the chattering of her teeth. Harry managed to control his shivering a little better. "Yeah, I guess it is activated only when the hostage and the champion are united." Their conversation was interrupted when they were quickly wrapped in thick blankets. Harry saw that it was Sirius and Remus who were tending to Hermione and him, and so he relaxed. From the corner of his eyes he saw that the imposter Moody was also trudging towards the platform, but he was not overly worried. He was surrounded by his family. Harry was distracted from his musings when the announcer suddenly bellowed that Fleur reached her target and was in the process of rescuing her. Harry struggled to his feet, and as the blanket was securely wrapped all around him, he was on his own. Remus, Sirius, and Hermione also turned towards the center of the maze and were distracted by what was happening there. The thought that they would probably have to clear the platform also occurred, and so all the four of them were preoccupied. Harry meanwhile began entangling his arms in an effort to reach out for Hermione. He managed to free his arms, but suddenly he felt another tug and he lost sight of his beloved. The entire crowd was shocked into silence as they saw that the boy who lived disappeared from right in front of them. Hermione was also shocked, but she was the first to react. She did not have her wand on her, a condition of the stupid task. She stifled an oath, but she whirled towards Moody with an intent to curse him into the next week. Her actions galvanized the two wizards beside her, and before she could vent her anger, 3 streaks of red light hit the wizard and he slumped down. Sirius and Remus were quick to act from beside Hermione and stunned Barty Crouch Jr., who was impersonating Mad Eye Moody. Hermione saw that Amelia was also racing toward their group and had her wand out. She rightly guessed that the third stunner was from the head of DMLE. They guessed that the blanket that Harry was wearing was charmed as a portkey, but since Remus was the one who picked it up, it could not have been pre-charmed. That meant that someone would have had to place the portkey charm when Harry was wearing the blanket. They had no evidence that Barty was the one to charm it, but he was certainly near enough for him to do so. Besides, they were not taking any chances with the man who already escaped from Azkaban and who they knew to be associated with Lord Voldemort. Hermione could still sense the magic trail that took her boyfriend away and was ready to follow it. "Hermione, wait," Sirius called out. The witch in question turned towards Sirius, impatience flashing in her eyes. By this time Amelia reached the group and began securing Barty. "You go after him. I will take care of things here," she shouted to her husband. Sirius gave a sharp nod and turned to Hermione. You can take us with you, right? Hermione agreed that having Sirius and possibly Remus with her would be a huge advantage. I will not be able to help you for some time after the trip, she warned. Remus grabbed his wand tighter while Sirius only responded with a nod. Hermione grabbed both men by their forearms and concentrated. She could easily see the magical trail of the Portkey, and even if it was not there, she could still have followed the displaced magic and apparated. It would have been much slower, as she would in essence be apparating in slow motion as it were, stopping frequently while assessing the magic around her. With her magic firmly latching onto the magical trail of the Portkey, Hermione released her own magic and willed herself to follow the Portkey carrying her boyfriend. She disappeared from the stage, pulling Sirius and Remus along with her. The stunned and silent crowd regained their wits and erupted into confusion following the disappearance of Harry first, followed by Hermione and two other wizards. So much so that they did not even register the arrival of Fleur Delacour and her mother after completing her own task. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of a moderately sized mansion, three masked wizards were waiting the arrival of their prize. Lucius Malfoy along with Goyle and Crabbe formed the three apexes of a rough triangle. They were waiting for a few minutes now and were getting impatient. They knew when the task was to start and that it was of an hour in duration. Though they did not have any indication of Barty Crouch Jr. being successful, they were to wait in order to capture Harry Potter for their master. Lucius did not know the complete particulars, but he knew that tonight was a rare planetary alignment which apparently was needed for the success of the ritual that their master was planning. This was the day that the Dark Lord would rise again. For the ritual to succeed, the Dark Lord would have to kill his enemy in a ritual circle at the time of the alignment, and that was the reason they were waiting. Lucius looked around the courtyard. They were currently in the house that belonged to Barty Crouch Sr. After putting the man under the Imperious Curse, and they took over the house and held the man prisoner in his own house. His secretary, Madame Umbridge, was currently in his place at Hogwarts after receiving a note that her boss was feeling under the weather. As soon as the boy who lived arrived, he would be stunned and taken into the basement of the house. The basement also served as the living quarters for the three of them, and it will be the prison for their guest for the short time until the dark of the night. The house elf Winky had orders not to allow anyone else entry into the house. Lucius mused that they were as safe as circumstances allowed them to be and were prepared to the best of their abilities. After all, it was just a kid who they would be facing, even if the boy was the one who vanquished the Dark Lord the first time. The three wizards suddenly perked up after hearing the whizzing noise that preceded a Portkey arrival. They clutched their wands tighter, getting ready to stun the boy who lived, as soon as he was deposited in their midst. As soon as the Portkey landed, the three wizards moved, but instead, they were thrown around. They soon gained their footing and were immediately stunned into mobility at the sight of the large animal in front of them. What happened a few moments ago with Harry Potter? As soon as Harry felt the tug behind his navel, he knew that he was heading for trouble. This was not a trip to get his beloved to safety from the middle of a maze, but clearly an attempt to put him in the middle of danger. After their initial transformations into animagi, Harry and Hermione kept their own magical core in connection with the ambient magic around them at all times. This became a must for Harry if he had to transform into his animagus form within short notice. He was able to cut down the preparation time for the transformation from more than 5 minutes initially to just about a minute. According to Sirius, even that was too long, but there was no way that Harry could always keep his magical core filled with enough magic to achieve the transformation in a split second. Hermione and Sirius could run circles around him when it came to the speed of transformation, but Harry beat them in sheer magical power. That amount of magical power cannot be contained for very long in a small core. Just because Harry's core was larger than that of any wizard, Dumbledore included, holding all that magic inside him for a long time would start to corrode his own body. The human body was just not meant to handle such a high power source for a long period of time, and it is only a very few who can even handle an influx of high amount of magical energy, like someone with an immortal being as their spirit. As soon as Harry felt the tug associated with Portkey travel, he began to accumulate magical energy inside his core. He began drawing ambient magic into him at a furious pace. He knew that it would not affect the magical travel he was undertaking in any way. The Portkey spell was a self-contained spell. The person casting the spell has to provide all the magic that was needed for the portkey and the traveler to complete their journey. A portkey does not use either the magic of the passenger or the ambient magic to complete its journey. That was the reason why portkeys are highly regulated by the ministry. The demand on a witch or wizard's magic is too great for just anyone to cast the spell. That was also the reason why international portkeys are not common and why they were hellishly expensive. Even if Harry wanted to ditch the blanket that was draped on him, he could not, as the magic of the portkey would not allow him to. Only when the rapid spinning slowed down and the surroundings came into sharper focus signifying the imminent arrival, was Harry able to throw away the blanket covering him. Free of the burden, Harry began his transformation. The three wizards waiting to capture the boy who lived got a rude awakening from their lackadaisical vigil. Instead of Harry Potter trying to understand what was happening to him, they were the ones to be confused when faced with a strange animal. Harry wasted no time. The enormous bulk of Unicorn hit the ground with a thud, creating a small shockwave that caused the seniors Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle to lose their footing. In addition, the shock of facing something unexpected played into Harry's hands very well. The portkey brought Harry closer to Crabbe and Goyle and he took advantage of that immediately. The startled face of Crabbe immediately turned into one of horror as Harry slashed with his horn. In his animagus form, Harry was almost equal in height to that of Crabbe Sr. The unicorn bent his neck a little and to the right, bringing the horn on its snout forward, almost like a spear being held parallel to the ground. Then in one swift motion, Harry jerked his head up and to the left. The horn bit into the heavy-set man and dug straight into the right lung. The enormous strength of Kuahae, combined with the jerking motion, ripped open the rib cage and the jagged horn cut a deep furrow up to the right shoulder. The physiological shock due to the sudden loss of blood combined with the psychological shock of seeing his own lung on the end of a horn caused Crabbe to collapse in a heap from which he would never wake up. The leftward swing of his head meant that the next wizard under Harry's radar was Goyle and the unicorn turned towards him. By now both Goyle and Malfoy recovered somewhat from their shock and were getting ready to defend themselves. Pushed into a position where they were being intimidated, rather than the opposite, their reactions were a little slower. A little too slow for Goyle's continued living at least. Harry charged the man at a stumbling run. For such a bulky animal, the Kuahae was still limber and with his wings acting to give him a push, Harry reached the panicking man in just under a couple of seconds. Goyle was able to successfully fire a cutting curse at Harry from a close range, however, with the bulky and toughened skin in his animgus form, the curse barely made a difference. Harry simply did not stop when he neared the obese head of House Goyle and mowed him down. The trample damage was enough to break his neck. During his run, Harry felt a killing curse coming his way from behind him, but his animal instincts were very much in control during his transformation and his right wing came down to intercept the curse. Lucius Malfoy saw all their plans going down the drain. One of the head of his two vassal houses was already dead and judging by the way the animal was charging at Goyle, he was sure to become dearly departed very soon. He did not even know how this animal came to be in their midst in the first place. Without the help of his two friends, Malfoy was not sure he will be able to capture Harry Potter even if he did come here. Malfoy never entertained the idea that the animal before him could be Harry Potter. After all, he did not even think that the boy who lived was capable of an animagus transformation, and even if he did, Malfoy could not even imagine it would be something like this. Being the ever-optimist when it came to serving his master, Malfoy only considered this animal as an interloper and a nuisance which has to be removed before Barty Crouch Jr. was able to send their real target pretty soon. With that in mind, Lucius Malfoy cast a killing curse at the gigantic beast that was poised to trample Gregory Goyle Sr. He watched in horror as a leathery wing, on its own volition, came down to intercept the curse. The curse splashed harmlessly on the wing which glowed the green color of the curse for a few seconds. To the patriarch of the Malfoy family, it seemed as if the magic of the curse was absorbed by the animal and the unforgivable actually boosted the magical power of the animal, to what extent he could not even hazard a guess, but that was not important. What was important was that the killing curse was ineffective. Lucius cringed at the sound of Goyle's neck being broken. He was shocked at the ease with which the tide was turned against them but rallied himself and lined up his wand for another curse. This time he decided to go for a dark curse which was more powerful than a normal bone-breaking hex. This one was used to pulverize the bones to a fine powder. Before he could unleash the curse, he was blasted away by two stunners slamming into him from near point-blank range. Having cast Goyle into the realm not inhabited by mortals, the unicorn turned his attention to the soul-standing Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy, only to be met with the sight of him being blasted away. The Malfoy patriarch hit the ground hard a few feet away from where he was standing and slid across the rough ground for some more distance before coming to halt, clearly unconscious. Harry was relieved to see Sirius and Remus standing on either side of Hermione with their wands out and pointed towards the downed Malfoy, looking extremely pissed off. On the other hand, Hermione was bracing herself with her hands on her knees trying to catch her breath. The two teens were quite adept at following the magical displacement that occurs when traveling. However, it is this need to detect the changes in ambient magic that rendered using the ambient magic for their own travel needs a moot point. Hermione would have been able to get to Harry's location without too much expenditure of her own magical core powering her travel. But with having to bring Sirius and Remus along with her meant that Hermione expended much more energy from her magical core during the travel and was quite exhausted. While Hermione was recovering her breath, Sirius moved towards the downed Lucius Malfoy to secure him properly while Remus went to check the state of Crabbe and then on to Goyle. The action did not last more than a minute, but it felt like much longer to Harry. The status of his magical core, which was still full to near brim, told him that he could still hold on to his animagus form longer if he needed to, but seeing his family near him and the danger past, Harry changed back into his human form. He rushed to embrace his clearly exhausted betrothed. "Hey sweetie, you okay?" he inquired. Hermione could only nod her head while trying to control her shakes. She bled a lot of magical energy in a very short amount of time, and it was very much similar to the after effects of an adrenaline high. Harry propping her up helped her stand rather than being crumpled on the ground. Sirius began floating a trussed and blindfolded Lucius Malfoy towards the bled-out Vincent Crabbe Sr., while Remus brought the battered body of Gregory Goyle Sr. to the same spot. They conjured a large white cloth to cover all three of them and joined the two teens. "How about you, Harry?" Remus wanted to know. "Yeah," Harry answered, trying to control his own magical output. "It will just take me a few minutes to bleed away the excess magical energy in my core and I will be back to normal." Harry could indeed change back whenever he wanted to. He could maintain his form up to a maximum of 10 minutes before his magical core would be depleted to critical levels. Whenever he changed back to his human form before his core got depleted, his magical core was critical in the other extreme. He had too much magical energy, much more than what his core could handle over a longer period of time as a human. The two teens learnt that the excess energy had to be bled over a few minutes rather than all at once. The one time Harry let go off the excess energy in one go, the blast of magical energy would have created an explosion if not for the location they were in. Thankfully they were within the Hogwarts castle and the wards were able to take the upsurge in magical energy without any catastrophe, but out here in the open and in the backyard of a house, the result would not be pretty. Taking a calming breath, Harry loosened the tight grip he had on his magic. He could feel the magic draining out of him and into. He jerked his head up from its place on Hermione's shoulder and looked at her wide-eyed. Hermione was also in a similar state, but she recovered quickly to give a bright smile to her betrothed. Harry was bleeding the excess magic directly into her core. It was a win-win situation for both. Hermione's core was getting charged at a furious pace and at the same time, Harry's core was also bleeding off the excess energy at a much higher pace and safely too. Even Sirius and Remus picked up on what was going on quickly. Sirius shook his head wryly. These two break every rule in the book when it comes to magic. The two teens just shrugged their shoulders with a large grin on their faces. They were right back in the game with both of their magical cores at optimal. Normally it would have taken about 10 minutes for Hermione's core to recharge from the ambient magic and for Harry's core to discharge the excess magic accumulated in him. But with Hermione getting powered up directly from the magic bleeding from Harry, the process was complete in little less than a minute. Getting their second wind, the two teens looked at the three Death Eaters. "Do we leave them here or take them with us?" Harry questioned his godfather. "We have no idea who else could come here," Remus stated. Nodding his head, Harry stood beside the two marauders and casting simultaneously the three of them levitated the bound Malfoy and the dead bodies of Goyle and Crabbe. With Hermione leading them and alert for any surprises, they reached the house. As they neared the door, it was thrown open. Remus, Sirius, and Harry dropped the bodies they were levitating and eyed the open door warily, ready to respond to any threat. They did not expect anyone else in the house except for Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who would be assisting Lord Voldemort, with Barty Crouch Sr. being held prisoner. Whatever else the man might have been, he hated Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters with a passion, and so were quite startled that someone else was in the house and were in a position to attend the door. The four intruders relaxed slightly when they saw a female house elf standing nervously on the threshold. She was already fidgety and pulling on her ears, a clear sign that she was doing something that she was ordered not to do. Her eyes widened a bit when she laid her eyes on the group, whether it was in recognition of Harry or because of the three human-shaped bundles at their feet, they did not know. Winky be a good elf. The house elf known as Winky began already putting more force into the tugs on her ears, Winky be following orders from Master to keep yous away. She looked morosely at the ground in front of her, her shoulders drooping. Harry and the others could feel that there was an internal struggle going on. Hermione wanted to help the little elf, however before any of them could speak, the elf straightened herself as if coming to a decision. Winky looked at Harry with hope in her eyes. Winky be obeying orders, but Winky needs be helping Master, protecting Master. She looked at what she knew were bound men lying on the ground a couple of feet in front of her, eyes knowing bad wizards hurting Master. Winky needs helping Master. Harry and Hermione sensed that the house elf was on the verge of doing something drastic with herself. She probably stretched her loyalty to the maximum. On one hand, her master had ordered her not to allow strangers into the house, and on the other hand, her loyalty was demanding her to protect and help her master, which meant that she had to disobey a direct order. Hermione got onto her knees in front of the house elf and gathered the clearly startled elf into her arms in a hug. "We know, Winky. We know that your master would not give you that order if he was himself. We took care of the bad wizards. Your master may be back to normal now," Harry added helpfully from her side. Winky blinked owlishly. The concept of her master not being himself was surprising to the house elf. However, one thing made her happy: you took care of bad wizards. Sirius nudged the body at his feet. Yes. Ignoring everyone standing in front of the door, Winky rushed in to look for her master. The four magicals exchanged glances, and with a shrug of his shoulders, Harry led the way inside, floating the bound Lucius Malfoy. Sirius and Remus followed with their own burdens while Hermione brought up the rear. The group entered the main sitting room, where they were faced with a curious sight. Barty Crouch Sr. was sitting at a table and was blinking owlishly while occasionally shaking his head as if to dislodge something. At his side, Winky was wringing her hands and trying to flutter from one spot to the other, not knowing what to do to help her master. She was also worried about her master's reaction to her disobeying his orders. As soon as Harry and his family entered the sitting room, Crouch recovered a little and tried to give some semblance of a smile in greeting. "Black." He called out to Sirius, as he was probably the one Crouch would have to keep happy if he was to get out of the current ordeal intact. Remus Lupin would hold no grudge on him really, while the two teens he dismissed, even if one of them was Harry Potter. Sirius growled at the man and turned to the windows without any more interaction with the man. The Lord Black did hold a grudge against the man who sentenced him to hell without even the benefit of a trial. Even today, no one knew why that happened, both Dumbledore and Crouch keeping things closer to their chest. It was no surprise that Sirius did not even attempt to assist the man who got control of his body only a few minutes ago. Remus shot a severe glare towards his friend but relented easily. Sirius simply nodded his head and moved towards the three down Death Eaters to keep an eye on them, freeing Remus to check Crouch out. Lupin cast a few diagnostic charms at the head of the Department of International Cooperation. "Yes," he declared, "just as we feared. Held under the imperious curse for a long time. Malnutrition and dehydration, thankfully not life-threatening." He turned to the anxiously waiting Winky. "Please give him plenty of water or fruit juice if you haven't plenty of broth or stew. Let him rest a lot." Remus patted the elf on her shoulder. Winky agreed enthusiastically before moving to make her master comfortable on the couch rather than on the chair in front of the table he was at. Settling on the couch, he spotted the three immobile wizards and rasped out, "Dark Lord he who." Remus calmed the man. "We know that he is here and we are prepared to take him down." Crouch just looked at them as if they were mad. This time Remus ignored the man and turned to the waiting teens and Sirius. "Someone will have to be here and keep an eye on these." Harry gestured to the bundles at their feet. Sirius agreed. Right, but he did not want to be in the same room as Crouch. He turned to his longtime friend, Remus. Remus also agreed that Sirius should not be left with the man who Sirius justifiably considered to be a mortal enemy. He volunteered to stay back, and before the other three could walk out of the room, Remus called out for them to stop. Ignoring the questioning looks, he pulled out a small ball out of his pocket. Harry and Hermione's eyes lit up as soon as they spotted it. "You finished the surveillance drone." Hermione nearly squealed in excitement. "Just a few days ago," Remus answered. "I brought it to show it to you after the task and maybe take it out for a test drive." He grinned brightly. No better test than an actual field test. The other three agreed readily. They watched as Remus began prepping the drone for its task. The two wings unfurled from around the central ball after a wand tap. A second wand tap allowed the drone to hover just like that of a golden snitch before darting off. The mechanics of the surveillance drone was copied from the little golden ball called the snitch. However, the resemblance stopped there. Where the snitch was golden in color to catch the eye of a seeker, the drone was a dull gray in color, allowing it to blend in with the surroundings. It was very slow in comparison with the very swift snitch. The drone's main function was to home towards high sources of magic and so had the ability to play back the entire duration of its flight like a memory in a pensieve. The other difference was that the drone was meant to nearly hug the roof of the room it was in, to be as far away from detection as possible. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting, the surveillance drone came back and hovered before Remus, who tapped it with his wand again. The wings deactivated and curled themselves around the ball and dropped into Lupin's palm. "Now for the main test," Remus muttered before he activated a single rune that was formed when the wings folded back. This was meant to be a safety feature where the recording can only be viewed when the drone was resting. The initial few minutes of the playback yielded nothing of interest, not even a single dark artifact was found in the house. Sirius had to admit that the man was certainly against anything that was dark. The drone covered all the rooms on the ground floor before going onto the first floor. The first two rooms did not yield anything of interest except that they might have been occasionally occupied by the three Death Eaters when they were not taking care of their master. Sirius decided to intimate the Lady Black and ask for her orders to sweep the house thoroughly. Malfoy and company did not leave much evidence of their stay in the rooms they could have been occupying. They were prepared to move at a short notice. This could be largely due to the surprising assault on Riddle Manor when they were holed up in there. Though they were able to get away cleanly, the Death Eaters and Lord Voldemort lost a lot of supplies in there and they did not want a repeat of that incident. All eyes were riveted to the scene in front of them when the drone entered the largest bedroom of the house and no doubt the master bedroom. The room was quite tastefully decorated as befitting a pureblood house of some means, and at first glance, it looked as if there was nothing of interest in there. The utility of the surveillance drone was evident at that moment. The small ball with wings had an unimpeded flight on the ground floor and in the two bedrooms on the right side of the corridor as the doors were ajar. It did find a couple of high concentrations of magic, but they turned out to be the charmed light fixtures and the fireplace. The biggest bedroom, which was on the opposite side, and which was also the master bedroom, was the only place that the drone found an obstacle. The door was almost closed with barely a hand's breadth space. The drone lingered on the threshold, but the strength of the magical energy emanating from behind the door persuaded it to enter the room with considerable wiggling about the narrow space. The scene inside the room surprised the company for a few moments but then brought forth immense merriment. Even the dour Barty Crouch Sr. could not help but crack a smile. It could be said that what they encountered was not something worth the laughter it produced, but nonetheless, there were smiles all around. The group would readily admit that their merriment was more as a response to the dissipation of the nervousness they were in rather than anything else. The sight in front of them certainly relieved a lot of tension in Harry and Hermione. "It is the main bedroom on the left side of the landing," Crouch supplied unnecessarily. Remus deactivated the drone as there was really no need for them to see the rest of the recording. They already had what they wanted. Sirius clapped the man's shoulder for a work well done, and the two teens beamed at the man who they considered to be an uncle. Remus received the genuine appreciation for his work with a big smile of his own. The surveillance drone was an obvious success. They still have to test it around places with intense magic like in Hogwarts, or through wards, or even in places where there is no noticeable magic, but as a first test run, it was a grand success. Sirius was practically giddy about what they were to face. The two teens, however, were more reflective. They were very thankful that all danger was eliminated from their task now, and if not for the drone, they would have had a nerve-wracking time in hunting the house for the hold-up Lord Voldemort, wary of entering any closed room. With that thought in mind, Harry and Hermione simply strode into the main bedroom on Sirius' heels. The man did not even slow down to open the door, he simply waded in. The room was bare without any furniture. Right in the middle of the room was a wooden pedestal littered with runes. Right on the top of the pedestal was what they were looking for, and the salvation for Harry after more than 13 years of struggle. Lord Voldemort was a truly frightening wizard during the height of his powers. His very name was forbidden. Even in his wraith form, which was not seen by many, the man exuded an aura which was truly evil. His menacing red eyes with a vertical slit in them like that of a snake, added to that aura a depth of fear that was rarely experienced by anyone. Those eyes were quite intimidating on the man, but in a wraith they were the first ones to catch anyone's attention and to arrest their attention. The drab color of the wraith enhanced the menacing eyes. During the height of his powers, there was only despair in those who were faced with the Dark Lord. However, on this day, the two teens and Sirius only felt relief. Lord Voldemort was anchored to the pedestal as if he was a figurine on the top of a totem pole. The wooden pedestal was thin and long, and the various runes carved on it only added to the image of a totem pole, if one was to look for a resemblance. Anchored to the wood, Lord Voldemort could only look with anger in his eyes at the three intruders. The wraith did not have any body, which meant that the Dark Lord could not curse the boy who lived, who was watching him in grim satisfaction. To Lord Voldemort's frustration, he did not even have a voice box, which did not give him even the satisfaction of venting his frustration. All he could do was glare at the three with loathing in his eyes. The three intruders, on the other hand, totally ignored Lord Voldemort's attempts to glare them to death. Harry knelt before the pedestal and ran an experienced eye over the runes. He mused, these runes keep the wraith from not only wandering around but also divert magical energy into him. Do those keep him alive? Sirius asked curiously. No, Hermione answered absently. She was also running her hand over the runic array, trying to decipher the meaning. He has a modicum of magical core, but he does not have any means to store the magic inside him. These runes are mainly to keep him anchored without actually touching the wraith. Harry took up the explanation as it seemed that Hermione found something of interest. If you remember, Quirrell had to drink the blood of a unicorn to give some strength to the magical core of the wraith, or Lord Voldemort had to be bound as a homunculus. This runic array was meant to give him some magical build-up in his core, but he has no mean to use the magic. Sirius scratched his head bewildered. Then why does he need to build up his magical core? Probably in preparation for some ritual to get his body back, Hermione answered. The two teens finally ended their examination. They knew that the plan for containing the Dark Lord would mean that the pedestal would also be lost for further examination. Thankfully, the runic array turned out to be a standard array for containing spirits, wraiths, poltergeists and such, and so was not new to the two teens. Also, there was nothing new about the way the powering array was layered over the containment array. The two teens straightened up. Shall we? Harry gestured towards the pedestal. In response, Sirius simply passed the moleskin pouch that contained everything of importance to the two teens and was generally with Harry or Hermione. However, being the champion, Harry was not allowed any extra magical items, and Hermione was unsure about what was involved in being Harry's prize. The pouch also contained her wand, which Hermione was yet to retrieve. Harry pulled out a glass evidence box from inside the pouch. The box was their first product and was designed to contain magic within the box and also to prevent outside magic from influencing whatever was held inside. Only this box was big, it was actually a coffin designed to hold a man, specifically Lord Voldemort in his human form, if he was ever successful in attaining one. Hermione, with her wand in her hand, helped Harry in maneuvering the pedestal with a bound Lord Voldemort into the magic containment box. Sirius had to physically hold the box upright so that the two teens would have an easier time in guiding the pedestal into the box. Being resistant to magic, one had to handle the box directly rather than using any magic. With a final snap of the lid, Lord Voldemort was imprisoned. A lonely island in the middle of the North Sea was commandeered by the British Ministry of Magic to be used as a prison to incarcerate their criminals. The prison was designed to house someone as lowly in the crime ladder as a pickpocket to hardened criminals like the Death Eaters of late. Just the name, Azkaban, sent shivers down the spines of even a hardened criminal, and that was due to the presence of the Dementors. The small-time criminals were of course housed in cells that never see the Dementors, and the hardened criminals never see the Dementors due to their deep pockets. Only a few who were unlucky to get caught in the act, or those who were held in contempt by the authorities, or those who embraced their violent nature were put in the bowels of the prison which extended under the sea and were guarded by the Soul-S King creatures. In this high-security wing of the prison the convicted Death Eaters were held, or at least those who were caught. Each cell in this wing was given a Dementor guard who would be stationed near the opposite wall in front of the door for the cell. This was enough to keep the prisoners under check, as the creatures could still prey on the emotions of the inmates. The ones with less fortitude succumbed to the effects of the Dementors easily and were rendered incoherent. With this in mind, Augusta's administration removed the Dementors from each of the cells and put a battalion at either end of the corridor. This did not appease the creatures, as they lost a ready source of energy coming from tormenting the prisoners. The Dementors threatened to break out of the island fortress and run riot on the wizarding and non-magical population on the main island, but the threat of total annihilation kept them confined to Azkaban prison. To further appease them, the Dementors were promised death to the deserving witches and wizards through them rather than the veil, so that they could feast on the souls of the prisoners. Amelia and Augusta knew that only in the direst of circumstances would anyone be given the death sentence. In a way, they were taking a huge risk by promising something that they were not willing to give to the Dementors, but it was a risk they were willing to take. Harry and Hermione argued for removing the Dementors altogether, but they were still a race of magical creatures and the Ministry would not stand for genocide, however loathsome the creatures may be. Currently in the high-security complex, there were about 10 witches and wizards who were fanatical followers of the Dark Lord Voldemort, and in them was a sense of excitement mixed with some apprehension. For the first 10 years after the defeat of their master by the boy who lived, their dark marks were faded almost to the point of being invisible. 4 years ago, coinciding with Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts, the marks began to darken. This gave the inmates the hope that the Dark Lord was gaining in strength and would be walking proudly among them again. Then at the end of that school year, the mark lost its luster and became pale again. For the next 2 years, there were instances wherein the mark flashed dark as if it was branded new and almost in the same instant became dull. It was almost as if Lord Voldemort's magic was being used in short bursts before becoming calm again. None of them knew, but during those times their brethren were being summoned to a well-warded place and were being forcibly converted. In total 30 Death Eaters who were on the lower rungs of the power structure within the Death Eaters renounced their old way of life and began contributing meaningfully to the Wizarding Society. The mood of the incarcerated followers of the Dark Lord went through a myriad of changes, ecstatic as they saw their dark mark gain clarity, puzzled when it disappeared, scared when it happened more than once, and finally to despair when it did not return back to its original strength. These emotions were the strongest the last year, when the dark mark stayed darker the longest, as long as it was during the reintroduction of the boy who lived to the wizarding world. Then everything crashed when just a day ago the dark mark went back to being pale. In fact, it was even paler than what it was during the time when Lord Voldemort was in the form of a wraith. For most of the Death Eaters, that part of the skin was nearly unblemished as it was before they took the dark mark. When he was in the form of a wraith, Lord Voldemort still had a connection to magic and was able to have a little power in his magical core which helped him from crashing into obstacles when drifting. He could not control where he was going, but at least he could use a weak banishing charm to slow himself down, and that was the only bit of magic he could do in that form. Now being trapped in a magic insulating box, deprived of even that little bit of magic, Lord Voldemort was nothing more than a ghost. That was what was causing the extreme despair in his ardent followers who saw the dark mark nearly removed from their arms. While most of the Death Eaters, whether incarcerated or free, were lamenting the death of their master, Bellatrix Lestrange née Black wanted to do something to help her master. If one was to take a poll on who was the most fanatical of the fanatical Death Eaters, then it would be a tie between Bellatrix Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. If one was to take a poll on who was the most sadistic, then it would be Madame Lestrange, hands down. With the teachings of her family firmly in her mind, the young Bellatrix took great pleasure in tormenting her classmates during her stint at Hogwarts. All that practice only helped her when she was given a free rein by Lord Voldemort. The sadistic pleasure Bellatrix derived was suddenly taken away after her incarceration. She always held on to the hope that Lord Voldemort would be back and free her from Azkaban and she would be able to continue causing mayhem. Her hopes seemed to have realized when the dark mark began growing dark but did not last long. The changes to her dark mark only convinced her that Lord Voldemort was indeed trying to return but needed his faithful to come to his help. Her insane mind finally cracked with the latest episode where the dark mark was nearly obliterated. There could only be one meaning to that, and it was that their master was nearly dead and desperately needed his followers to rescue him. Bellatrix was determined to be the one that would help him regain power. Bellatrix Lestrange's magic responded to her intense desire, and with a blast of magic, the door to her cell was thrown away from its hinges. There was no one around to see if the magic was intentional or accidental, but it would not matter. The crazed woman rushed out of her cell. She knew that the Dementors have been withdrawn, but what she did not know was that they were only withdrawn as far back as the two entrances to the corridor. Even though there were no guards in front of each cell block, there were more than the usual number at either end. Bellatrix Lestrange rushed out of her cell cackling with glee at her good fortune and ran straight into the outstretched arms of a Dementor. Though the creatures were given strict orders not to torment the prisoners in their cells, anyone venturing out of it with an intention to make their escape was fair game. Not that anyone envisaged such a scenario, but Bellatrix was the first one to have had her soul ked out. This also had the good fortune of leaving the Lord Black to claim her vault. The next few days after the second task was a frenzy of activity all across the magical world of Britain. News of Lord Voldemort on display in the main atrium of the Ministry of Magic threw people into shock at first, but it was followed quickly by disbelief. How can the Dark Lord be alive after being beaten by the boy who lived? Most of them reasoned out that some things were kept secret and that it was possible that Lord Voldemort might have had some dark rituals to keep him alive even after being disembodied. Their suspicions were proven correct by the Daily Prophet, which carried the details of not only the fight that occurred in the manor house of Barty Crouch Sr. but also about the attempts by Crouch Jr., Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle to resurrect the Dark Lord. The statement by Minister Augusta Longbottom gave an edited version of what the people suspected. It was of course a falsified version, but the masses need not know about that. The ministry version told the public how Lord Voldemort was able to survive that Halloween night due to a dark ritual. The reflected killing curse destroyed his body, but the dark ritual kept him alive and made him a wraith. The events that occurred during Harry's stay at Hogwarts, starting with the possession of Quirinus Quirrell, attempts to possess a first year, before the latest attempt at resurrection, were detailed without giving out specifics. There was nothing in the paper that could identify the victims or the fact about how Lord Voldemort was able to survive, but the final conclusion that people were able to draw was that Lord Voldemort somehow survived but was finally caught by Harry Potter with help from the future Lady Potter and the Lord Black. The reason why Harry Potter was forced to compete was also revealed due to the confession from Lucius Malfoy and Barty Crouch Jr., who were summarily executed with the Dementor's key. With the danger of the Dark Lord well and truly gone, people were curious to see the once dreaded Dark Lord. Most of the members of the Wizengamot vehemently opposed the move to display Lord Voldemort as some trophy. However, Augusta and Amelia wanted to remove the fear of the man once and for all. They wanted to ensure that the common witch and wizard could say his name out loud without fear. The word of Harry Potter carried through, and with Dumbledore also throwing his weight behind the suggestion, Lord Voldemort was put on display. The move was an unprecedented hit. It was difficult to fear a grey mist, which was what Lord Voldemort was now. The detailed transcripts of Malfoy and Crouch Jr.'s trials were also made public, removing even a shred of doubt that it was what was left of Lord Voldemort they were seeing, and that the most feared wizard was destroyed once and for all. "Are you ready to begin, Harry?" Amelia asked him. Harry, Hermione, and Sirius were standing in a heavily warded room within the Department of Mysteries. Along with them were Augusta, Dumbledore, a few of the department heads, most of the higher-rung Aurors under Amelia's command, and a few unspeakables with the head of that department. Remus was also invited, as he was a part of the assault team that captured Lord Voldemort. Harry shrugged his shoulders. "As much as I will be." He was not really comfortable with the elaborate hoax they were playing. He would have preferred to simply deactivate the Horcrux in the Hufflepuff cup found in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, and be done with it. He was overruled, though, with most of the family behind the idea that whatever is to be done had to be very public, and to misguide the Unspeakables who could figure out about the Horcrux, a plan was hatched with the help of the head of the Unspeakables, Croaker. This plan was concocted to give the impression that a ritual similar to ones that exorcise demons and spirits was used to finally get rid of Lord Voldemort. A space was cleared in the middle of the room where a very intricate array of runes were etched out by Croaker. To further confuse the Watchers, Harry and Hermione drew a few arrays with druidic symbols. All the arrays had only one purpose, and that was to exorcise spirits and ghosts. The elaborate runic and druidic array may or may not have any effect on the wraith, but the team just went ahead with it. After all, there was no harm in having it. The runic array was warded off from the rest of the room, and that was where the Watchers were. Only Harry, Hermione, Croaker, and Amelia were within the wards. Harry was the one designated to deactivate the last Horcrux, with Hermione acting as a backup if needed. They were not going to take any chances due to the prophecy which named Harry as the one to really vanquish Lord Voldemort. The pedestal which Lord Voldemort was tied to was kept in its designated spot in the runic array. The wraith was not tethered to the pedestal when it was in the coffin-like box, as the magic of the runes etched on the pedestal was negated. Once taken out of the evidence box, the runes activated again and the wraith was immobilized. This also meant that Lord Voldemort was awake. The glare he was casting at the assembled people removed any lingering doubts as to the identity of the wraith. No one else was known to have the blood-red eyes with vertical slits like that of a snake. What was surprising to Harry and Hermione was the presence of eyes while no other body part was visible. None of the Unspeakables had a reasonable explanation for the corporeal eyes when having the body of a fine mist. Not that it really mattered, though, as even that was going to be destroyed in a few minutes. "It's time." The soft voice of the head Unspeakable brought everyone into attention. Hermione gave Harry a quick hug before taking a few steps away from him. Harry took a deep breath and activated the runes without much fanfare. If anyone was to question them about the lack of any elaborate ritual to activate the runic array, they could use the presence of the druidic array as the culprit. Harry and Hermione knew that no one would be able to contradict their assertion that the druidic etchings they made were the primer which would then activate the conventional runic array. Though there was no fanfare before the activation of the runes, it was not so after the activation. All the drawings on the floor began to glow and radiated energy that was golden. It started out as a gentle light at the start but grew in intensity and was almost blinding. The Unspeakables knew about this but were not ready for the brightness of the glow coming from the runic array. Even they had to avert their eyes lest they be blinded. They did not know that a few additions were made to the druidic drawings just to enhance this effect. Harry and Hermione were prepared for this, and under the cover of the bright light Hermione brought the last Horcrux out and held it in front of Harry, their bodies shielding most of the action. With a simple gesture of his hand, Harry severed the connection between the soul piece residing in the goblet and the ambient magic. With a final pulse of magic, that was barely felt in the maelstrom around them, the goblet went inert. A little less than 10 seconds was what it took for Harry and Hermione to finally put an end to Lord Voldemort. The golden light pulsed for about a minute or so, giving the two teenagers ample time to finish the job and still put up an act of regaining the ability to see when the glow faded. Those who regained their vision in time could see the light fading in the eyes of Lord Voldemort. All of them did see the lifeless eyes, though. The gray mist hung in the air for a few moments before an unseen and unfelt breeze dispersed it into the air. The entire room erupted into celebration, with even the ever-serious Madame Longbottom cheering enthusiastically. If one were to see, they could see the enormous weight lift off the shoulders of many a witch and wizard in that room. Even Headmaster Dumbledore was buzzing around with an energy that was rarely on display. Harry let out a sigh of relief and leaned into Hermione's embrace. Both the teens could feel the other's relief that the dark chapter in Harry's life was finally closed. Following the events at the Ministry of Magic which ended the life of Lord Voldemort, Harry and Hermione's life was a whirlwind of socializing. They did expect some amount of hero worship from British Wizarding World, but what they were met with was unprecedented. When he was but a toddler, Harry had no control as to who was given the credit of stopping Lord Voldemort. This time though, he was ready. He expected the outpouring of accolades, and as expected, he was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of events he was invited to attend. Everyone wanted a piece of the wizard who finally ended the threat of the Dark Lord. Harry could have shunned the crowd and cloistered himself away from people desperate to meet him. It was possible for him during his initial years at Hogwarts, as he had a reason that he could very well defend. He did not know what happened that Halloween night and that he did not deserve the title of boy who lived. But this time, he could not hide behind unknowns. He was instrumental in defeating Lord Voldemort. Harry was not alone in the defeating Lord Voldemort. With the help of Hermione, he planned, and with the help of his family, he executed the plan to perfection. Harry was grateful that he had Hermione with him to take part in the festivities. Apart from the ministry which held victory celebrations, Harry and Hermione had to attend an ICW-sponsored meet and greet event. Even a few of the older houses, the ancient and noble houses, wanted to bask in the glory of having the same status of House Potter which ended the threat of the Dark Lord. It was not only celebrations though. Harry wanted the events that led to the defeat of Lord Voldemort not to be shrouded in mystery. He did not want any of the pureblood houses to raise a stink at a later date. That meant that Harry had to come clean about what happened in the fight at the house of Barty Crouch Sr. and what led to the deaths of not only Lord Voldemort but also that of the seniors Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Unfortunately, this meant that Harry had to reveal his animagus form, something which he did not want to, as it would remove any advantage he might have in a life or death situation in the future. Amelia and Augusta came to his rescue. Harry was allowed to present the evidence, including memories of that night from both his and Hermione's perspective. The chosen recipients of that information were a select few. The two teens also detailed the facts about Horcruxes and how the Dark Lord Voldemort used them to survive the Halloween night all those years ago. The methods to remove the soul pieces without damaging the items was also elaborated, but all of the information was hidden under foolproof magical oaths. The heads of 10 pureblood houses, 3 of them were made up of friends and family in Amelia, Neville, and Sirius, were sworn never to reveal or use the knowledge gained in that recitation. The Minister of Magic and the head of the DMLE made Harry's need to remove the threat of not only Lord Voldemort but also Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle indisputable, and gave him a blanket immunity for all of his actions that night. The upside of that revelation was the recognition of all the participants of that fight. Harry and Hermione were presented the Order of Merlin First Class, while Sirius and Remus were felicitated with the same honor but the Third Class. The same purebloods who were gushing on Harry's role were reluctant to award the highest distinction to a Muggleborn, but they did not realize that Harry never did what he did for an award or recognition. He did it because he wanted to live his life with the young woman at his side, and so it was very easy for him to reject his own award when they proposed to give the Order of Merlin Second Class to Hermione. The problem Harry had with the 3-member committee was that they did not consider Hermione's role to be vital in the conflict. They were in possession of all the facts, and yet, the only reason not to give her the highest honor was that Hermione was Muggle-born. However, with the threat of Harry's refusal hanging on their heads, the committee had to bow down to his wishes and give her the same honor as Harry's. In his mind, Harry's argument was simple. Without Hermione with him all through the years, he might not have destroyed the soul pieces, or get Sirius freed, or get rid of Lord Voldemort that easily. Oh, he might have done all of that by himself if need be, or was pushed to do so, but the timeline would have been totally different, and it was very much possible that there would have been a lot of causalities on their side. With Hermione's assistance, Harry could confidently say that they came out smelling like roses, and for that she deserved the Order of Merlin First Class. All of this might look like petty arguments in some cases, but to Harry and Hermione, it showed that despite their efforts, the sense of blood superiority was still very much alive. There still exists a divide between the long-standing traditional pureblood houses and those who were newer arrivals into the world of magic. Ironically, that was the only reason why Harry agreed to spend his time making appearances in the various celebrations organized by the Ministry of Magic and by the prominent purebloods. It gave him a stage to appear with Hermione on his arm and remind everyone involved that such a celebration would not have been possible without the witch at his side. March, and much of April were spent running from pillar to post. This also meant that they could not give enough time for their preparation for taking the owls. Harry and Hermione could probably pass the exams without putting any more effort, but that was not what either of them wanted. They wanted to earn the distinction through their own efforts rather than making a mediocre effort and getting through with their popularity. That decision to skip taking the exams suddenly opened up a huge chunk of their time, almost all of which was spent in running to and from the said pillar and post. The lawns of Hogwarts played host to the remedial tasks for the champions this time around. The tournament organizers hoped that one of the champions would be able to pass through to the third task without being subjected to a demerit. If that was the case, then they could have made the makeup task that much difficult to eliminate one of the champions. But with all their champions not being able to complete the second task without missing one of the flags, the ministry was forced to reduce the difficulty. It would not do for all the three champions to not make it to the third task. Riding on the euphoria of the permanent removal of the threat of Lord Voldemort, there was a huge demand to view the sub-tasks. Even though they were not the actual tasks assigned as part of the Triwizard Tournament, the demands to see the three champions, especially Harry Potter, in action was overwhelming. Fortunately for Harry's sanity, the school grounds could barely hold more than the school population, and with the visiting schools, it was a tight fit. Just on that, any and all requests to attend the tasks by those not of the three schools were rejected outright. The few ministry observers from the three participating countries were of course present as always. The Quidditch pitch was out of the question, as the nature of the tasks meant that the spectators would have to be closer to the tasks to be able to make anything out. With all the delays taken into account, the remedial tasks could be held only in May. The organizers were cutting it a little too close, as the NEWT exams for the 7th years were almost around the corner, but they had no choice. It was either postponing the tasks and holding them at a later date or suffer the wrath of thousands of boy who lived admirers thronging to meet him. The chill in the air was nearly gone due to the April sun beating down relentlessly, and so the grounds were a myriad of colors. Almost all of the students came out dressed in casuals, foregoing the drab black-colored school uniforms of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Seeing the clothing preference of their host institution, the witches of Beauxbatons followed suit, leaving only the boys of Durmstrang in school uniform. The atmosphere was more festive rather than the apprehension associated with a competition. The performance of the three champions in the last two tasks and the nature of the tasks themselves removed any sense of danger that might have been in the minds of people. The lack of threat added to not having to look over their shoulders for either Death Eaters or their boss was evident in the general cheer that permeated the air all through Britain, and it spilled over onto the grounds that day. Bagman really enjoyed the pull the Triwizard Tournament had, and also his time in the spotlight. The tournament was all about fostering relations between the premier schools in Europe with Hogwarts, and the present atmosphere with the dashing ladies of Beauxbatons mixing with the Hogwarts students proved beyond a doubt that that goal was achieved over and above everyone's wildest dreams. Now it was time for him to be under the spotlight again. "Welcome, ladies and gents, boys and girls," Bagman shouted at the top of his voice. Thankfully, the microphone of the WWN announcer was far away, but it did the trick of getting everyone of the watchers into the mood. The applause generated gave him sufficient time to pause and increase the drama before he belted out, "To the Triwizard Tournament." Again the applause was thunderous, and due to the utter lack of any perceived danger, the spectators gave their enthusiastic participation. "This is a task in between tasks of sort." Bagman was interrupted by Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder. The aged wizard gave the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports the gimlet eye and forced the sheepish-looking wizard to retreat a few feet, giving Headmaster Dumbledore the stage. The crowd immediately went silent. Dumbledore still had a clout and was very well respected, even though Harry was replacing the aging wizard rapidly in almost all the fields except politics, which Harry left to his godfather for now. You may all know that the man who was masquerading as Mad Eye Moody was captured, and the actual Moody took over the duties of teaching you to defend against the same things that brought him down. Dumbledore had to pause as his statement brought forth raucous laughter. The man in question was paranoid to the extreme and took vigilance to unforeseen heights, but he was still brought down. Thinking about learning from such a man was not really generating much enthusiasm among the students of Hogwarts. They put up with quite a lot of mediocre teachers, except for the short times they had Remus Lupin and the Death Eater in the garb of the Exor. But there was no point in worrying about that now, or hopefully anytime in the future. With the Dark Lord Voldemort gone, there may not be a need for them to even think about combat. That thought brought a lot of smiles. Dumbledore allowed his friend, the Exor, to squirm under the embarrassment before deciding to put a stop to it. What you may not know is that the Death Eater put Harry Potter's name in the Goblet of Fire, so that he could be whisked away when the chance came. Mr. Potter was to be sacrificed to give life to the Dark Lord Voldemort. Gasps sounded all around the grounds, and a few of the younger years were seen quietly sniffling into their handkerchiefs. Quite a lot of them already guessed the reason for Harry's abduction, but being told in such stark terms was a lot to take. But you all know that Mr. Potter showed amazing bravery and magical ability to completely destroy Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore's words brought a huge cheer that was sure to be heard as far as London, all the way from Scotland. What it did though was to startle a lot of hippogriffs, thestrals, and several birds from the Forbidden Forest, which took to the air voicing their protests. Once the crowd quietened down enough, Dumbledore turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, as it is abundantly clear that you were not the one to put your name for the tournament, you are given the chance to withdraw if you so desire. Harry was taken aback by that statement. The crowd, on the other hand, was dismayed. Most of the watchers were Hogwarts students, and they could not imagine a tournament where there was no representation from their beloved school. More so as their champion was Harry Potter, who was their savior for the second time. All across the country, the same sentiment dominated. They did not want to see their champion booted out due to a mere technicality. They were in fact rooting for his victory. If Harry was to consider that he was not a willing participant, then the right thing to do was to withdraw and allow Fleur and Crumb to fight it out. On the other hand, he went through the ringer to get this far. He even fought Lord Voldemort, and so was loath to withdraw now. He was really enjoying the tasks he was facing. With the danger gone, and the threat of Lord Voldemort removed permanently from his life, the tasks were more like a test for his ability. He may not be able to take his owls this year due just to the fact that there was too much going on to really concentrate on his studies. This tournament would now be his test to see if he was ready to take both the owls and newts next year as planned. The microphone was thrust in front of his face. Sighing at the brashness of Bagman, Harry made his decision. He had no doubt that his family would support him no matter what. Just because of the unwavering support he had in his life, Harry's decision was very easy. No thank you, headmaster. I have come this far in the competition and I am determined to win it. That statement was greeted by thunderous applause, and even most of the foreign students joined in. Harry may be a rival to their own champions, but the few months of being in the same place with the man who defeated the Dark Lord, the foreign students understood that first and foremost Harry Potter was a man of great integrity, and his declaration highlighted the same. Besides, the mediocre performance of Victor Crumb took out most of the thrill from the competition. The Bulgarian champion may be a genius on a broom, but he was not the brightest when it came to school work, and it showed in his performance during the Triwizard Tournament. Almost everyone could see that it was really a fight between Fleur Delacour and Harry Potter. They did not want to lose the champion who was most likely to win on a mere technicality. Bagman was beaming. Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, had a scowl on his face. Madame Maxime was approving, but the most impressive expression was that of Madame Umbridge, who was deputing for Barty Crouch. The woman looked as if she swallowed a bitter pill. Harry Potter was currently not on her Christmas card list. He was gaining in popularity and showed her boss in the worst possible light. Added to that, he humiliated her in front of Hogsmeade population, and she could do nothing in retaliation. Unfortunately, she could do nothing even now. Albus Dumbledore looked at the young man with pride. With a gentle smile he turned to face the crowds. Very well, he commented before giving the stage over to the eager Bagman. Now that's out of the way. Bagman was too cheerful for Harry's liking. even as far as rubbing his hands in barely restrained glee. The man merely brushed away Dumbledore's point, which was very valid, as an irritant. Harry was sure that there might have been a consensus opinion between the 5 judges in offering the choice to Harry, and if that was decided, then there was no reason that Bagman should have forgotten that little fact. Harry had a sudden realization. He remembered a discussion between Sirius and Amelia about Bagman being involved in heavy debts with the goblins. This tournament might have been the way out for that man and for his salvation from the goblins. Harry was not egoistical, but he knew that any bets centered on him would have caught everyone's attention. He really did not know whether the odds were in favor of his winning the tournament, but Harry bristled at the thought of his name being used in such a way. It would seem that withdrawing would have been the best to give Bagman a big shock, but that was not the way Harry worked. Unaware of these thoughts, Bagman called Krum onto the stage. As you all know, Mr. Victor Krum for Durmstrang has 2 demerits. There was polite applause all throughout the gathered students. It looked as if the Durmstrang students were the only ones not appreciating the efforts made by their fellow student. The applause was from the students of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. Looking at the enormous scowl on the Bulgarian champion, anyone could guess that he was having a tough time with maintaining a cordial relationship with his fellow students. Mr. Krum chose to perform either 2 relatively easy tasks to recover from the demerits, or take on one harder task. Bagman dangled the carrot in front of the Durmstrang champion. Before he could make a decision, Bagman had a word of caution. Please remember that you will be eliminated from the tournament if you fail any task from here onwards. That was a daunting prospect indeed. However, Krum had to gain his lost popularity, and in his mind, he could accomplish that only if he won spectacularly. I choose the difficult task, he announced, confident in his own ability, perhaps with a hint of arrogance creeping through. Bagman beamed at the declaration. Okay. He gestured to the crowd, which obliged him with shouts of encouragement and enthusiastic wishes for a good show. Now, if you chose the 2 simpler tasks, then the first one would have been a target shootout. He gestured to a waiting ministry employee who raised a commonly seen bullseye, used for target practice in many sports. It was a little smaller than usual, but still large enough for an expert marksman to score a hit in the very center of the target. Bagman continued, your job would be to hit the target. It need not be the center, but if you manage to hit the center from a distance of 20 feet, all the better for you. It was one of the simplest tasks to someone like Harry, who cut his teeth by dueling with 3 extremely talented Hogwarts professors. Harry was also miffed by the simplicity of the task. If these tasks were meant to weed out the undeserving, then they were not going to do the job, unless there was more to the challenge. Grinning like a loon, Bagman garnered the attention he was seeking before he revealed more. You will have 10 seconds in which to hit the target, and you will only get 1 shot. You can choose any spell except transfigurations. Once you hit the target, the next one will appear. For this you will only have 9 seconds. In all you will have to hit half a dozen targets, which means that the last one will be visible for only 4 seconds. The students applauded enthusiastically at the complexity of the task, while at the same time disappointed that they will not be able to see that particular task. Harry, and Hermione in the audience, were already making plans for the future. These tasks could indeed be introduced as extracurricular activities to those who were enthusiastic, and maybe they can even gain a few extra points. The crowd settled easily, eager to not only know what the second challenge would have been, but also to get to the actual task that Krum was to pass in order to advance. Bagman obliged. The second challenge would have been the same as that of what the other 2 champions would face. That was only fair. If there was to be a comparison between the 3 champions, then it has to be apples to apples. Having the 3 of them perform the same task was the ideal way to do it, but Krum's decision took that away. The head of magical games and sports gave the crowd a few minutes to digest the information and also to settle down for the day's activities. He got everyone's attention. Now, onto the task. Krum was all attentive as he listened to what Bagman was to say. This task will be a magical duel. He was interrupted by wild cheering from the assembled crowd. They were at last able to witness some high-quality action. The first 2 tasks were exhilarating, but nothing takes the cake than a straight-on fight. When he got the opportunity to continue, Bagman turned to Krum. Mr. Krum, you will have to survive for a minute inside the dueling ring without getting hit. The other option for you is to take out your opponent before the minute is over. Only non-lethal spells are allowed, and even a color-changing charm hitting you or your opponent will end the duel. Are you clear about the rules? Yes, yes, Crumb waved his hand nonchalantly. Though he put up a brave front, he was sweating inside. Everyone at Durmstrang Institute of Magic knew that he was one of the backbenchers in any academic event. Dueling was often very tough in their school, but owing to his Quidditch career, he was generally passed over during such events. Now he had to survive a minute. He hoped that it would be against one of the students. If he was to be fair to himself, he knew that it would probably a ministry employee or even someone from the Auror Force. To make things fair, we have 3 names in this bag. Bagman held a nondescript gray bag not larger than a lady's purse. You will pick up a name from this. Crumb dutifully handed the piece of parchment he picked up from the bag and passed it to Bagman, who announced, Madam Minerva McGonagall. A range of emptions could be seen on the 3 champions. Harry was smirking as he knew that the Transfiguration Professor was about to wipe the floor with the Bulgarian champion. Fleur was disappointed that Crumb was probably going to get an easy chance to overcome the task, while an audible sigh of relief came from the Durmstrang champion. The Hogwarts students were almost sympathetic to the young wizard who was going to face one of the most formidable witches in all of Britain, but they were also cheering as they felt that one of the champions was almost guaranteed to be knocked out of the Triwizard Tournament, and it was not their school's champion. The stage was a little bigger than a boxing ring, and wards were erected around the stage to prevent curses from hitting the spectators. There was no real seating in the grounds as the space was not too great, but ground was sloping towards the stage. This allowed unfretted viewing for anyone regardless of their height, but that also brought the viewers into the line of fire if the duelers were not careful. Crumb thought that he was ready as he faced the Transfiguration Professor. Meanwhile, the professor had a very short debate with herself. Did she want to allow some slack to the Bulgarian? Then she looked at Harry and remembered how hard he worked at dueling day in and day out, and grew to a stage where he could beat not only her but also the one was an acknowledged dueling champion. Her mind was made up. She could not give anything less than her best, or she would be insulting Harry Potter. As soon as the head of Magical Games and Sports gave the go-ahead, Minerva McGonagall exploded into action. Though she was a capable dueler, she let her instincts make the choice of spells, and they naturally tended towards transfigurations. The professor stepped to her right as her wand came up. One transfiguration spell changed the stage underneath the Bulgarian into a swamp. Crumb reacted quickly and cast a hover charm on himself, keeping him from sinking into the swamp. However, that was his problem, and he immediately lost any advantage he might have had. Crumb was forced to react rather than forcing his opponent into a tight corner. While Crumb was desperately trying to keep himself afloat, McGonagall shot another spell, this time conjuring a lead straight jacket, and dropped it over Crumb. The jacket not only weighed the Bulgarian down, but also trapped his arms, and he was a sitting duck. A stunning spell ended the duel in a little more than 5 seconds. The crowd was cheering wildly at the amazing display by their professor. Her prowess in her field of specialization shined through the duel, and it was also a lesson to most of them. They need not have powerful spells in their repertoire or use blasting hexes or something similar. Dictating the pace of the duel was also one of the most important, if not the only thing to ensure victory. The students of Durmstrang were strangely accepting of the easy defeat. They were more resigned than being surprised or shocked. It looked as if the entire school knew about Mr. Crumb's shortcomings as a student. In light of that, Harry mused about the criteria that the Goblet of Fire Hogwarts used to judge someone as a school's representative. It certainly could not have been academic prowess. With the way that the first challenge worked out, there was no point in asking the Durmstrang champion to stay on the stage. He was knocked out of the Triwizard Tournament to much cheering by the Hogwarts and the Beauxbatons contingent. Bagman allowed the cheering to go for a few minutes. It was probably a little longer than was polite, but the announcer for the WWN turned it into a gesture of appreciation for the Bulgarian and gratitude for his participation in the entertainment. That was something that the head of Magical Games and Sports could live with. He did not want the Bulgarian ministry officials to be offended. Now we have the other 2 contestants to try and continue in the Triwizard Tournament, Bagman announced. He dearly hoped that at least these 2 would continue on ahead. The French champion was in her 7th year, and so the challenge may not tax her too much. Harry Potter had a good head on his shoulders and was also acknowledged as a prodigy. Hopefully the task will not be too much for him also. Bagman did not want to think what would happen if the home hero was to be knocked out, or worse, both the champions were knocked out. Would they have to declare the competition closed, or would they have to redo the tasks, something with lesser difficulty, and would they have to include the Durmstrang champion too? All the possibilities and his fears threatened to give him a massive headache, and so Bagman forced himself to think about the present. He really hoped that he would not be a part of such a discussion if they indeed did have to. He was sure that it would get ugly very soon. The task before them was explained by Bagman. It was pretty simple if you look at it. They were only to excel academically. You will have to perform 5 spells either in the field of transfiguration or charms which are above owl level. In a nutshell, the spells would have to be from the 6th and 7th year curriculum. If you can perform the spells flawlessly, then you will be through to the 3rd task. To make it a little more enticing, points will be awarded by the judges for precision, elegance, and the creativity in using the spells. So it was not a test per se, but they were looking for something like a montage or a short scene to be created with the spells and props. The points did not have any bearing except for deciding who would be the first to go during the 3rd task. Harry and Fleur were given 5 minutes to decide on the kind of display they wanted to put. Anything available nearby could be used as props, and it could be as complex or as simple as they wanted. Even a simple rendition of the spells effects was enough to allow them to pass. After all, the points awarded were not for merit but for aesthetics. Harry was chosen to be the first one to go, and he decided to go for broke. He wanted to put in as extravagant a display as possible, and he had just the way to do it. There was not many differences in the type of spells taught before owls and after owls. After all, the types of magic you can do is severely limited. The only difference is the complexity and the speed of casting. Of course, human transfiguration or self-transfiguration is introduced in the later years, as well as the subject of conjuration. Harry was of the opinion that the first type of spells would not be of any meaning in such a competition, but the later kind was fair game, and he excelled at it too. Harry moved onto the stage with confident strides. He was only a little unsure about how clearly the audience or the judges would be able to see his efforts. His dilemma was not for the marks that were to be awarded, but for the simple fact that if he was going to expend a lot of effort, the watchers would have to appreciate his efforts. He asked for a pedestal on which to stage his scene, and with a flick of his wand he made one. The height of the pedestal also gave him the advantage of not having to bend down to direct the action. All of his conflicting thoughts and nervousness vanished when he centered himself for the performance. Harry took out a sturdy twig and a stone from his pocket. The twig was about 1.5 feet long, and the stone was not too big to not have fit into his palm. The stone was pre-spelled, and he at least hoped that the judges recognized that fact and gave him due credit, otherwise his whole plan would be a disaster. He was fairly certain that only a few students in the audience would be able to recognize his plan, and they would be 7th years. With a deft flick, the twig was transfigured into a passable 3-meter springboard, that is, 3 meters in the miniature world he was creating. Harry placed the stone on top of the springboard and gave it a simple tap before he withdrew a couple of feet. The crowd of onlookers waited with anticipation. A few seconds later, the time-delayed transfiguration spell that he placed on the stone was triggered, and a miniature stickman took its place. Harry could hear the announcer's odd proclamation to the world: time-delayed transfiguration is certainly above even newt level. Yes, Harry knew that it could very well be mastery level depending upon the one who was evaluating you, but for now, the fact that it was more than owl level was all he needed. Harry began a few deft movements with his wand, and a few things happened near simultaneously. A glob of water appeared underneath the springboard and expanded to become water in a pool. Another wave of the wand gave it a bright blue color. Harry directed the water to hover in place just above the pedestal he erected on the stage to give the watchers a good view of the action. A spell directed at the standing stick man animated it. Under the guidance of Harry's wand, the stick figure took a few steps and dived overboard, did a couple of cartwheels before straightening and entering the water with barely a splash. A few moments was all it took for the man to get out of the water onto the dry platform. A strangled gap from the commentator alerted the audience to the stick figure, which instead of just being wet was also colored blue, the color Harry gave to the conjured water. Before anyone could realize the significance of what they saw, a dazzling display of fireworks, courtesy of a starburst charm, kept them enthralled for the few seconds it took for the display to die down. Most of the students may not have appreciated the magnitude of Harry's skill with a wand, but they certainly appreciated the skillful and elegant display put for their entertainment, and they showed it with enthusiasm. The cheering went for a few moments, which gave the judges ample time to converse among themselves as Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Bagman were doing, or scowl as Karkaroff and Madame Umbridge were doing. The grounds reverberated with applause again as the judges displayed their scores. The three magicals who were engaged in the short conference, Dumbledore, Bagman, and Madame Maxime, gave Harry the highest score of a 10. Karkaroff gave him a grudging 8, while Madame Umbridge displayed a 4. Before anyone could protest the unfair scoring by the witch, Dumbledore's voice rang out with his mirth lacing every word. "I am sure you could have put up a much better display, Dolores." Umbridge felt as if she was caught playing tyrant. Dumbledore was the headmaster during her stay at Hogwarts, and he certainly knew about her academic performance or lack thereof. Though the tone was jovial enough, she could not miss the undercurrent of mocking at her own academic performance. If she was to admit, at least to herself, she knew that Harry Potter's work was far superior to anything she could have dreamed of. Admitting that discretion was the better part of valor, she amended her score to a respectable 8. Hoping to diffuse any awkwardness, Thomas Jordan, the announcer for WWN, addressed Headmaster Dumbledore. "Professor, would you please explain to our audience why Mr. Potter's performance deserved such a high ranking?" "Certainly," the headmaster answered. He looked a little dubiously at the microphone that was thrust in his face. He was used to sonorous charms, and this metallic contraption was not something he used before. The first transfiguration was nothing out of the ordinary, it was very much the basic skill you learn. However, turning the stone into the figure of a man was much more complicated, as that was tied to a time delay charm. Combining two spells to give a single outcome is very complicated but very useful. Aurors and other law enforcement officers use it to set traps. That generated a few murmurs among the students. Dumbledore continued his explanation. Animation charm is straightforward, and so is the conjuration, but both are definitely Newt level. "So we have 3 Newt level spells so far," Thomas Jordan interrupted. The headmaster took the interruption in his stride and continued. The next stage of his display was much more complex. "I believe he used a transfer spell to tie the color-changing charm to the conjured water." Harry did not expect to be asked such a question, but he obliged. "You are correct, sir." Not only Headmaster Dumbledore, but Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape also beamed at the Hogwarts champion. Rest of the staff of the host institution and the staff of the other schools looked enlightened after that exchange, but the rest of the audience, comprising mostly of students and the few ministry officials, had no clue. Dumbledore explained, "You cannot change the color of something you conjured. Conjuration is nothing but a shape given to magical energy, and therefore it is not amenable to any other spells. However, you could tie a different charm to the conjuration, and that is what Mr. Potter did. He tied a color-changing charm to the conjured water, giving it a blue color. He did not stop at that though. He actually used a transference charm to tie the color-changing charm to the conjured water." Though the explanation cleared some of the confusion, the befuddlement of the audience still continued. So Harry took over the explanation. "Normally, you can tie a color-changing charm to a conjuration. It is a simple way to do it if you know how. What I did was to transfer the color-changing charm to the conjured water using a third spell. This is called as a transference charm and is usually used to transfer tracking charms. For example, if you want to find out who a culprit was, it was far easier to transfer a tracking charm onto someone from an inanimate object. However, using such a strategy on conjured items needed a degree of mastery that very few attained." Dumbledore had to marvel at the sheer talent of Harry. He had no doubt that Hermione Granger would also be able to match her betrothed in that ability. So when the animated stick figure came into contact with the water, the color-changing charm was now transferred onto the figurine, the announcer half stated. Dumbledore agreed. "Correct. The transference charm has 2 components, the transfer part and the tying part. The transfer part can be triggered when something solid comes in contact with the object holding the charm." Seeing that at least most of the upper years had a grasp of what was explained, the headmaster rounded up his commentary. The final charm was the Starburst charm. Simple and easy to cast but still a newt-level spell. Quite a few were awed by not only the spell repertoire showed by the nearly 15-year-old wizard but also at the ease with which he cast those complex spells. Then again, it was to be expected by someone who went toe-to-toe with the most feared Dark Lord and came out victorious. The audience showed their appreciation very vocally and kept at it for quite a long time, embarrassing the said wizard. "You set a very high standard for me, Harry," Fleur congratulated her friend and rival in this competition, when he came down from the stage. Harry gave her a non-committal shrug. "I am sure you could beat it." The French champion was quite sure that she could not beat it, but she would give her best shot to at least match it. In order to upstage Harry, Fleur decided to go for a more elaborate and obviously complicated display. She feared that she was probably going overboard, but her competitive spirit demanded nothing less. Besides, she knew that Harry will be disappointed with her if he felt that she gave him an easy victory. Fleur knew that she was running the risk of being knocked out of the tournament, but she was determined to take the risk. The pedestal that Harry used for his task was a little too small for what Fleur planned and so was removed. Besides, it was probably easy for people to see her creation if it was directly on the stage. She gathered 3 stones of 3 different sizes and a small stick. Concentrating on the image she wanted to create, Fleur dug into her magic and cast the spell. What she conjured was nothing short of amazing. It was a miniature battlefield. The terrain was mostly rocky with a few patches of what looked like sand. Complex conjurations that incorporate more than one different element are extremely difficult, and the Bobaton's champion did indeed look a little winded. For the challenge, Fleur decided to enact a rescue of sorts. The theme was that one of the Triwizard Tournament champions would retrieve a fake egg from a nesting mother dragon. Her conjuration was the field in which the task would take place. The 3 stones Fleur had with her would be the participants. The largest one became a facsimile of a large Hungarian horntail, the next became a ram, and the smallest one became an egg. The twig took the place of a champion. Fleur did not know this, but the theme she worked out was to be the first task that the champions would have faced in the Triwizard Tournament according to the original plan of the organizers, which was scrapped after Dumbledore's objections. Her plan was a simple one. The 2 animals would be inanimate to animate transfigurations. The egg would be a simple transfiguration, as would be the figure of the champion too. Fleur would then animate the champion and guide it to the target. While a transfigured object can be animated, it needs to be constantly controlled by the caster, just like Harry did with his diver. On the other hand, an inanimate to animate transfiguration would also give a modicum of intelligence to the object, just enough for it to act naturally for a limited period of time. Fleur was counting on that. She hoped that the 2 animals, one magical and the other not, would act naturally, leaving her to control the figure of the champion. The French champion placed the egg in a crude nest. She also placed the stone that was to be the ram a little distance away from the nest. The dragon, which was already transfigured, was placed close to one of the edge of the battlefield, directly in the line of sight of the stone that was to be the non-magical animal. Though the dragon was placed away from the nest, it naturally gravitated towards the egg it was to be guarding, with an obvious intent of protecting the nest. If one was to observe carefully, they could see the figure of the champion crouching behind a large boulder in order not to be seen by the dragon. With all the pieces in place, Fleur tapped her wand on the stone that was to be the bait for the dragon and moved away. There was a time delay allowing her to get ready, and she did by pointing her wand at the crouched figure of the champion. Just like Harry did on his simple transfiguration, Fleur also used a time delay charm on the inanimate to animate transfiguration. After its due time, the spell kicked in and the stone turned into a near-perfect replica of the Rambouillet sheep commonly found in France. The loud bleating of the terrified animal was enough to bring the dragon away from the nest. The dragon did not see any threat to its egg and so was easily lured away. Fleur saw her chance and cast the animation spell on the crouching champion, and the figurine sprang into action. As soon as the champion leapt from his cover, he flickered a couple of times before being visible clearly. Fleur's idea was to use a triggered disillusionment charm to hide the progress of the stick figure towards the egg. As soon as the animation charm took hold, the disillusionment charm would also have kicked in, but she now realized that the charm failed. The French champion cursed fluently. She could have hidden the champion right from the start and then revealed it after retrieving the egg. But no, she went for a dramatic effect and it failed spectacularly. Nothing to do but to carry on with the task, and so Fleur diverted all her attention to keep the champion going on target. If she would have turned her head to see the action going on near the edge of the field, she would have seen the dragon bite the head off the bait in front of her. The dragon saw a new threat rushing towards her nest and with a strength born of desperation, raced towards the nest. All that was left was a race to the nest between the champion and the dragon, and the stick figure of the champion won. But the time for the champion to slow down, bend and retrieve the egg was enough for the dragon to reach the nest. She had no such qualms as to slow down. The dragon knew that the hard shell would protect the egg and so bore down on the champion, trampling it. Fleur could not hide the wince that escaped her. If it was a real-life champion, if it was her, the finality of the dragon's actions did not escape her. The French champion had to acknowledge her defeat at the task. Oh, Fleur knew that it would have been very different if she was indeed in the arena facing a dragon. She hoped that the result would also have been different. But for now and in this instance, she failed the task given to her. The silence threatened to stretch long after witnessing such a violent demise of who could have been a real-life school champion. Perhaps they were imaging the French beauty crushed under the dragon. I assume that was not the outcome you wanted. Headmaster Dumbledore questioned with a smile on his face. Fleur covered her face in embarrassment. That was certainly not what she wanted, a gentle chiding from one of the most respected wizards of the modern era. My disillusionment charm failed, Fleur confessed in a small voice. Ah, the aged wizard stroked his beard. That must have been the time when your figurine flickered in and out of visibility. Fleur could do nothing but look a little depressed. She could very well guess the outcome of her task and it would not be anything to cheer her up. Dumbledore looked at the young witch with compassion and delivered the result. If this was your Newt final, I would have awarded you exceeds expectation, and maybe even outstanding. If I knew for sure that you can successfully cast a disillusionment charm. He was interrupted by an indignant shout from the headmistress of Beauxbaton's academy. Of course she can cast one, Dumbledore. Dumbledore simply bowed his head in acknowledgement before proceeding. Then I can only believe that it is a matter of power rather than ability. Bagman butted in. Very few can compare with Harry Potter in terms of sheer power. That generated a few laughs and mild applause. Hopefully some of that was for the French champion for the display she put in. Dumbledore acknowledged Bagman's point and continued, as such your objective for this task was to perform 5 Newt-level spells, and by your own admission you could not do one of the spells needed to clear this task. He looked at the other judges to see that they were in acknowledgement. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the varying emotions on the face of Madame Umbridge. He could probably guess what they or rather whom they were for, but he really did not want to dwell on that woman. Umbridge was indeed ecstatic. The half-breed Vila was not the champion of a prestigious tournament and she was not going to have to be a part of felicitating the French champion. That was all good in the books of the secretary to the head of international magical cooperation. She was grinning at that thought, but it turned to horror very quickly when she realized that the bloody boy who lived was going to be the winner. The half-blood was already popular and this victory was going to make his fame insufferable while she was still a secretary. If everything went well and Fudge was still the minister, she would have been in a position to be in control of Hogwarts, but it was not to be, and that did not sit well with Madame Umbridge. She could do nothing though except for grind her teeth in frustration. The play of emotions on her face was really comical. Madame Maxime meanwhile was trying to console the finest student in the current crop of final years at her school. I am very proud of the display you put, Miss Delacour. But in the current instance, you should have tried for a less flashy display and get the job done. Fleur agreed in her teacher's assessment. Yes, she did know that there was a risk of her failing the test. Her headmistress' words were true too, but the competition demanded her best. Unfortunately, her best proved not to be enough. Well, at least I can boast that I was second to Harry Potter. Fleur shrugged her shoulder. In a way, it was a very good consolation prize. The arena reverberated with the wild cheering of not just a job well done but for the gracious acceptance of the French champion of her second place. Bagman took Dumbledore's silence as his cue to announce the winner. the winner of the Triwizard Tournament of 1994-95 is Mr. Harry Potter of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the crowd went wild. Harry was expecting this, as early as the time Fleur's spell failed. He did not know what the spell was supposed to do at that time, but he knew that the spell did not work as it was supposed to, even if he did not hear the French champion's prolific cursing. Even with such an advance intimation, the announcement still surprised Harry. In one way he was not expecting it, with two of the champions out of the competition, and one task still remaining, Harry was expecting anything but a declaration of him being the winner. Still, it was a tremendous effort from him to win the Triwizard Tournament, and he enjoyed the adulation poured onto him. Bagman had to shout a few times to make himself heard, but he finally was heard. The result was not unanticipated, but the timing certainly was. The trophy, unfortunately, is not here, and neither are we ready to hold the presentation ceremony. The Minister of Magic, Madame Longbottom, will be presenting the Triwizard Cup to Mr. Harry Potter on another day, the date of which will be announced tomorrow. He had to wait for a few moments for the crowd to vent their appreciation. We now come to the end of the festivities. He was interrupted by a sonorous, enhanced shout. Can we at least know what the final task was going to be? Neville was heard over the din. His demand was instantly taken up by the students, especially the Hogwarts crowd. Before Bagman could accept the request or reject it, the crowd was instantly silent. The reason? Hermione was standing, definitely to say something. I am sure Harry wouldn't mind, would you, dear? The crowd roared in laughter at the perfectly innocent face Hermione pulled off, and only grew as Harry was also obliging. Yes, dear. Bagman looked at the judges and got an enthusiastic nod from Madame Maxime and a full-blast smile from Dumbledore. He of course ignored the grumpy Karkaroff and a scowling Madame Umbridge. Well then, he was rubbing his hands in anticipation with a face-splitting grin, and he had to stop to let the crowd roar. The stage here is not enough for the task. Please assemble back here in half an hour and we will have the arena reconfigured. Harry moved away to allow the ministry officials do whatever they wanted to do. As soon as he entered the cordoned-off area set aside for the champions, Hermione barreled into him. Harry, his betrothed, screamed with delight. Oh, you made it. You are the best. Harry was also laughing his heart out and simply tightened his arms around Hermione. Sirius, Amelia, and his friends rushed to congratulate him, but he did not leave the embrace of his best friend. So they simply formed an even larger circle around the pair. It was a merry time with good cheer and laughter going around. Eventually the revelers parted to give some breathing space to Harry and Hermione. The couple meanwhile were not willing to let go of each other. With a searing key, Hermione moved to his side as Harry kept his arm across her shoulder. This gave them the opportunity to face their family and friends rather than being mobbed by them. The discussion mainly centered about the kinds of spells that Harry used. Their friends really did not know such advanced magic. They were very much on top of their own studies, but it was mostly restricted to their current year, or at the most preparing for their owls the coming year. It was left to Harry and Hermione to deal with magical theory and its practice that was far too advanced to their age, and the two excelled at it. Harry spied Fleur entering the cordoned-off area, probably to congratulate him. Hand in hand with Hermione, the two of them approached the French champion and greeted her. Congratulations were traded by the two champions not only on their being placed first and second in the tournament, but on their excellent display and magical skills. I should have tried for a straightforward approach and not be so overconfident, Fleur exclaimed ruefully. Hermione disagreed. While it might have been a prudent choice, I still believe that you were right to try and beat Harry. Imagine a situation wherein you go into the third task, whatever it may be, thoroughly intimidated by the challenge posed by me. Harry got into the act. He did not like the despondency in his friend's tone and sought to cheer her up. If we were to face each other, I am sure you would have forfeited the task rather than go up against me in a straight-on magical fight. Fleur agreed that she might have done just that. Not only was Harry her friend, almost the first male of their generation not to look at her as a Vila but as a young woman, but was also quite accomplished dueler. The French champion did face Harry in a couple of duels during their preparation for the tasks, and she learnt soon enough that the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Harry among their peers was Hermione. Fleur knew that she was grossly overshadowed by the two of them. Oh, she might know the spells and maybe even cast them efficiently, but in a duel, the two teens were light years ahead of her. Her mood rapidly improved in the company of her friends who did not judge her but accepted her as one of their own. The intervening half an hour was spent in that happy way by Harry, never worrying about what the third task would be. He may not need to accomplish the task to be crowned the winner, but he still wanted to end the day on a high note. Harry was determined to finish the task with a win. Before long, it was time for the third task and Hermione key. Ed Harry for luck, before going to sit in the audience, while Harry stood beside Bagman analyzing the open area before him. They were in the same place they were before, but it now wore a completely different look. The slightly elevated stage was removed and a space roughly 20 feet in diameter was cleared. Inside the bigger circle, there was another smaller one clearly marked with bright blue paint, which Harry would later know was about 17 feet in diameter. Bagman got everyone's attention. I am glad to see that you are as enthusiastic as I am to learn how the champion of the Triwizard Tournament would perform in the final task. A great cheer rose from the crowd. Yes, they would certainly like to know how their school's champion would perform. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons wanted to see if the newly crowned champion was indeed worthy of the distinction. While they would readily admit that the youngest champion surprised them all and showed capability, skill, and knowledge beyond anyone's expectation, it still rankled them that their own school's champions were so easily defeated. A little resentment was only possible. They also hoped that their resentment was totally misplaced. Only the coming task would satisfy them. What you see before you is a dueling ring. A few of the younger students could not stifle their gasps of surprise. They never expected such a challenge. The older students were waiting in anticipation. The natural progression from facing magical creatures during the first task, fast reflexes in the second task, and to target practice in case of crumb, was only dueling against each other, or so they thought. As you might have guessed by now, the third task was to be a duel. However, the champions were not to duel against each other but against higher odds, Bagman veritably crowed. Before anyone could comprehend his meaning, the head of magical sports and games called out to the students, "Would 3 final year students from each of the 3 schools come forward, please?" Surely Harry Potter was not going to duel against 9 students. Then again, his opponents would themselves be students. Bagman continued, "To make things more interesting, we also included 3 of the staff members in this." Again gasps of surprise rippled through the watchers. There were a few protests also, but Bagman ignored them. The 3 members of the staff were the same choices that were given to Mr. Crumb during his own task a few minutes ago. With that, Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Snape stepped forward. They directed the 9 students to the outer ring inside the cleared area and were trying to distribute them evenly all around. Bagman continued the explanation of what Harry was going to face. Mr. Potter's task is to survive 5 minutes in the duel. The combatants can move around and do whatever they want to except for breaching the divide. Mr. Potter can use anything to defend himself, but his opponents can only dodge or counter his spells. They cannot use transfiguration or conjuration against the champion but can undo the champion's efforts. The duel will end if all of the attackers have been eliminated, or the time had run out, or if Mr. Potter had been hit 5 times. Harry had a small advantage in that he was good to take 4 hits, but if he was to consider this as a live exercise, then he had to ensure that those hits would be in non-vital areas. They were not going to use any spells against each other except for the spell which mimics a paintball in the non-magical world. This spell is used by the Aurors in their training program and required a great deal of accuracy and a higher than average power requirement. The spell had one advantage that Harry was going to exploit. What he planned had an even higher power demand, but that was something Harry had in spades even if he did not restrict himself to his magical core and not restore to using the magic around him. Harry entered the inner ring. His opponents were distributed all around him with the 3 professors interspersed evenly among them. There was no discernible pattern to their positioning except that they were very evenly spaced. Their total lack of dueling experience was borne by the fact that in trying not to arrange themselves in a pattern, the students were indeed arranged equidistant from each other and from the painted line that marked their territory. The 3 professors, however, tried to make themselves as unpredictable as possible by constantly moving around even before the duel started. Harry, meanwhile, stood stock still in the center of the ring, keeping an eye on the more experienced combatants. He was fairly confident in his abilities that he considered the students as the least threat. He had a few moments to prepare himself as a countdown clock began ticking. Just before it was time, Harry crouched onto the floor, drawing almost all the wands towards his position. That was what he was expecting. When it was time, Harry propelled himself up with a small banishing charm onto the ground next to him and flexing his leg muscles, giving himself a spin at the same time. Many things were accomplished in that instant. Harry jumped clear over whatever spells were aimed at where he was. He pulled his legs back to his chest just to ensure that he was clear, and that act also increased the momentum of his spin. While this was going on, his left hand was holding a wandless shield which stopped at least 2 hits, and his wand was spewing out neon orange color by the torrents in a wide arc. Normally, the charm would spit out a gob of color, but Harry overpowered the spell massively, resulting in utter chaos. A little more than 1/3 of his opponents had the color somewhere on their person. To Harry's delight, even Severus Snape was hit, removing one dangerous opponent quite quickly in the game. Harry's maneuver was so unexpected that even the remaining students ducked, fearing a drenching. Only Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were standing, and Harry assumed that the 2 hits on his shield were from them. With the students distracted from attacking him, Harry was able to nail 2 more on his way down. In a matter of a few seconds, 6 students and 1 professor were ejected out and had to retreat behind the wards erected to protect the watchers. On the way down from his jump, Harry went with the momentum and fell flat on his back. He was practiced enough not to let the fall jar him, and as soon as he was flat, his wand was moving again. This time he conjured 3 blocks of stone in strategic locations, about 3 feet in height and length. The placement of the blocks not only afforded him cover, but due to their placement they also provided some protection to him from being hit from behind. They were not foolproof, but ensured that his opponents would have to move around to hit him properly. As soon as the blocks were conjured, Harry crouched behind one that afforded him the maximum protection. This was due to the fact that there was no one behind him, and even if someone managed to move around and get a shot at him, his wandless shield would take the hit. The momentary protection gave Harry the time to employ another trick. With a simple wave of his wand, a good-sized chunk of earth was removed and formed a compact ball the size of a football. Harry disillusioned the ball and banished it across the field towards the 2 remaining Hogwarts students, who decided to team up. The disillusionment charm does indeed make the subject invisible, but moving under the influence of the charm creates a ripple effect that can be easily discerned by the eye. This is much easier to detect under the harsh glare of the sun, as it does not prevent a shadow, and that was what Harry was counting on. The rapid movement of a disillusioned object diverted the students' attention. They could not see Harry crouching behind a barrier, but to them it looked as if an invisible Harry Potter darted from behind the barrier. The distraction was enough for Harry to peek around the stone barrier and nail the 2 Hogwarts students. While Harry was thus busy, Professor McGonagall vanished the conjuration he was hiding behind, exposing Harry and allowing the sole remaining Durmstrang student to fire at him. Thankfully, Harry was already moving and the spell clipped him on his leg. If this was a real battle, the hit to his leg would have brought Harry down, and so he went with it. The tumble took him away from the 2 spells that streaked out from the 2 professors, and at the same time also allowed Harry to fire a blob of color at the Durmstrang student, who realized the danger and tried to move. However, he made the rookie mistake of standing still in a duel and could not move out of the way fast enough, and took Harry's spell right on his chest, eliminating him from the battle. The onlookers were completely awed by the battle taking place before them. That did not stop them from cheering themselves hoarse. There was a sudden lull in the battle as only Professor Flitwick and McGonagall remained standing. Oh, they certainly knew that only the rules of the engagement allowed them to remain standing. If it was a real skirmish, Harry would have taken all of them out in the very opening moments. As it was, Harry refrained from unleashing his most potent offensive weapon, a massive concussive blast of magic that would radiate outwards with Harry at its center. Harry was so powerful that even the most potent shield that either of the professors could erect would not survive the blast. In a way, they knew that Harry already won this battle. Harry stood at the center of the dueling field and looked at his 2 mentors. Suddenly he grinned at them, and Professor Flitwick and McGonagall also smiled. All pretenses were abandoned. They wanted to give the crowd a real duel, and what a duel it was. It did not matter that the 3 combatants were only shooting colors at each other. They were well versed in non-verbal dueling and needed wand movements for only the most complicated of spells. This meant that they were exchanging spell fire at an alarming rate, and those spells could have been anything. While the two professors had the advantage of numbers and teamwork, Harry had the advantage of faster reflexes and sheer power. Their spell repertoire was evenly matched, and if given time, Harry would have pulled some of the exotic spells that Hermione and he learned during their travels. Professor McGonagall showed her class as a transfiguration mistress even in the battle and provided to be the perfect partner to the diminutive charms professor. She was mainly concentrating on putting as many obstacles in Harry's path as possible with her liberal use of conjurations and transfigurations, while Professor Flitwick went on the offensive. Harry was immediately put on the defensive, but he was used to it during their regular spars. He was able to anticipate the obstacles to a certain extent and began jumping around, ducking, weaving, and even running in short bursts not to get caught flat-footed. This also gave him the opportunity to evade most of the spells from the charms master. Whatever he could not evade, Harry was able to shield or throw up his own conjurations in their path. When he was using the obstacles that littered all around the field for defense, Harry was throwing spells at an astonishing rate. After weathering the initial onslaught, he knew that the two professors were beginning to tire and gave him the chance to go on the offensive. He had the advantage of being able to cast with both his hands, and he did so. He still used the color charm in place of spells but did not hesitate to banish conjured objects at the two professors, or transfiguring their clothes into restricting their movements and generally making a nuisance of himself rather than being life-threatening. Even though there was no element of danger in the battle, it was still so intense that the audience forgot to cheer and watched with bated breath. Never in their lives did the majority of them see such a high-intensity duel, and they would probably not again. Harry and the professors did accumulate a few hits, but they were in non-vital areas and were less than 5 in number, and so they continued the duel. Only the harsh blare of the timer put a stop to the duel and jolted the mesmerized audience back to reality. A few moments of absolute silence was immediately drowned by the students cheering with wild abandon. The three remaining duelers embraced with wild smiles and liberal laughter. Hermione managed to slip through the throng of students and joined in the celebration after the brilliant duel. Normally she would have been a part of their practice duels and could have joined, but then, she did not want to be considered as a show-off by the foreign students. It took a few starburst charms from the wand of Headmaster Dumbledore to get the crowd under control. He was not too enthusiastic to end the celebrations after witnessing an absolutely mesmerizing display of battle magic. It was only the consideration that darkness was fast approaching that moved him to put an effort in bringing the crowd under control. "I am sure you know that you broke the rules of the duel that was agreed upon," Bagman questioned Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, who were trying their best to regain their professional masks after the excitement of the duel. There was no stopping his wide smile, but Bagman still felt obligated to bring the point up, not that he would want to be subjected to the wrath of McGonagall. He was still afraid of getting on the Transfiguration professor's bad side, but after that display, he would be doubly wary. There was no need to answer that question, but Harry still obliged. "Yes, we know. This was technically not a real task, and we wanted to give the students a display of what they could encounter in an all-out duel." "And what a display it was!" Bagman exclaimed in agreement. There was no need to prompt for a round of applause. Even the ever-stoic students from Durmstrang showed unrestrained appreciation at the display. If there was even a shred of doubt about Harry Potter's claim to be the Triwizard Champion, the high-intensity duel with a well-known champion dueler put an end to those doubts. No wonder the boy who lived was able to take down the Dark Lord Voldemort with minimal injuries to himself or his friends. Bagman roused the crowd again. "Give a big cheer to the Triwizard Champion, Harry Potter." It took a while, but the crowd of students eventually calmed down sufficiently for Bagman to call out again, "A big thanks to Professor Minerva McGonagall and Professor Phileas Flitwick." The applause was finally ended by a final round of appreciation to Professor Severus Snape and the other students who took part in the duel against Harry. "Please wash up and assemble in the Great Hall for a grand feast arranged by the Castle Elves." Headmaster Dumbledore was the ever-gracious host. The crowd of students and staff began to disperse to do just that. They were also dissecting the tactics and the way that transfiguration and conjuration spells were liberally used in the duel. A few brave hearts tried to venture their opinion on what the spell choices would have been in such a duel. Overall, it was a very entertaining but most importantly informative evening to the students of the three schools. Well, there you have it, folks. Thomas Jordan wound down the evening. Do join us again to take part in the presentation ceremony that would close this year's Triwizard Tournament. The event will be broadcast live and the date and timing of which will be published in the Daily Prophet. The early end to the Triwizard Tournament meant that the students of the visiting schools were left to do with nothing. Headmaster Karkaroff and Headmistress Maxime agreed that it was better for them to get back to their own schools. The final year students would benefit from being away from spotlight and concentrate on their own studies. Hogwarts was a gracious host, but with the year-end exams fast approaching, tempers began to become shorter and shorter. It was no secret that exams brought out the worst in not only the students but also the teachers. The teachers push last-minute revision onto the students, and the students in turn want to push the revision to the last minute. Dumbledore offered the two foreign schools to extend their stay as long as they wanted. He was even willing to give them the space needed for the students to be comfortable. They need not interact with anyone else, but as they say, when you wait for something with eager anticipation and the event that you were waiting for comes to pass, then you are even more eager for some normalcy to return. That was the state that the two foreign schools were in. They were looking forward to return home. The students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were not strangers anymore. Any animosity between the schools that might have existed was wiped out by the eager friendships that formed during their stay. It also helped that the star attraction, Harry Potter, was so gracious in extending his own hand in friendship. The picture of a very arrogant young man who liked to rub his popularity in their faces was replaced by a caring and gentle young man who was genuinely interested in their welfare and in their friendship. How could they resent that? Then the young man went and killed the worst Dark Lord they ever heard about. How can anyone not forget their resentment and give Harry Potter his due recognition? All he wanted in return was their friendship, and they were glad to give him that. A few days in Hogwarts was all it took for both the foreign school students to become more at home in the castle than they were at their own school. That was the beginning of quite a few friendships that would probably last a lifetime, just like Harry and Hermione had each other. The Triwizard Tournament was actually meant to bring different countries and cultures together so that despite their differences, witches and wizards would live in harmony. During the years, more often than not, the tournament brought only grief and more strife. It was the first time that in almost several centuries the Triwizard Tournament brought people together as it was meant to be. It was a time for new beginnings. Everyone were happy, and there was a lot of talk about Harry being happy for finally getting rid of the blight on the wizarding world. Harry sighed deeply at the sight of the Beauxbatons carrying away his new and an old friend. He pulled his betrothed snugly into himself. "Are you happy, dearest?" "I am always happy," Hermione replied. She had her on his shoulder as she watched the departing carriage of Beauxbatons Academy. She kissed Harry's cheek and laid her head back. "I will always be happy with you by my side." 19 years later, Hermione Potter, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, rested her head on her husband's shoulder as she gazed at the van that was ferrying the last of the students from Salem Witches Institute. This was the 7th Wizarding Student Olympics and was hosted at Hogwarts for the first time. The Olympics was constituted in place of the Triwizard Tournament and involved all the different wizarding schools around the world instead of just 3. This was also the first time that a 3-member team from Hogwarts won the new format of competing for the title of student champions. That Hogwarts won the tournament after 7 years of its inception, and for the first time in 19 years after Harry Potter won the Triwizard Tournament held at Hogwarts, showed how lacking the British wizarding world was in the skills that are highly rated in the newer format. A whole generation of students had to leave the halls of the school. The Triwizard Tournament did happen for a couple of years after the year 1994-95, and the other 2 schools had a chance to host it. However, it was turned into a farce where posturing became important and the tasks became life-threatening. The Durmstrang administration wanted to prove that they were made of a tougher stock, which meant that they would not even care if any of the participants died. Thankfully, there were no deaths. Thought the Hogwarts champion was in critical condition for a month after being toughly attacked by a crazed Beauxbatons witch who in turn consumed a dangerous mind-altering potion as part of the task. The camaraderie that existed during the tournament that was held at Hogwarts was totally gone, and by the next year, which was held at the French school, there was distrust all around. The continued efforts by Headmaster Karkaroff to undermine Hogwarts finally led to the suspension of the tournament and also to his arrest. Harry was instrumental in that too, as the man was a known Death Eater who escaped punishment by ratting out Barty Crouch Jr. after the first defeat of Lord Voldemort by baby Harry. Harry was willing to turn a blind eye to the man's antics as long as he was confined to his home country, but after 2 near-lethal attacks on Hogwarts students, he decided to pull the plug on the sadistic man. The investigations into both the incidents led to the belief that they could have been accidental or maybe badly managed tasks, but a deeper understanding of Karkaroff's psyche was needed to bring out the man's hatred of anyone who was not a pureblood. Luckily, they had Severus Snape, who knew most of the Death Eaters, and with his testimony, Dumbledore, under insistence from Harry, brought the matter before the ICW. It took a very short time to remove Karkaroff as headmaster. When questioned under Veritaserum, the man admitted sabotaging most of the tasks so that the students representing Durmstrang won. They were purebloods and so were vastly superior to the contestants from either Hogwarts or from Beauxbatons, and so they were supposed to win. Unfortunately, there was nothing like extradition in the magical world, which meant that Karkaroff faced justice in his own country. At least he was dealt with. That trial shook Dumbledore like never before. In one way, he kind of believed in the Imperious Curse explanation given by most of the freed Death Eaters. On the other hand, he also knew that freeing witches and wizards who created murder and mayhem without a proper trial was also wrong. The mistakes of the past were clear to him when Malfoy murdered the past Minister of Magic in front of a crowd of people. To have another example in front of him, and that too for crimes committed against his beloved school, shook the aged wizard. It finally dawned on Dumbledore that there indeed was a need for the reforms that Harry Potter and his family were pushing for. The idea of blood-based supremacy was going to rip their world apart. With that in mind, Dumbledore gave up being the headmaster of Hogwarts and also the supreme mugwump of the ICW. His reason, that he wanted to remove corruption from British wizarding society, was very much needed and was genuine. A few pureblood houses grumbled at that, saying that their society was fine as it was. If a few members were bad, it does not necessarily mean that the entire society was bad. Dumbledore now had a clear understanding of what keeping secrets would do, and now that he had plenty of time on his hands, he did not want any more secrets, at least not in those things that were mundane. He wanted to bring about an understanding among the masses as to why the pureblood philosophy was dangerous in the extreme. The pureblood houses argued that only about 10 or so pureblood houses were corrupt and were involved in supporting Lord Voldemort. Their argument that most of the other houses were uninvolved in the conflict and so the pureblood philosophy as a whole was not wrong did have some merit. Unfortunately, they did not have the entire story to base their declarations on. At Harry's urging, Nathaniel Isaacs, Martin Brundle, Christopher Lucas, and others came forward and gave testimony about their roles in the Campaign of Terror. With the threat of Lord Voldemort gone for good and almost all of the fanatical supporters out of commission, they did not feel threatened. They painted a grim picture of blackmail and subjugation under the name of blood superiority. Sirius and Amelia were at hand to detail the means of removing most of the fringe Death Eaters from the path of terror and how they began to contribute to the economy of England. The Lord and Lady Black never divulged the means by which the Dark Mark and one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes were used to get the job done, but emphasized the changes that occurred after getting the Death Eaters away from financing the terror campaign. The old pureblood houses began to understand that even though they did not murder anyone directly, their funding either through cash inflows or through material support did indeed lead to the deaths of a good number of innocents. They began to realize that a sense of superiority where there was no real superiority was dangerous. Slowly but surely attitudes began to change, and Dumbledore was right there to guide the reforms. Even though Madame Longbottom insisted about stepping down after Lord Voldemort was defeated, she continued in her position until the end of term. There was a lot to be done, and having the matriarch of a well-known family, who was in turn respected for her infallible morals, was a big boost to the British wizarding world. Amelia Black could have stepped into the post easily and still hold sway, but the DMLE really needed an overhaul. The Auror Force was only a policing body and not really trained for combat. This was also one of the many reasons that Lord Voldemort was able to reign his brand of terror so easily. If the Aurors responded with lethal force right from the start, then the war would not really have been a war but merely a skirmish. A military force would have been able to respond far more effectively against such a threat, and that was what the head of DMLE began constructing. The military force was answerable to three people only: the Minister of Magic, the Chief Warlock, and the head of DMLE. This force was also trained to take down superior numbers, something which Harry Potter demonstrated so ably. Add lethal force to a nimble-footed magical soldier, they could be deployed even alone, removing delays in response. It was no wonder that most of the initial recruits to the program were either Muggle-born or had ties to the non-magical world. Their superior physical fitness paved the way for them being a rapid-action tactical force. Hopefully, their need would not be seen in the near future or ever for that matter, but having such a force would be a great deterrent by itself. The changes in governance and in the lives of everyday witches and wizards in Britain meant that there were a lot of meetings of the Wizengamot. Harry could not, in good conscience, miss most of them. As the head of an ancient and noble house, he had a duty to ensure that the decisions taken by the august body were truly to the benefit of the masses. This seriously curtailed Harry and Hermione's plans to tour the world and learn about different magical cultures. Harry had to be available to attend the meetings of the Wizengamot as the head of House Potter. Not only that, he had to be east of all the goings in the political arena and keep on his toes not to be blindsided. Most of the staunch opponents to a society where every witch or wizard was equal without any reference to their blood status, were either dead or behind bars at Azkaban. Still, those who enjoyed the benefits of a tiered society, would never willingly give up the power, and so it was a struggle for Harry and co. It was not as bad as it could have been if Malfoy and his cronies were free to ply their gold. The two teens were never satisfied with being idle. Instead of learning about the various cultures of the world and touring them, they moved their sights to learn magical trades from masters of their fields, particularly wand craft and enchanting. That was how they spent the 3 summers before their final year at Hogwarts. Though there was no need for Harry and Hermione to attend the school, they did in support of their friends still at the school, and also take up teaching about magic of the world. Harry and Hermione finished their schooling by the end of their 5th year. Getting special dispensation, they appeared for both the Owls and Newts on the same day, Owls in the morning and the Newts in the afternoon. It took them longer than usual as the students had 2 different subjects in the morning and the noon, but complete them they did. There was no need to say that they scored the highest scores possible, with a few exceptions. Though the 2 teens took a bigger part in the management of the school after passing their Newts, they did not take over it completely. They remained as helpers to the headmaster and later on the headmistress when Dumbledore retired, and took over the financial and planning aspect of running a school. Professor McGonagall was the natural successor to the top post, and she put her own brand on the school by being proactive rather than reactive. Harry and Hermione could honestly say that they did not have much input on the day-to-day student-facing activities of the school. It was all Headmistress McGonagall with her deputy Pomona Sprout. Hermione Granger became Hermione Potter right out of school. They did stay the full 7 years with their friends and in an act of solidarity, received their final grades along with their friends who they met during their first year of school. In a delightful turn of events, the couples formed during the school days went on to marry. They apparently followed the trend set by Harry and Hermione in choosing their life partner early. Neville and Padma, Luna and Colin, Ginny and Michael also married right after their graduation. In Ginny and Michael's case, it was after the younger witch's graduation. Only Hannah and Susan waited a few more years before they tied the knot with the men they were betrothed to under marriage contracts. The next 5 years were spent as apprentices to Nicholas Flamel and his wife. Learning the nuances of alchemy was their goal, but the Flamels were also knowledgeable in many aspects of magic. So the 2 Potters learned warding, enchanting, and the lost art of magical surgery in addition to alchemy. With the availability of modern-day potions and spells that can vanish and regrow bones or organs, there was no need for healers to use surgical repair, which is quite common in the non-magical world. There was one aspect of the surgical procedure that led to the development of the modern-day potions and spells. It was the need for imaging and the extreme magical power requirement. Magical surgery was as non-invasive as it could get. Unlike the non-magical way, the patient is not cut up and the inner organs exposed to the outside. Instead, the surgeon would focus his magical energy directly onto the organ or the part of the body to be cut. The resected piece would then be vanished and the part repaired. This meant that the surgeon had to have a way to visualize the happenings inside the body without needing to see directly. The way the ancient healers did this was to use something like X-ray vision. They would will their magic to flow into the body of their patient and allow them to see inside the body. Not only was this extremely taxing to the surgeon, but most importantly, the modern-day witches and wizards were so dependent on their wands that they just could not use magic in that way. With time, the magical power requirement for performing such a complex piece of magic was out of reach to most witches and wizards, perhaps as a result of marrying with the pureblood community. Harry and Hermione Potter did not have that difficulty, neither that of power nor of the willpower to manifest magic in such an unusual way. However, it was mostly curiosity that drove them to learn that particular way of healing, as modern potions and healing spells took away the need for surgery. Who knows, there might be a need to revive that branch of healing. If such a need arose, the Potters were ready to either do it by themselves or teach it to the worthy. Learning a new aspect of magic does take time, but it was not usual for Harry and Hermione to take too long to master a new branch of magic. However, their need to keep in touch with the politics and the day-to-day happenings of magical Britain also meant that their time was not efficiently used for learning. It became easy for them after Amelia Black was ushered into the role of Minister of Magic after Madame Longbottom's 5-year stint at that position. By then things were quite settled and they could spend more and more time learning from the Flamels. Their book, aptly titled Adventures in Alchemy, was a compendium of all that they learnt in that particular field. After its launch, hopefully by the end of the current school year, it would become the go-to source for everything related to alchemy. The Flamels faded from public eye after teaching the couple all that they could, even from Harry and Hermione's acquaintance at the end of their apprenticeship. No one knew if they were even alive. At the age of 23, the Potters went traveling around the world before returning 2 years later. By then Hermione was heavily pregnant with their first child and it was time for them to settle into their future roles. Professors McGonagall and Sprout gladly relinquished their duties and Harry and Hermione Potter became the first husband and wife duo as the headmaster and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Another milestone was also achieved with their return. The curse on the Dada position was also broken when the two took over as the Dada professors, taking equal responsibility for all the years. Where Harry was mostly into the practical aspect of defense, Hermione was more into the theory, and they were able to complement each other ably. They remained in their positions for a very long time and retired at the 100th anniversary, making them the longest-serving head teachers ever. During their travels, Harry and Hermione met the heads of most of the magical schools around the world. It was during this time that the idea for the Wizarding Student Olympics began to take shape. The Triwizard Tournament was already scrapped more than 10 years ago, and that meant that there was no way for the students of 2 or more schools to come together in friendly competition. Also, there were no sporting events other than Quidditch, leaving the students with a lazy attitude. The death of Lord Voldemort and the Death Eater attitude also brought in a sense of complacency into the general population. The two Potters wanted to change that. All 15 schools of magic from around the world would participate in a month-long extravaganza. The Olympics would be hosted every year and every school would have a chance to host the event. 3 of the best students from each school would take part in many disciplines that encompass not only magical skill and knowledge but also mixing magic with physical aspects like swimming underwater with the aid of magic, dueling, constructing useful items without magic and then enchanting them to be even more useful, among other tasks. These were aimed at overall development of the future adults. In the beginning, students born to non-magical parents dominated, but slowly the others realized how grossly underprepared they were to live without magic, and in a few years the division between non-magical raised and magical raised children was almost non-existent. To prepare the students for participating in the Olympics, an enormous amount of revamping was required with regards to the coursework. Harry had the advantage of having the complete support of the Minister of Magic and the staff of Hogwarts, and that was the first thing Hermione and he did as soon as they took over Hogwarts. Bringing in non-conventional magic like that used by Druids, the Peruvians, and even parcel magic was needed in order to make British magical society not only tolerant to other cultures but also more knowledgeable. Surprisingly, there was no resistance from the purebloods, perhaps they were already accepting of the changes by then. Physical fitness received a big boost in the new curriculum, and many non-magical sports like football, cricket, badminton, and tennis made an entrance alongside other magical sports like gobstones, magical hopscotch, skittles, and the like. Now most of the students were also playing rather than just being spectators and watching Quidditch. Hermione sighed as she finished reminiscing the days gone by. The magical world was a much better place to live now than it was when she first set foot in it. She was blessed in finding a best friend in her husband, and together they could not find any more happiness than what they already had. The Potters were blessed with 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, and as she lovingly ran her hand over the barely visible baby bump, Hermione suspected that there was another one on the way. Yes, life was good to her. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.